What's going on, people? Welcome back. Felt or coated fabric garments. Okay, I feel like China. The always answer there. Yeah, number one. I feel like Bangladesh and India are also going to be up there. Bangladesh number 3. I'm going to say India, though. Honestly, it could not be India, and it could be more South America. It could be South American countries. I'm going to guess India. Ooh. Why is India so low? Ooh, I didn't expect them to be that low. Ooh, I thought they'd at least be like top 10. I don't know. I feel like all my clothes are from fucking like Honduras and shit, but I'm gonna be biased towards where we import clothes from in the U.S. because I live in the U.S. Honduras is not much better. Could be maybe Mexico, honestly. Oh god, I don't know how much of a garment industry Mexico has left. Mexico's like a not insanely poor country. I guess Mexico. Oh, not a very good guess. I could have guessed Vietnam. Damn. I would not have guessed Germany and Italy though. I should have guessed Vietnam though. I should have for sure known that one. Cars, sugar, rice, and RFK's favorite seed oils and palm oils. Let's go. What's up, Chessbox? And what's up, Fave? Non-flop? What the hell? What type of... That's a new one. Are you insulting me? You calling your stream a flop already? Felt garments, I prefer to be the first one. Feeling my garments. Relatable. Yeah, welcome back, you two. Only 4 billion. Although I don't know... I would guess like fucking Haiti or whatever, but I don't think Haiti has cars. I'm just gonna guess Haiti to know if it's in the Caribbean or not, at least. It's not. Okay. It's gonna be one of the fucking things off of Australia, isn't it? American Samoa, hopefully. What the hell? Okay, it's in between them, actually. It's in the Comoros Islands are in between them. Okay, I don't know what islands are above 2,000 kilometers above them. I assumed it was like an island in the Caribbean or whatever because it has fucking sugar. It's not that big. Man, maybe it's Oman? Question mark? Fuck. I guess it's gotta be like an African country. It's gotta be like Rwanda. I don't know. I feel like Rwanda would have like gold and stuff though. I guess they do have iron. Oh my god. Wait, how's that further? What? What? Am I going crazy? Southwest of Oman and above the Comoros. Really, it would be north, I think it's northeast of the Comoros, but... Well, I feel like Djibouti is not right, but it's my last guess. Oh my god, I'm goated. I knew it the whole time. I was trolling for content. I was trolling to stall. Okay, let's go. Okay, I knew it the whole time. I'm goated. I know everything. Let's go. Anyway. News, guys. Non-fun is going to have to develop an opinion on food stamps that is different than just, it seems like an equivalent cash transfer would be better. We're going to have to do it. We're going to have to do it. because the government shutdown, if it extends into November, which it looks like it's definitely for sure going to extend into November, SNAP is it almost certainly going to be cut. Technically, I think that there are people suing the Department of Agriculture or whatever and saying, hey, actually, you have to use emergency funds for SNAP. But I would imagine legally the emergency funds to the Department of Agriculture are, in fact, not meant to go to just normal SNAP benefits. But I don't know. We'll see. It says Krugman's post about it. Krugman, my goat. Cannibalism is likely. Oh no. Well, actually, you know what? I'm safe. I weigh like 100 pounds. Okay, I'm gonna be the last one to be eaten. All right. Not much meat on these bones. Okay, so I'll be safe for a while. There's a bodega around the corner from my apartment where I often make small purchases, especially fruit, vegetables, and bread. No, I'm not afraid to cross the street to buy bread. Well, in the checkout line, this is something about just urban planning, by the way. Oh, no, dang. It's about Trump and crime. Cringe. Okay. Well, in the checkout line, I often see some patrons, especially typically elderly and or disabled, paying with EBT cards. EBT cards are the way the government delivers food aid under the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, formerly known as food stamps. SNAP has become a crucial part of America's social safety net, with more than 40 million Americans relying on those EBT cards to put food on the table. And unless the government shutdown ends this week, which seems basically impossible, federal support for SNAP will be cut off this Saturday. Here are 4 things you should know about the imminent Hunger Games. This is a political decision, specifically a Republican decision, so based. Despite the government shutdown, the SNAP program isn't out of money. In fact, it has $5 billion in contingency funds intended as a reserve to be tapped into emergencies. And if the imminent cutoff of crucial food aid of for 40 million people is an emergency, what is? The Department of Agriculture, which runs the program, also has the ability to maintain funding for a while by shifting funds around. But Donald Trump has quite possibly illegally told the department not to tap those funds. I thought, no, I ain't no lawyer. I'm not read much into this at all. But from what I saw, I did get the impression, like by the letter law, like the emergency funds are supposed to be for like kind of actual like national security things and not just like, you know, preventing the poor from starving. Not seek access to a range of emergency funds. Johnson said on Monday, SNAP contingency fund, which currently contains $5 billion, is not legally available to cover the benefits right now because they represent a finite source of funds. Democrats and privately some Republicans have argued the administration always has the legal authority to tap those funds in an emergency. He added that if the administration were to transfer funds from these sources, it pulls away immediately from school meals and infant formula. SNAP food aid benefits have never lapsed in modern history, including during shutdowns, and the fallout would devastate both red and blue states, including swaths of rural American Trump voters. What? All the poor bumfuck farmer rednecks didn't know what they were voting for? You're telling me? Okay. Blah, 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 hold 5 billion, blah, blah, 40 million people, I'm aware. Oh, it's the Center for... Wait, how is this like a... I don't think they release like opinion pieces. This is like written from them as an organization. What's that, BT Money? Did you see how the strategy document of on how Dems should win? Yeah, I have not looked through the document or anything because it's not something I talk about much, but I've seen people talk about it primarily on Twitter. So I have seen, you know, for example, the graphs of all the unpopular versus popular issues. Wait, shit, maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe it is the case that legally they probably should tap into the emergency funds. I remember someone was suing them over it, but I got the impression that that wouldn't come out in their favor. Okay, what's the argument for this? Administration itself admits these reserves are available for use. Could have, should have taken steps weeks ago to be ready to use these funds. Administration could use its legal transfer authority, the same authorities already used to provide additional funds to WIC to supplement the contingency reserves, which by themselves are not enough to fund families' full benefits. Speaking as a former MB official, I know from experience that the federal government has the authority and the tools it needs during a shutdown to get these SNAP funds to families. Okay, wow. I did not. I expected that to link to like a PDF, not the Blue Sky, but all right. Okay. The PDF's not going to be any more detailed, right? Yeah, it's just the same thing. I don't know. Regardless, not a law guy. Don't care. Possibly legally required. Maybe if it's particularly relevant, I'll look into it more later. Yeah, I mean, easy money. I saw this. Oh, I should probably disable the fix Twitter thing in the stream chat. Huh. Thanks, my sweet lord, for the sub. If you guys are not subscribed, make sure to smash that like button, hit the sub button, follow wherever you're watching. Follow on Twitch, Kick, and Twitter, and Instagram, and Rumble. All linked in the YouTube description, or you can do exclamation point, whatever bullshit in chat. Wow, thanks, I'm camping for the sub as well. I think it's running through all the subs that I got while I wasn't streaming, but regardless. Look at the most popular democratic policies and self price controls. Well, yeah, it's the populist slop, bro. Like, oh my god, kill me. It's just to prioritize. I've seen what you're referring to. But I thought it was, wait, is it the thing I was just on? Did I just not read it carefully enough? This isn't the actual policies. This is the voters' concerns or whatever. There's one that shows the actual, like, net approval of different Republican and Democrat policies. I don't think that's in this thread. Oh, Amazon? I'm not gonna go to the doc. I'm trying to find, where does he link the actual fucking doc? That's not just an Amazon. What is popular and what is not? Yeah. It's one of these graphs. Yep, there it is. Yeah, 38% prescription drug, price negotiation, ban congressional stock trading, expand Medicare prescription drug pricing from 10 to 25 drugs. I thought the IRA expanded it anyway, but crack down on estate tax evasion, raise the minimum wage to $12 an hour, increase Social Security benefits for low-income seniors. Can we, if we do this, can we at least cut benefits for high-income Social Security seniors? Oh, man. Increase Social Security disability insurance payments, require congressional approval for new tariffs. That's really only 12% net support, bro. Really, bro? Repeal Trump's tariffs, it's only 6%. It's only 6%. Earned income tax credits, only 4%. Oh no, it's so over, folks. It's so over. Yeah, then they go through all the unpopular, mostly like lefty policies. Also, I could look it up and be wrong. I have never seen a Democrat talk about lowering the voting age to 16. I don't think that's a super meaningful policy either way, which is probably why they don't talk about it. but that's still a majority. Well, yeah, so it's net approval, right? So it really means what, 54% then, right, or whatever. But really, I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. I guess this one person does. Democrat from New York. I don't. Never seen a Democrat advocate for that. Not that it doesn't happen, because I'm sure it does sometimes, but we need to fix it. Deficit. Why should we expand the EITC? The EITC is probably just one of the more efficient ways to do like welfare benefits. Like you could, if you could, like I'd rather have like an expanded EITC and then cut other benefits than to just have our current benefits and not expand the EITC, right? Like you could design a deficit neutral way to do the earned income tax credit if you really want to be deficit neutral. But I don't see why we shouldn't support all the popular ARP policies. I don't know if I've doesn't it cartels a terrorist organization? I mean, the issue. Some of these are like this one. It's funny that this is the number one thing. This is the, like obviously everyone agrees it sounds good or whatever, but the issue is like the reason, for example, Trump is so big on designating them as terrorist organizations is so he can like more easily fucking drone strike them and go to war with Mexico and go to war with Venezuela. Like that's the issue. But prohibit transgender women from competing in women's sports, eliminate tax and social security benefit. I mean, this is silly to me. This is very silly to me. If we're gonna give out social security to everyone, I prefer you tax it back for at least the wealthiest, like the wealthiest seniors, right? Seems very silly to me to have a just entirely tax-free social security benefits paid out to even the wealthiest seniors. Yeah. I don't want to end up like fucking France where we're paying our pensioners more than the median worker. Cut taxes by 3% of all Americans making less than $100,000 a year. I mean, I care way more about the type of tax, I guess. I don't know. It's not very meaningful to me. Require IDs and proofs of to vote. I don't care that much one way or the other. Ban gender affirming care to minor. Technically, I probably wouldn't like ban it everywhere all the time forever, but increase police funding. I mean, Biden literally did this. Work requirements of Medicaid are just not the most efficient way to like cut Medicaid even. Even if you want to cut Medicaid. Eliminate tax on tips is stupid. Complete the border wall is probably just not that beneficial. There probably just are better uses of the dollar on the margin than building a wall, even when it comes to just border security. Like even before, my understanding, even before Trump started building his first wall or whatever, we already had a wall and or fence on like, the places most people were crossing. And we already had like a pretty decent amount of surveillance as well. Obviously the issue, I don't think is that we don't have a wall. It's that our asylum process was unbelievably fucked, and still basically is. It's just through the executive, we're not enforcing it the same way right now. I think probably even before Trump built the first sections of his wall, there were better uses of the dollars on the margin, even for border security, than building the wall. And now I would bet my life that it's not worth it to complete the wall, even just from border security standpoint. Okay, where were we? Furthermore, the Republican majority in the Senate could maintain aid by waiving a filibuster on the issue. They have done this on other issues, for example, to roll back California's electric vehicle standard. But for today's Republican Party, blocking green energy is more important than keeping 40 million Americans from going hungry. Furthermore, passing legislation to keep food aid flowing would require that Mike Johnson, the Speaker, call the House back in a session, something which he refuses to do. Well, we don't know for sure the reason behind Johnson's refusal. There's widespread speculation that it's to avoid swearing in the newly elected Arizona Congresswoman, Adeline, not gonna try, who would supply the crucial vote needed to force an overall vote on releasing the Epstein files. It sounds crazy to say that Republicans are making children go hungry to protect pedophiles, but it's actually a reasonable interpretation of the situation. Paul Krugman, Truth News, let's go. The pain from lawsuit aid will, if anything, hurt Republican voters more than Democrats. Republican strategy in the shutdown is rested on the premise that Democrats will eventually cave based on several assumptions. First, GOP strategists expected the public to blame Democrats for the impasse. Second, they thought that Democrats who favored big government would be anxious to resume federal spending. Lastly, I suspect that many Republicans simply assume that SNAP and beneficiaries are disproportionately Democrats. So far, however, the shutdown impasse has developed not necessarily to the GOP's advantage. A plurality of Americans place more blame on Republicans than on Democrats. Moreover, given that Democrats have been more unified in their stance than the Republicans, it's not at all obvious that Democrats will capitulate over the issue of reduced government spending. What about the partisan affiliation of SNAP recipients? I'd be curious to see a survey of Republican legislators and activists and who they think the typical food recipient is. My bet is they're still under the influence of Ronald Reagan's 1980 stereotypes, which is a strapping your buck buys T-bone steaks with food stamps. That is... MAGA probably views food stamps as a welfare program for urban non-whites, including illegal immigrants, yet the evidence suggests that the program is most important to overwhelmingly white rural counties that strongly supported Trump. This is shown by the map at the top of this post, which the darkest colors correspond to greatest SNAP use. Consider, for example, Owsley County in Kentucky. The county is 96% white last year, and it cast 88% with votes for Trump. Also, 37% of the recipients are on SNAP. Dude, let's go. I've seen this, like, various things for this graph or whatever, but, like, to be fair, like, if you look at urban centers or whatever, like, you can obviously find plenty of Democrat cities where a lot of people are on food stamps, but regardless. Poor West Virginia, bro. Dear Lord. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't actually look like... Looks like a lot of the cities are, yeah, disproportionately not on food stamps. Los Angeles has a decent amount, I guess. So by refusing to maintain food aid, Republicans are hurting many of their own supporters. The fact that Trump supporting communities rely heavily on federal food aid raises another, even larger question. Why does the GOP want to cut food assistance generally? Apart from refusing to fund SNAP during government shutdowns, Republicans want to drastically cut back on food stamps over the long term. Indeed, savage cuts of SNAP are a key feature of the One Big Beautiful Bill passed earlier this year. Cuts that were scheduled to happen after the midterm elections, not a few days from now. Despite what Republicans believe, SNAP recipients aren't malingers. Sorry.
Malingerer.
Malingerers. Yeah. I think I was missing the second ER. Okay. Why are Republicans hostile to a program that benefits tens of millions of Americans? Pay attention to right-wing rhetoric about food stamps, and you'll hear again and again assertions that SNAP benefits are lazy. I forgot I pronounced it already. The bums of welfare who should be forced to go out and get jobs. But that myth is punctured by a quick look at who gets SNAP. The fact is, the great majority of SNAP recipients can't work. 40% are children, 18% are elderly, 11% are disabled. Furthermore, a majority of recipients who are capable of working do work. They are working poor. Their jobs just don't pay enough or offer sufficiently stable employment to make ends meet without aid. So efforts to force food stamps recipients to get jobs via work requirements and simply by cutting funding are doomed to failure. While it may be possible to push a handful of food stamp recipients into the labor force, any positive economic effect from such a push will be swamped by the negative effects of denying adequate nutrition and financial resources to children during a crucial part of their lives. True. Food stamps are an investment in the future. Young children need adequate nutrition and, in general, need to grow up in households with adequate resources so they are able to grow into healthy, productive adults. I'm not saying, in saying this, I'm not making a vague assertion in line with liberal pieties. We have overwhelming evidence, statistical evidence of SNAP by improving the lives of young children is an extraordinary, effective way of investing in the future. Where does the evidence come from? A pilot version of modern food stamp program began in 1961 when an unemployed coal miner and his wife used food stamps to buy a can of pork and beans. The program was rolled out in earnest in 1964 as part of Lyndon B. Johnson's War on Poverty, but the program didn't immediately go into effect nationwide. Instead, it was gradually rolled out geographically. Over the course of a decade, this gradual rollout produced a series of natural experiments. Economists can and have compared the trajectories of Americans who, as children, benefited from food stamps with those with similar class and demographic characteristics whose families didn't receive food aid. The results are stunning. Actually, really, I should. The results are stunning. Children whose family received SNAP benefits grew up to become healthier, more productive adults than children whose families didn't receive benefits. What? And spending money to help families with children is an extremely high return investment in the nation's future. It might be worth making a fucking thing on Snap just because I've seen a few studies cited because people are talking about the effect on prices as well. In fact, the evidence for large economic benefits from food stamps is far stronger than the evidence for payoffs from investment to physical infrastructure like roads, bridges, the power grid, although I favor those investments too. And the evidence that helping families with children is good for economic growth is infinitely better than the evidence for the efficacy of tax cuts for the rich, a central plank of conservative dogma, because there is no evidence that tax cuts boost growth. Wow. Which brings us to this is my understanding, at least if you look at like, there are some studies you can find by like post-Keynesians and people, and I don't want to say all of them have bad methodologies or whatever. I'm not informed enough to say that like find this stuff or whatever. But I will say, like, certainly, like, my understanding, at least if you look at like kind of the firm level effects of like tax cuts and stuff, you do tend to see they probably boost growth, like corporate tax cuts. There are cross-country comparisons you can find that say the same thing, but I'm not super well informed on all that evidence. Which brings us back to the impending cutoff of SNAP. It's gratuitous. Republicans could easily avoid this cutoff if they wanted to. It's cruel. Millions of Americans will suffer severely from the loss of food aid, and it's destructive. Depriving children, in particular, of aid will cast a shadow on Americans' economy and society for decades to come. So, of course, the cutoff is going to happen. At this date, at this late date, it's hard to see how it can be avoided. Real. Oh, maybe I should, because in case it comes up ever. How do we put it in? I gotta go through and sort some of these things better, I guess. Was this thing fun? This thing was funded by the Democrats, wasn't it? By the way, or was it just non? Or was it a just partisan group that's not like directly affiliated with them or whatever? Some targets already did win. Our party should move left to mobilize their own base. The section examines mobilization theory in detail and finds that it gets things backwards. In fact, more progressive Democrats tend to do worse electorally, while more moderate Democrats tend to do better. Same is true for more moderate Republicans who tend to outperform more conservative Republicans. I don't know. Maybe I just don't. I never have cared. And I probably should care more because I do want Democrats to win. I do like Democrats, and I will argue for Democrats. I just never cared about truly researching the most effective political strategies. I need a haircut, goddamn. I'm trying to find. Just because there's been, of course, there's been Twitter discourse over it. Because Matt Walsh tweeted out whatever his dumb post hoc shit. Or actually, in fairness, for Matt Walsh, maybe it's not post hoc. Did you see the Fuentes Tucker Carlson debate? He's on a generational run right now. Interview, was it more of an interview? I saw that it happened. I did not. I'm not even seeing any clips of it. I simply saw that it was a thing that happened, and then said, I would actually sooner kill myself than watch a second of this. And then I didn't watch it. Bruh. Hold on. There's one thing. I saw this fucking thread or whatever. Why does Twitter always do this where it breaks? Okay, so I should okay, or don't link to it. Why would I need it linked? It's a different thing. Food stamps on, was it prices and product variety. Wow, nice one. Bruh. Why'd I even try? Why'd I even try? What? Bro, kill me. Bro. There's gotta be some working paper version of it that's just hosted for free. Okay, well, let's go, actually. Right, so this was areas of increased SNAP. Take up rates, grocery prices increase less. Paper investigates the effect of expanding food stamp enrollment on prices and product variety over the long run, several years, comparing U.S. states during a period when policies generate state-specific variation in the take-up rate of food stamps. I find that food stamp-eligible households experienced lower inflation in states with a larger increase in take-up, and hence with higher demand for from the eligible population. Falsification tests support a causal interpretation. The relationship between inflation and changes in take-up is driven specifically by food products with strong local brands, and there is no such pattern when considering inflation for ineligible households across the income distribution. Consistent with the view that a larger market size induces entry and more competition, I find sizable increases in product variety as well as declines in retail margins in states with higher increase in take-up. These results show that by changing demand across the product space, government transfers affect the incentives of suppliers to enter and compete in different markets, which matters for the cost-benefit analysis of these transfers through changes in product variety. Wow. Not likely to do better than to interpret partial equilibrium estimates driven by functional form assumptions about how variety maps onto utility, by the way, as an indicative of the general equilibrium effects without much more work. Wow. I've seen people have cited this or whatever. Actually, didn't I just download that shit or open that? Not a such a thing. Okay. Surely, guys, this time, for sure. Sci-Hub will have it. Have faith. Manifest it. Bro, how does Sci-Hub not have shit that's available like in their like working paper version or like unpublished version or whatever? They should just be able to. It should at least tell me. It should at least link it to me. It should be like, hey, we don't have the one published in Science Direct or whatever, but we do have the initial thing. At non-fun, Chairman Trump knows best. A bunch of wow memes. Watch on stream.
It was a nice, cool.
This is 15 minutes long. I ain't watching that.
Evening. Constitutional crap. Already though? Fucking probably. Let's try calling him anyways. Good idea. Let's do it. chaotic day in American history was ready to unfold.
Obama.
3.
Yeah, okay. Nice meme. Let's go. Can't be properly interpreted as a cost of food. Rather, we have evidence that food stamps induce entry of additional products, which is mapped onto prices, really quantity adjusted prices via functional form assumptions. Oh. Wait, this one makes it more clear to me what he's saying. Okay. I can put it more simply. Putting households in food stamps increases the demand for certain food products. These food products preferred by households and food stamps see increased market entry. Those food products also have generally lower margins and lower price growth. Tells us nothing about the effect of the cost of food as a whole. It tells us nothing about prices per se, except through an extremely debatable assumptions of CES. It could be that prices fell or that prices rose. It only describes relative changes. Finding such general equilibrium effects is really hard. Properly constructing a price index is really hard. This paper, well, great. Check this out his later. More general work on induced innovation doesn't seek to find that. For what it's worth, food stamps does not need not increase the price of food. The effects of targeted aid are ambiguous, as I wrote about today. Work through the reasoning here. If you can write a paper about the GE effects of SNAP, it would be an excellent paper. Okay. Hold on, real quick. Let's abstract. We studied the effect of supplemental nutrition assistance on retail prices nationwide. State level program adjustments motivate our identification strategy. A 1% increase in benefits of population raises grocery prices by a persistent 0.08%. A calibrated partial equilibrium model implies a marginal benefit dollar raises the recipient consumer's surplus from groceries by $0.7, producer surplus by 0.5, and lowers each non-SNAP's consumer surplus by 0.05. Because of a large marginal propensity to consume food out of SNAP, low elasticity to demand, and moderate market power. To guarantee the real intended spending power on food, benefits should be increased by 7%. I have to dig through a lot more of this shit. But financial aid for students will simply increase tuition, depends on how it's targeted. A blanket subsidy will simply increase the price, but if it changes the elasticity of those on the margin of going, it can actually reduce the price. That increase in demand might increase the price is obvious, but what of the latter? If universities charge only one price, then they may cater only to high willingness to pay folks. If lower WTP people have more elastic demand, then they may drop the price to get them. I mean, why would this? The universities engage in a fuck ton of price discrimination, though. But okay, the plan, the paper, like I don't know how this effect would. Maybe we're missing something. Would generalize to the food stamp shit. I think it would just be because food stamp stuff is about more competition and entry into the market. Plan of the paper is very simple. All you need is demand and elasticity with respect to aid, the degree of price discrimination possible, and how dispersed willingness to pay is in a population. If you have an exogenous shifter of overall prices to reform and one exogenous shifter of eligibility, household income threshold, then the model is identified. In Brazil, student aid did raise prices, but better targeting towards need not merit can staunch the rise in price. Access denied. Bro. Bro. What Hasan Zorhan slop were you going to cover? I mean, we'll see if we get to it eventually, but $5 I have for this time, sure. We probably will get to it, but later I'll just be reacting to it when it happens or whatever. I was just gonna watch the Live and Learn people talk about Zorhan with the whatever pulling. I think they've had this guy on. I think it's the second time on Live and Learn. I remember watching the first time talk about Zorhan, and then I don't know, Turkey Tom made some video on Hasan. I don't know if we'll get to that. It depends. I don't know. maybe we'll see. We'll see. I don't know how much you care. He has me blocked on Twitter. The polling dude. What did you do to get blocked by Twitter? Oh my god! How on earth the Sci-Hub, bro? Sci-Hub fell off, bro. Actually, this is like a very recent paper, so it kind of makes sense. Because he got mad at me saying Trump could replicate the fake electorate plot in 2028. Oh, damn. Living with the episode is worth it? Well, first of all, welcome back, Dylan Thomas, but okay. I'm not a huge fan of the dude. I'm assuming you mean that dude. Of the polling guy. My understanding, he's like a... Hutch brought him in initially to have him be on his side, right? So he has like a Dem should moderate dude, isn't he? On one hand, aid increases students' ability to pay, which may induce colleges to raise tuition. On the other hand, if aid is targeted to lower income students who typically have lower ability to pay, colleges may reduce tuition to attract them. As a result, the net impact student aid and tuition is theoretically ambiguous and depends on how the aid is targeted. Direct effect comes from aid, rising recipients' willingness to pay, which shifts the demand curve outward, puts upward pressure on tuition. The composite effect, on the other hand, depends on how aid is targeted. When aid goes to students with lower baseline WTP, it narrows the gap between high and low WTP students, causing the demand curve to rotate and become flatter, more price elastic. This rotation pushes prices down and can lead to a lower equilibrium tuition. In contrast, when aid is directed towards higher WTP students, the demand curve becomes steeper, less price elastic, which amplifies the rise in tuition. Okay, we'll get to this today too. Actually, there is I can access Zotero on the fucking web, right? And that way I can link it in here, so I don't forget about shit. I'll log in. Also, it is crazy easy money to be blocked for saying Trump could replicate the fake electors in... ...2028. Listen, we reformed the Electoral Count Act, guys. Surely nothing can happen bad ever again. Bro, I don't know my fucking Zotero login. I don't know how big... Oh, I can't. Okay. I don't know how big of a concern this is. Like, I don't know what the realistic chance of stuff like this happening is, but I am worried. And I think we even have some reason to believe that this could have happened in the last election if Trump didn't win. That, like, some red counties with like actual election deniers on like the county level election board, would just like not certify the results of their county. And like, if you only need like a few counties. Well, first of all, depending on the election, you only need a few counties, period, to like literally shift the result of the election. But also, there might be state legislators that aren't willing to certify their vote if one or two counties in their state has not certified their vote. That's worrying to me. But here's to hear if there's a argument that traditional college education will be effectively be half or less valuable due to AI. Thus, some conclusion. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard people debate that much, but presumably, I mean, I think technically there is, presumably some of that's already happening within software at the very least. But yeah, like, obviously you're going to decrease the need for people like software developers if AI can code and shit. Okay, wait. So I have like a thing here. And I make a hyperlink. Hell yeah. Okay. Just want to actually, hold on. Can I open that in incognito tab? Or do I have to be logged into my fucking Zotero thing? But whatever. Okay. Increase demand from this was food stamp recipients. Increases market entry. I think it's coming for everyone to be TBR. What does TBR mean? To be fair is maybe what you meant. Only thing that is safe is the plumbers. Dude, are the plumbers even safe? I would imagine, like, ChatGPT is not necessarily going to be doing plumbing shit, but like robotics is like that's gonna get there eventually. Electricity and water don't mix well. Bro, we already got fucking waterproof robots. Increases varieties, decreases margins. I know there are already, they're not widespread, maybe just because they're too expensive or they don't work super well, but like if you just look up is welfare for the poor just well disguised corporate welfare? I mean, I don't really think so, not too bad. I mean, if you like, is the argument going to be, oh, don't you know Walmart gets so much fucking money from food stamps and like it just benefit, like, obviously whatever people consume with the money they get, from welfare benefits the corporation too, but it's a mutually beneficial thing. I was totally with it that I was like, hey, wait. Mondami hasn't even become a mayor yet. He's already betrayed and publicly humiliated his hardcore anti-Zionist fans. I mean, we all like by hardcore anti-Zionist fans, you mean like shitheads on Twitter, right? I don't know. Maybe there's someone actually important that has announced him. Why do I look up household? Housekeeping robot hotel. I've seen this GIF became like a fucking meme or whatever. We already have stuff like this. But like, obviously, insofar as transactions are mutually beneficial, if you give someone money to consume food with, they're going to make a, you know, supposedly mutually beneficial transaction with that money. So it is going to benefit them. It's going to benefit someone else as well. And it happens to be that obviously Walmart and other big grocery store chains and stuff, retailers and stuff, have a lot of well, they have cheap food. The Jewish police commissioner, both Mondani and Cuomo, want to keep. Oh, this is it? He just wants to keep the police commissioner? People are mad at him for that? Why not give them resources to grow food? Or 12 chickens and a dairy cow? For real. Man, as localist here, you would love that. I mean, obviously, oops. Like most of the people who would ever consider Mondani like someone they like wouldn't vote for or whatever, potentially, like is gonna have abandoned him as soon as he condemned October 7th. Okay, like how much you're gonna care about this? But yeah, see, look, we already got this shit. You tell me one day this little fella couldn't be doing plumbing. 12 chickens a bit much for the average family. Well, I mean, they can sell it. They can have their. It can be community chickens. Okay. I mean, we used to have chickens. I don't think we had 12, but we had maybe 7 or 8. The one of them was a rooster, and we were able to work our way through their eggs. We didn't really sell or give up many of our eggs. Plumber's got to get into weird spots. Bro, you could make a robot do that shit. Okay? We'll figure it out. ChatGPT will figure it out for us. ChatGPT will be designing the robots that do this shit. I was gonna try to find how many chickens we had. Hold on, let me just real quick. Total tangent. We gotta have a photo of just all of our fucking chickens. Somewhere. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's a rooster. You can see more. Oh wait, that's only some. Hold on. This is when we moved, we had to give our chickens to someone we knew because our new place does not allow you to have chickens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's our rooster. So I think we had 7 or 8 chickens or something at max. Some of them got eaten. Not by us, but by animals outside. Can we get Curtis Silva slop too? Or slop also? I mean, everything he makes is the opposite of slop. It's pure golden, pure absolute cinema. But we really don't. I thought we would have more photos of our fucking chickens. But we also have 5 people in my family. And I was still eating eggs at the time. So Wait, this is yeah, same thing. Whatever. Stamps. Lowers. Cost of food overall. It just means products purchased by those with food stamps. See lower price growth. Oh, I think I used to have like 50 laying hens and 50 ducks and 50 turkeys, 6 pigs and 10 goats and a horse and an emu and like 100 guinea hens. What the hell? What the hell? Did you literally used to be a fucking farmer? Not too bad. Hobby farm? Yeah. We never had a like we were not like hobby farmers or anything, but we did used to have a lot of pets. We had a I think so at our peak we had 3 rabbits. I'm trying to remember if all 3 rabbits were alive at the same time we had all of our chickens. I believe so, but 2 or 3 rabbits. Like roughly 8 chickens, a cat, a dog. Did we ever have a cat and 2 dogs? I'm trying to remember the time. We might have had a cat and 2 dogs. I don't remember if both of our dogs passed away before we got our cat. 1 or 2 dogs. Rabbit manure is some of the best manure. They did shit. Rabbits do shit a lot. What's up, Michael? Chipringo. I should probably get used to calling you Chipringo, considering your name has not been Michael for quite a while, and people will be confused, but you'll always be Michael in my heart. Do not necessarily increase prices. So though they raise the willingness to pay of recipients. Yo, thanks not too bad for the Prime sub, which there is an alert for now. What's up, Gooderman? What's up, Tosh Robin? Welcome back. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. You go, big dog. You have a good night. Well, I appreciate it not too bad. Appreciate you stopping by and appreciate you dropping by to Prime sub. But yeah, nice to have you here. Once Michael, always Michael. Exactly. Oh, what's up, Albert? Lube up that butthole for tomorrow. Dude, it is, by the way, chat. I haven't announced this anyway. If anyone cares, tomorrow I'm on a Gibbs panel about gunboat diplomacy. I guess we'll be primarily talking about Trump's foreign policy or whatever. It's going to be me and I guess non-smokers on my side. Me and non-smoker against Tyler and Grid. So should be fun. I don't know. Not a, don't always have the strongest opinions on foreign policy, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. No, it's a panel. No, debate. Well, debate panel, one might say. One might call it. what's the name? They had a name for the second thing. Ask Gibbs how his cattle farming is going now that we're importing Argentina beef. I mean, he is the moderator, not that. I mean, Gibbs is, I could ask him about, I could find time to ask him about that. And I'm sure Gibbs will, at times weigh in on the topic too. But, which is, I'm not getting mad at Gibbs for that at all. Gibbs is a good dude. I like it, but a good moderator. He did tweet about it because he said that a lot of people were asking him about it, which makes sense. And basically what he said was, I guess, the increase, I mean, so Gibbs' argument has been like the increase in the price of beef is incentivizing American beef farmers to, scale up essentially to do a lot of investment. And he said, I think what he said is basically that's already at this point. Oh, here's the tweet. Yeah. At this point, like American farmers have already done that. So now it's good to stabilize the price of beef because you're just lowering the price and they've already done the investment. Keep getting tagged about asking about the Argentina beef. For the most part, this won't hurt most American ranchers at all as long as it can be as long as it's brought in properly. Demand for beef is far outstripping supply. This can stabilize prices while American herds take the 2 years to catch up and start expanding again. Now, if this continues after the herds are back, then we could potentially see issues, or if it crashes prices, then we'd have issues. I might not fully. Demand for beef is far outstripping supply. I don't know if the I think this here is referring to the importing Argentina beef, right? This is not referring to the previous statement. Demand is far outstripping supply, because it wouldn't make sense to say this if this means demand for beef is far outpacing supply can stabilize prices. That would raise prices. But if this is referring to if he's saying demand for beef is far outstripping supply, therefore the importation of beef from Argentina will stabilize prices, that makes sense. I like Matt Iglesias' tweet. Trump wants Scott Bassett as Fed chair. I mean, I think he's floated a few people, but yeah, I've seen. Has he said anything new on it? Let them eat soybeans again. Trump is the vegan president we need, folks. Technically, most soybeans, go to feeding animals and not people, even in the U.S. So, you might be raising the cost to consumers of beef or whatever, which means people will buy less beef. I don't actually know. I'm assuming I would guess the demand for beef is pretty inelastic. But at the same time, if you're making soybeans cheaper, you'd be reducing the price of an input for beef, which would, shift supply, right? But I mean, I don't know if the price of soybeans is like going to be cheaper overall, because obviously Trump is like bailing out the soybean farmers or whatever, and I think because we're not exporting many of our soybeans, it's likely that we're going to have like a surplus that'll lower the price here, but we'll see. Bro, I check my Twitter notifications. God damn it, Isaac. Soylent and human manure full circle based. By the way, if all goes well, okay. Remember, this banner I've had for the longest time, and I had the donate to help fund an IRL stream of the Unfuck America tour, and then Charlie Kirk got shot, and then it turned out they weren't doing the tour stop near me. There's a new tour stop near me, near-ish to me. If all goes well, I'm like 98% committed. I'm not 100% committed. We'll see. But if all goes well, me and Isaac should be going there and doing an IRL stream, and it'll be fun. We're obviously not, neither of us like work for Unfuck America or anything. We're just going to be talking to whoever is there and watching the debates that happen. Can I link to a certain page? It did go straight to page 2. Hold on. Wait, let me just test. Does link straight to... Okay, that's cool. Let's go. Oh, oops, I'm stupid. Okay. Yeah, this is the... We just looked at there. Okay, we need that one. We need this one. And we have that one. And I also need a econometrics degree so I can evaluate the quality of every study, but we'll get there. It should at least skim through some of the... Second largest means that aid program in the United States, supplemental nutrition assistance program, is a central element of U.S. safety net, providing $70 billion in electronic benefits to more than 40 million American families annually. Although much attention is focused on the impact of SNAP on distributing households, less is known about the response of retailers on the supply side. Quantifying how producers respond to changes to SNAP, in particular by changing prices, is essential to understanding the welfare consequences of transfer programs. When's the slop? I don't know. Whenever I get tired of reading. We get if you guys want to make your case for whatever slop we want to do. I think I've heard people are interested in the Mondami polling thing from Live and Learn. You could donate. I'll choose from the list we have here, and for $2, I'll do it. Or if just enough of you tell me to do it, I'll do it. Price factors attenuate the real spending power of government transfer payments and distort their redistribution. Such transfers intended to achieve. These effects are an empirical question. We present new evidence on this question by estimating the impact of SNAP benefit changes in retail prices and household consumption, leveraging national retail consumer scanner data between 2006 and 2015. Understand economic incidents. Yeah, Bob. Okay. Find that the program expanded 140% between 2007 and 2014, not only because of the endogenous economic downturn, but also because of changes introduced by the 2008 Farm Bill and the 2009 American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. Report risk variation that resulted both from one, interaction of heterogeneous recipient profiles across states with idiosyncratic fluctuations in state level utility allowances, and two, from the subsequent interaction of receipt profiles with rising federal maximum benefit levels and economic stabilizer during this time. Okay, blah blah blah, instrumental variable. The estimated price effects for grocery stores in Table 2 of out control to LS estimate is statistically insignificant because endogenous countercyclical variation program induces significant negative bias in a coefficient. The IV is also weak without controls. We argue that this is because the disturbance term in the SNAP benefit series overwhelms. I don't know what a disturbance term is. I should know what that is. Oh, wait. Is there a difference between disturbance term and error term? I've heard error term used before. Econometrics errors are also called disturbances. Okay. Yeah, I'm broadly familiar with this at least. Period's literature is investigating whether consumers consider SNAP benefits fungible. It's estimated the MPCF out of SNAP to be as large as marginal propensity to consume. What's the F? That doesn't have to be as large as 0.6, but below 1. Hence, SNAP participants could be increasing the purchase of other items depending on the MPC for SNAP in eligible products. Oh, marginal propensity to consume food. Okay. Probably could have guessed that one, actually. Wow. Okay, it might be worth going through some of the things that they cite here as well. Do they have just like a... I thought it was a footnote that was like, other studies done this on like whatever I read from page 2 or 3 or whatever. Oh, a number of recent papers have investigated cross-state variation within month issuance schedules to investigate how quickly consumers exhaust their benefits. Not what I want. Recent papers regarding SNAP exploit the county level programs across the experiment to evaluate the impact of SNAP on consumption, birth weights, and long run measures of human development. So it's probably worth looking through these. Blah 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 blah. Ooh. Wait, is this a review of the elasticity or the marginal propensity to consume food? Because I don't care much about that one. Also, thanks for not highlighting it. What was it? There's too many H names. Hones and whoever. This. Oh, wait, shit. Is that like literally the one I have? No. But one of the authors is the same. Guys, Sci-Hub this time for sure. Sci-Hub would never not have an article. Yo, acted, it worked. I manifested it. Let's go. I bet Econoboy would have stuff too, but you know what? I bet Econoboy shit would be like, look at how much we increased equality between households because of the SNAP benefits, God. Look at how much we increased nutritional equality. These panel dynamics are findings indicate access to food, childhood significant reductions in the incidence of metabolic syndrome, and for women, increase in economic self-sufficiency. Wow. Okay, what was thing Kirkman cited? I think it was this. Yeah. Okay. Define households with access SNAP. Improved nutrition outcome. Children, which had long run positive effects on their health and I don't know if they cite productivity in this one. We use novel, large-scale data on 17.5 million Americans to study how a policy-driven increase in economic resources affects children's long-term outcomes using 2000 census and 2001 and 2013 American Community Survey linked to Social Security Administration's whatever that is. We leveraged the country-level rollout of food. Hold on, I am just so curious. Oh, it's got to be like nutritional. Nope, I'm out of guesses. I'm just so curious what the... Oh, wait, it's not even... Oh, I thought they put it in all caps. I thought it was a... I thought it stood for something. But it doesn't. Okay. Country level roller food stamps between 1961 and 1975. We found that children with greater access to economic resources before the age of 5 had better outcomes as adults. The treatment of the treat effects shows a 6% standard deviation improvement in human capital. 3% of standard deviation economic self-efficiency, 8% standard deviation increase in the quality of neighborhood residents, a 1.1 year increase in life expectancy, and 0.5 percentage points decrease in the likelihood of being incarcerated. These estimates suggest food stamps transfer resources to families is a highly cost-effective investment in young children, yielding a marginal value of public funds of approximately 62. Okay, does Zotero not show me my library when I go straight to a paper? Hello? Bro, ain't no way. And then this, I wonder if they have more specific numbers. Can I get a nice graph? Can I get a nice graph of either like just the amount of studies finding positive effects and or the size of like the median size of the positive effects that they find? Is this like the median coefficients from an event study analysis? Event time is defined as age when FSP is implemented in the birth country. The model is estimated, for example, individuals born into families. This is not, that's not telling me what I want. Okay, regardless. I'll just say human capital, because that's the term they use. Actually, the self-sufficiency thing is probably important to mention. Health, human capital, and economic self-sufficiency. Oh, come on. Google's going to know what I'm trying to type. Okay, woohoo. Okay, I think that's what we'll have on Snap for now. I don't know if there's anything else particularly worth going over. Unless there's anything else from here that I want to just jot down. I guess I'll write a little bit about the emergency funds. Use in emergencies. Did you see the full Reagan vid Canada used to troll Trump? I don't think so. Do you just mean that by full video? Is there a full video besides the like one ad or whatever? Where was there was a thing that he cited from the congressional, whoever, blah, 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 blah. That was a statement that said they were potentially legally obligated to use those funds. Center on budget and let's see, is it CBPP? That's how they abbreviate it, right? Trump admin is legally required to use those funds. Trump snap lawsuit. Oh, dozens of states. What the hell? States petition federal court days after the Department of Agriculture it would not take emergency steps. Okay, more than 24 states due to Trump administration on Tuesday. It was recent refusal to. Yep. Officials from 25 states and District of Columbia criticized Trump for the Senate policy reversal, arguing the federal government has a legal obligation to maintain funding for food stamps that Congress made permanent in the 1960s. It was filed by a mix of Democratic Attorney Generals. "25 states, along with DC. Are you anti-Semitic, dude? I would like to think not. Welcome to the stream. Guy whose first ever chat message is "Are you anti-Semitic, dude?" and whose username is user 63736252373. I'm sure this will be a very interesting and respectful chatter. Oh, my favorite anti-Semitic streamer, not fun. God damn it, I've been exposed. Damn it, Jack. North Carolina officials said Tuesday that there were 10 counties in the state where 1 in 4 residents enrolled on SNAP. Jeff Jackson, Democratic, my goat, the Democratic State Attorney General, said at a news conference that economic administration or deliberate participation in a major hunger crisis. I wonder. Yeah, the agency said it could only tap into reserve money in limited cases, such as natural disaster. This is I could be wrong. My understanding is that the letter of the law did, and maybe I should just look at some of the lawsuits, it did essentially imply that a government shutdown like this was probably not an emergency. But I don't know. So I'm confused. Just pick one. I identify as not anti-Semitic. Okay. I wonder. Jeff Jackson. I know he makes TikTok videos. I know people got mad at him because he voted for when he was a representative in Congress. He voted to ban TikTok or whatever, and people got fucking pissed at him, bro.
It's about 2 a.m. and I just...
Why is this still pinned?
Okay. Hi, FEMA. I'm Jeff. I'm the Attorney General for North Carolina, and we need to talk.
Okay, he hasn't made a video about that. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Fucking Jeff, bruh. Why are your super chatters talking about anti-Zionism being good? First of all, you're referring to, I think, one message from Grand Design's Enjoyer. And I don't even know if that message implied anti-Semitism was good. Mondani hasn't even become a mayor, and he has already betrayed publicly and humiliated his hardcore anti-Zionist fans. I don't think that even implies anti-Zionism is good. Grand Design's Enjoyer, I don't know if they're a Zionist or not, but I know they don't like Mondani. Speak clearly? Impossible. Timber, restraining order, stuff. "51 pages. Zionism equals Judaism. This is truth." Bro, you don't have to get mad. I was just asking a question because you seem like the kind of person to support that stuff. I come off as anti-Semitic. That's surprising. Usually I come off as Jewish to people because I got a big nose. If you haven't seen, usually people think I'm Jewish. Not that it's impossible for a Jew to be anti-Semitic, but there are a lot of non-fond and secretly Jewish conspiracy theory people out there. So Congress has provided assistance on this program shall be furnished to all eligible households who make application for such participation. Additionally, Congress requires that participating states implement plans requiring states to promptly determine eligibility of each applicant, serves to complete certification of and provide allotment retroactive to the period of application and to any eligible household not later than 30 days after applying that law. That nose joke was not okay. What? You have anti-Semitic eyebrows. First of all, I have many Jewish friends. Let's go. And where applicant is especially impoverished, the state plan operation must provide, the state agency shall provide benefits no later than 7 days after applying. Congress has declared to be its policy that SNAP would increase food purchasing power for all eligible households who apply for participation. Further, Congress provided SNAP benefits or obligation in the United States within the meeting. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I should just link to this as well. Someone's well understood that as the Government Accountability Office explained earlier this year, SNAP is considered an appropriated entitlement, meaning that the government is legally required to make payments to those who meet the program requirements, and that USDA's liability extends to the availability of appropriations for these payments. Jewish friends doesn't make anti-Semitism okay at all, young man. I'm literally Jewish. Well, I guess you're not one of my Jewish friends. Then you're one of my Jewish enemies. I have a few Jewish enemies too. So. When my non-existent kid asked me in 20 years what the 2020s were like, I'm going to say, I have no idea what to say. Dude, yeah, well, I mean, it is going to be funny to troll our future non-existent kids about what COVID was like, specifically, and just being like, oh, it's so evil and horrible. I love those memes. That's like how I will explain COVID to my kids, knowing damn well I play video games 12 hours a day. Twink looking as thinks he's Nick Fuentes. This guy's pissing me off. I don't think I'm Nick Fuentes. But okay. I do really wonder 100 years from now just how, like, what is the 2-paragraph summary of the Trump administration gonna be in like hit in textbooks. I'm just so curious what that will be. It's very hard to. It's hard to fucking know. I imagine it'll be pretty bad, whatever it is. So there, at least I have faith that it will not be looked upon well historically. But who knows? Maybe 100 years from now, we'll have Donald Trump Jr., the 15th, running the country. You're built like my 9-year-old sister, and I'm not even joking. I don't want to say what I want to say. Venezuelan Kangaroo, thanks for following. Welcome to the stream. Okay, USDA to spend SNAP benefits for millions of Americans despite the availability of contingency funds. What's up there? What's up? All last decade of my life has been framed as what are the textbooks gonna say? I know. Oh shit. Shout out to fucking Venezuelan Kangaroo, by the way. Because he was the 400th follower on Twitch. Let's go. Big W's. Can we get some non-fun W's in chat for that one? Oh, damn nice. Yeah, it was nice of you. March 2025, Congress passed the full-year Continuing Appropriations and Extensions Act, which extended funding for most facets of the U.S. federal government, including SNAP benefits, through the end of the federal fiscal year, September 30th, 2025. These regular appropriations lapse on September 30th, and as of the date of filing, Congress has not passed annual appropriations bill funding SNAP benefits for the current fiscal year. What are we talking about? We're going over just some of the SNAP shit right now, because it looks like, barring whatever temporary restraining orders go through or whatever rulings happen starting November 1st. If the government is still shut down, which it almost certainly will still be shut down on November 1st, people are not going to be collecting their SNAP benefits. I don't know. I'm assuming you know what SNAP is. If you're not, I can explain, but it might not be from the US or whatever. On information and belief, USDA funded normal SNAP benefits for issuance in the month of October 2025 with the appropriations that expired on September 30th on the basis that because states sent the October issuance files in September, those benefits were obligated in fiscal year 2025 and were funded by the fiscal year 2025 appropriations. Crazy? It is for real crazy. Well, Congress has not yet provided a regular annual appropriation for SNAP benefits in fiscal year 2026 and 2024 and enacted an appropriations law funding $3 billion in contingency reserve to remain available through the end of fiscal year 2026. The appropriations law stated that $3 billion shall be placed in reserve for use only in such amounts and at times as may become necessary to carry out program operations. Okay, this is pretty vague. Like that, I would imagine, this would fall under that. I was under the impression the letter of the law was a lot more strict as to like what constitutes sort of an emergency that these funds can be used for. A continuing resolution funded another $3 billion in 2025. Funded another $3 billion in contingency reserves for the same purpose, also to remain available at least through September 30th, 2026. On information and belief, the first $3 billion and the second $3 billion were available for expenditure as of October 1st, 2025. On October 2nd, 2025, OMB apportioned $750 million of the $300 billion appropriation for March 9th, 2024. On information and belief, OMB has not apportioned any additional funds from contingency reserve funds. Wait, is this a portion to SNAP? Replace SNAP with corn subsidies for Happy Fawn. This is truth. This is truth nuke. Dude, I like the Oh my god. Well, nice fucking kick bot. Dude, let's go. Dude, I love that Kick's moderate. I need to add Nightbot or something to Kick to get the moderation to work better. I'm pretty sure the corn subsidies and most of the subsidies that we give would be covered by the emergency funds. Because those are, I mean, and you mentioned this to me before, Michael, or whatever. Those are like, or at least a justification given for them. I don't think this is like an honest justification for a lot of them, is that they are on like national security grounds. So people will still, like, I think we'll still be paying those out because of course. Less than a month ago, on September 30th, the USDA itself acknowledged in its own shutdown contingency plans that SNAP has been a provider of multi-year contingency funds that can be used for state administrative expenses to ensure that the state can also continue operations during a federal government shutdown, and that these multi-year contingency funds are also available to fund participants in the event that a lapse occurs in the middle of the fiscal year. Oh, damn. On information and belief, much of these contingency funds, if not all, remains available to SNAP benefits and state administrative cost. Additionally, at least one other appropriation fund is enough to fully secure November SNAP benefit. Okay, by Section 230, or Section 32. Okay. USA directs states to withhold benefit issue insurance, effectively suspending benefits nationwide. Despite having acknowledged congressional intent to continue SNAP operations and the apparent availability of sufficient appropriation to fund November benefits, USDA sent a letter to SNAP agencies saying that if current lapse in appropriation continues, there will be insufficient funds to pay full November SNAP benefits for approximately 42 million individuals. Yeah, I'm in a limbo on national security. Recently got a farmer on my feed talking about how small farms don't benefit anyway. I mean, if the justification is really for national security, you shouldn't care about the size of the farm. Yeah, technically, I would imagine most of the subsidies go to larger farms, but most of the output probably comes from larger farms as well. So it might be I don't know if it's like disproportional output. Yo, Grassroots Headbot, thanks for the 5. Get the sub. Let's fucking go. Or membership, sorry. Let's fucking go. Let's go. I do greatly appreciate it. Grassroots Headbot, welcome to the stream. I don't think you chatted before. You just dropped the 5 gifted sub, but nice to see you back. Holy shit, for real. Bro, Jesus Cow got a membership. Let's go. How do you get yourself a membership for yourself, LMAO? Oh, wait, yeah, I did give him one too. Wait, is that random or is that, I don't know if that's random or not. YouTube does just randomly give them out. I don't know if it's YouTube, you know what's stupid? YouTube does not even prioritize the people in chat. I get like half the people who just got a gifted YouTube membership, probably not even here. But that's funny. I don't know if that's random or if that's totally random from what I've seen. Yeah, I don't know if it's random that he got one, because it would make sense that if you gift a membership, it does give one to yourself as well as how many other people as well, if you don't already have a membership. But YouTube does a lot of things that don't make sense. So it could literally just be random. I never got one for gifting it for you. That is sad. But I mean, you have one now, though. Yeah, I don't know. You might have. Did you already have one when you gifted to me, though? I do. I think it honestly probably was just fucking random. That's hilarious, though. However, in other contexts, USDA has used available appropriations to fund certain activities during shutdown. For example, information and belief. USDA is repurposing certain appropriations in order to distribute billions in aid for farmers and reopen some activities. Yeah, let's go! Of the U.S. Department of Agriculture amid the ongoing shutdown that involves opening around 2,100 USDA Farm Service Agency offices across the country. Separately, days before its October 10th letter, USDA Section 32 funds to temporarily fund a WIC program. WIC, a program providing infants and pregnant people with nutritional benefits during shutdown. Do people say WIC or do they say WIC? Nope, I pay my way to be on this ship, yeah. YouTube memberships are completely random as long as they visit a live of yours and have it enabled. If they're eligible, yeah, it's silly. It's very silly. It doesn't at least prioritize the people in the stream currently. Ideally, it would, prioritize the people in the stream currently and then go to random people. The prior 2,000 memberships I did not gift myself. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. That is very funny. I guess, if you gift that many memberships, eventually you will end up gifting one to yourself, but it's basically like Twitch. Well, I thought Twitch did prioritize the people in chat for gifted subs. But ideally it would prioritize people in chat and then go to like your most watched viewers. And YouTube literally already has integrated like a ranking system. Like I can like see my top fans. This is just for this stream. Number one Boeing stuff, Dylan Thomas, Easy Money, Michael, Grassroots Hetzimon, Chessbox, Botrix, Faye. It's funny that Botrix is more than Faye. Goddamn. You still here, Faye? You gotta at least beat Botrix, Faye. You just gotta send like one or two more chat messages and you'll have enough and you'll be higher than the bot. I guess sometimes, but sometimes it gets stuff from streamers I don't even know, obeys. Just by entering I'm eligible. Yeah. Number 4 fan, let's go. It is just for the stream. I don't know if they keep a running tally. It'd be cool if there was. In making this latter move, defendants invoke USA's authority under 7 U.S. Code Section 2257 to draw upon available funds, yet explicitly and arbitrarily, defendants have not invoked the same authority to fund SNAP benefits for millions of Americans, including veterans, hardworking, emotional, intuition buff. Let's go. Oh shit! Wait, who gifted more memberships? I appreciate it. It was Grassroots Hetzimon again. Thanks for the 5 more gifted memberships. Let's fucking go. Goated as always, Grassroots. Let's go. I do really appreciate it. It does really help. At least I think some of the people, I think Sash Rama was here earlier. Hopefully he's still in chat. Some of these people gotta be here. It's gotta give it to some of the people. Well, for real, well. I'm studying, lol. You're running experiments. We gotta see who it gives it to. I mean, I do reckon all these people who it gifted to are people who I recognize have typed messages in my chat before. So you get more money on YouTube than Twitch, right? From subs, I mean. Not usually. Not from memberships. I think literally one person ever. No, 2 people ever, I believe, have purchased a membership on their own on YouTube. There's not nearly as much of a culture of like buying a membership on YouTube as there is like of subbing to someone on Twitch. I don't know if we're just looking at, I don't know if you're just looking at if you're including gifted in it. I don't know overall if I've gained more from memberships or Twitch subs. I think it would be Twitch subs, but I don't know for sure. The thing that would make it weird is I did when I did the shrimp welfare stream, the shrimp welfare charity subathon, I disabled super chats and like gifts to me because I wanted people donating to the shrimp welfare project, not to me. So the only way that you can't disable memberships on a live stream without disabling it like for your entire channel. And then if you want to re-enable it, I think you have to like apply again or whatever bullshit. So I didn't disable memberships. The only way to give money to me was through memberships. And because there were some people who didn't want to give money to the shrimp, they wanted to give money to me. The way to do that was buying memberships. Those were the bad old days. Those were the good old days, bro. We'll probably do, I want to say we'll do another subathon in December, but I'm not committed to that yet. Because I did my very first subathon in December last year. And I think it'd be good to do another one. And I don't know if I would do it for the Shrimp Welfare Project again, because I would want to, but maybe it'd be better just to do, Farm Kind and or like Give Well or the Malaria Consortium or whatever the fuck. Because I feel like I as much as I love the Shrimp Welfare Project, I don't always want to do the same charity. I feel like people will get bored with the same charity. Is it a case that giving memberships makes up the difference? Makes up the difference for what exactly? Need a chat on this account so it becomes eligible to get gifted. Lol. Need to integrate my subscription to here. Faye still in Thomas. Okay, so this is for like a bunch of fucking states. Yeah, this is from all of them. Okay. Just want to make sure it was a collective complaint. States, I guess. That's right. On page 22, so don't forget. Wow, why is it not doing what I want to? Is this the Canada thing, Michael, or is this just this just a Reagan clip thing? Oh, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen this before, Michael.
My fellow Americans, Prime Minister Nakasone of Japan will be visiting me here at the White House next week. It's an important visit because while I expect to take up our relations with our good friend Japan, which overall remain excellent, recent disagreements between our two countries on the issue of trade will also be...
Don't know, guys. Reagan put fucking tariffs on Japanese motorcycles. He was actually really anti-free trade.
high on our agenda. As perhaps you've heard, last week I placed new duties on some Japanese products in response to Japan's inability to enforce their trade agreement with us on electronic devices called semiconductors. Now, imposing such tariffs or trade barriers and restrictions of any kind are steps that I am loath to take, and in a moment I'll mention the sound economic reasons for this, that over the long run such trade barriers hurt every American worker and consumer. But the Japanese semiconductors were a special case. We had clear evidence that Japanese companies were engaging in unfair trade practices that violated an agreement between Japan and the United States. We expect our trading partners to live up to their agreements. As I've often said, our commitment to free trade is also a commitment to fair trade. But you know, in imposing these tariffs, we were just trying to deal with a particular problem, not begin a trade war. So next week, I'll be giving Prime Minister Nakasone the same message. We want to continue to work cooperatively on trade problems and want very much to lift these trade restrictions as soon as evidence permits. We want to do this because we feel both Japan and the United States have an...
Would you have voted for the peanut farmer over Reagan? I'm not going to know enough. My intuition is going to say I would prefer Jimmy Carter, but truthfully, I don't know enough to say either way because I don't know I'm not going to know the context of everything at that time. Dude, that was just a one-time thing, LMAO. What was?
An obligation to promote the prosperity and economic development that only free trade can bring. Now, that message of free trade is one I conveyed to Canada's leaders a few weeks ago, and it was warmly received there. Indeed, throughout the world, there's a growing realization that the way to prosperity for all nations is rejecting protectionist legislation and promoting fair and free competition. Now, there are sound historical reasons for this. For those of us who lived through the Great Depression, the memory of the suffering it caused
I'm
is
glad
deep
you at
and
least
searing. And today, many
knew I was
economic
referencing at least. Of course, yeah. Well, the meme, dude. I have a friend named Carter. Shout out Carter. I don't think Carter's here right now. He pops in the stream rarely to drop his Prime sub, and he says, "You are my favorite streamer." He fucking hates Jimmy Carter because I think because his name was Carter, they gave him Jimmy Carter for some school project, and he always complains. He gets irrationally angry that Jimmy Carter didn't do anything. All he had to do, all he had for a stupid project as like a fun fact was like he had a fucking peanut farm. What is better, me giving a sub or me giving you 10 for like giving me 10 YouTube memberships? I think it's like over 3x what I get from a sub. I don't know what tier membership does it gift on YouTube. I don't know for sure. I get like Twitch takes a smaller cut, but giving 10 YouTube memberships is like way more than makes up the difference of the bigger cut YouTube takes. I mean, wasn't he like a really chill president? What, Jimmy Carter? From my understanding, he was a pretty chill dude. In some sense, baby tier. I thought it gave the medium tier, but I don't know. I thought he I don't know. I might be wrong. You know, some would argue he was almost too chill because he did the Iranian hostage crisis. I think people will blame him for being a little too chill for, although he did at least try to rescue them, right? With whatever mission that failed horribly because the fucking helicopters crashed. Like a pacifist type? Yeah, exactly. He gave the Panama Canal back to Panama, which is that's a pretty nice chill thing to do, and people will criticize, even Trump criticizes him for that. And yeah, I mean, you're right, You're right, Jack Daniels. The situation in Japan law, yeah, of course.
Historians argue that high tariff legislation passed back in that period, called the Smoot-Hawley Tariff, greatly deepened the Depression and prevented economic recovery. You see, at first, when someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports, it looks like they're doing the...
Which, by the way, anyone who just got gifted a new membership, if any of them are here, because it is fucking random who they give it to, make sure you use all the YouTube emotes, okay? And on Twitch, you can use some of the emotes without any type of sub or anything. But if you sub on Twitch, you get more emotes, and it's more cooler. Or, fun fact, you guys can actually get all the emotes for free if you join a Discord server, !Discord in chat, or in the YouTube description. And there's a room in the Discord called Stream Chat. And the messages here show up on stream. And you can actually use all the emojis for free here. So, there's that. Timothy Carterson was indeed fairly chill. Real. How dare he giving the Panama Canal back to Panama? Yeah, I know. I mean, I think it was probably the right thing to do. People will, and like, even just from even if you only care about the US at all, it was not fun, really, a Destiny head. What's up, Gavin the Grape? What do you mean by Destiny head? As in, would I give Destiny head? Is that the question? That's how I'm interpreting the question. No. I don't, obviously my politics are going to be relatively aligned with Destiny because we're both, like, center-left Democrats. Yo, thanks again for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. Quiz explain why this is dumb. Oh no, I'm going to fail. Oh, Radical Coder got one. Let's go. W. Can I have one? Good luck, easy money. Every $1 invested in a snap generates $1.80 in economic activity. It's not about the money. Trump just wants Americans to go hungry. I mean, I don't know. So I don't think this claim is true. If you were to ask me like why it's wrong, like I think it's just like factually not true. There might be something bigger I'm missing. Like there could be opportunity cost that you could cite as well. Like maybe even if it is true, maybe there are other things that affect it more or whatever. But I think like this is the thing we were just looking at. This. I think it was this. 1% increase in benefits per population raises grocery prices by persistent 0.08%. Calibrated partial equilibrium model implies a marginal benefit dollar raises a recipient's consumer surplus from groceries by $0.7, producer surplus by $0.5, and lowers each SNAP consumer surplus by 0.05. So these are more meaningful numbers to me than I don't actually even know necessarily what he means by economic activity. But obviously, I mean, it could be the case that whatever even if it was true, and it was more narrowly defined, presumably relative to the counterfactual of not taxing away that money from wherever it was before, and or spending the money on some other program, the opportunity cost there just might not be worth it or whatever. Imagine how big the economy would be if we invested $10 trillion in SNAP. Well, I don't think, I mean, you can think on the margin, obviously. So, like, it could be true. Like, it could be true Like it is true that there are going to be some infrastructure projects that probably, generate more in economic activity than they cost to make and justify both their like actual cost and the opportunity cost of taxing away that money from whatever you're taxing. There's going to be a positive return for some things at least, but like that's all in the margin. The claim could be true on the margin. Wow, I've never considered this easy money. What? What? This is like, in the narrowest sense, technically true if you don't consider, again, opportunity cost. Also, why is this only off left and off right? I get why it's not libertarian right, but okay, lib left will do this shit all the time too, bro. What do you mean? Except nationwide free school lunch if we get rid of SNAP as a trade-off. That seems silly. I don't know. I don't think SNAP is net bad. SNAP could be better administered, I think, but I don't think it's net bad. And free school lunch would probably be net good. Probably. SNAP reduces economic output? By how much? I don't know. I also don't know if that's true in the long run, because if it is the case, as we were looking at earlier, that like you do find, for example, in households that have access to SNAP, you see, increased nutritional outcomes for children, which have like long run positive effects on human capital. It could be the case that in the long run, they do, increase or don't reduce economic output. What's up, Tron? We should have universal SNAP for all Americans, then tax it as income if you use it. Well, I mean, wait, do you pay? You do pay sales tax with SNAP, right? Or maybe that might be excluded. Or do you pay sales tax on SNAP card? No, you don't. I'm lying. But I mean, we just do it on the other. We just do it on the other end. But yeah, no sales tax. Okay. SNAP also increases the amount of people who can eat, unless your argument is that econ is more important than lives. Don't you know? It's the meme, guy. Where's the meme? Where's the? I love this meme so much, guys. I hope it comes up if I just search this. No, where is it? There's that like dumbass meme that like the leftists use all the time or whatever. Or it's like it has Brian Kaplan. There's like a child pointing to a supply and demand graph, and she's saying like economics is it. No, she's saying the poor must die, and then oh yeah, here it is, and then Brian Kaplan is saying economics is a science. But seriously, how much crime is prevented by SNAP? Oh, there is evidence for some of that as well. I don't know if it's in a pay for itself territory, but yeah, we were just looking at that. There were decreased rates of incarceration for people or for children whose family had access to SNAP. I would imagine there's got to be some increase, even not for children in having long-term lower incarceration rates, but just like short-term people not having to steal food. There's probably some minimal effect there at least. But I don't know how long. I think that effect would be smaller than the longer run things. Okay, hold on. USDA issued a lapse of funding plan on September 30th, setting out a plan of operations should regular appropriation lapse. USDA announced a plan. In addition, congressional intent is evident that SNAP's operations should continue since the program has been provided multi-year contingency funds. They can be used for state administrative expenses. The state can continue operations. Yeah, okay. That's the same thing. And then there's one other thing I wanted to. It was about the fucking farmer shit. Oh yeah, there it is. Then we take those kids away and give them to a foster. What the hell? Oh, I think I missed the. If you didn't want to die, why didn't you choose to be a jellyfish for real? SNAP in a long run reduces the amount of food available. What's the justification for that, easy money? But also easy money. Obviously, the SNAP is concerned with the equitable access to food. So wouldn't, you could provide some justification for saying SNAP reduces like just the total amount of food in the long run, but insofar like there's an equity trade-off there, right? Like the trade-off is between efficiency and equity, right? So considering food is like a need that people have, there are reasons for being concerned about the equity of access to food as well. SNAP should be handled on a state level. Well, I mean, it literally is like administered by states, right? If Kentucky wants to tax the rich and let their poor starve, let them. Real. Well, I mean, like states can. My understanding, states can, if they want to, right now, choose to continue funding SNAP on their own dime, right? That is a thing that states can do, at least theoretically, politically, and budgetarily. Some states are not going to be able to do that, but they could choose to do that, right? I think one thing people
I'm but a humble wrench farmer tending to my crop. I promise to be totally useless.
Thanks for the $20, Scratchers Hegemon. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. I promise to be totally useless. This is real. All farmers are totally useless. Every single one of them. Let's go. But I'm joking, guys. It's just most farmers. Just most of them. But yeah, I appreciate the $20, Scratchers Hegemon. Thanks very much. Thanks. Paste. For real. I have a cost of support. Just ask my insurance company. The idea that all lives are valuable at all costs is denying reality. I don't think anyone is making that claim, Michael. Don't fucking apologize. You're right. Real. Just give them cash transfer to Snap. Easy money. I don't disagree. That's what when I say Snap could be administered better. I think an equivalent cash benefit would probably be better than Snap. All right. Well, I think that's that. I don't think I need much else than that. If anyone has any shit that they really that they have on Snap or whatever, send it in my Discord server and I'll add it to the shit.
Patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes for a short while it works, but only for a short time. What eventually occurs is, first homegrown industries start
Obviously I've seen this before,
relying on
Michael.
government protection in the form of high tariffs. They stop competing and stop making the innovative management and technology.
Truth nuke, and he has it in Reagan, and he knew this somehow, and he didn't even have Yoon 2000 to rely on. Okay, that was the study that looked at. I think that was Yoon 2000. Hopefully, I'm not misremembering. But that was the study that looked at the effects of tariffs in the Gilded Age or whatever, and it was like, oh, actually, it seems like even in industries that tariffs were meant to protect, they reduce labor productivity because they just reduce competition so much. How much money have you earned this stream? I don't know exactly because. YouTube doesn't include the memberships as a let the poor suffer for real sauce drama in the chat revenue thing. So the only thing YouTube shows me is the chat revenue $20 from Grass Hegemon's generous and goated super chat, but his goated and generous memberships are not included in that number. So I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head how much a YouTube membership gives me.
Changes they need.
But it was the competition thing. There was one other. I mean, just generally, it's also important to mention, insofar as tariffs hurt your ability to export as well, there seems to be evidence that exporting increases the productivity of firms because essentially buyers transmit information about how to make better products and how to have better management to firms that export. It says it's $3. Would not surprise me. I think I can check, but I'll send you $20 to take it from a farmer out of spite based.
Need to succeed in world markets. And then, while all this is going on, something even worse occurs. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less competition. So soon, because the prices made artificially high by tariffs that subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industry shut down.
Here is your Bucko 5
jobs.
for freedom.
Thanks for the $2, Michael. I appreciate it. Bucko 5 for freedom based. Are we anti-meat eaters too? LMAO, that's goofy. I mean, I am vegan. I don't know if that makes me anti-meat eater in and of itself. I don't. I talk about veganism on stream, I guess, a decent amount, but I don't have some personal hatred for meat eaters or anything.
The memory of all this occurring back in the 30s made me determined when I came to Washington to spare the American people the protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity. Now, it hasn't always been easy. There are those in the Congress just as there were back.
Thank you for another
Farmers
$20.
fight money.
Grassroots Hedgement, I appreciate it. Let's go. Actually, I got to give both of you a heart. I forgot. And both of your super chats alike. Okay. Hell fucking yeah. W Michael, Chipringo, W Grassroots Hegemon, L Farmers. Well, L farmers who rely on subsidies and trade protection, and L farmers who make animal products. The other farmers, all right. Sadly, most of them fall into at least one of those categories.
Back in the 30s, who want to go for the quick political advantage.
Or just more generally support like the European farmers. But where's their rent spread? If you want to be a mod, I can make you a mod. I think I trust you, Grassroots Hegemon. I don't think not that moderators even have that much power. Is this a joke? Are you really anti-farmer, LMAO? Why are you asking Grassroots Hegemon that or whatever? But based. The like European farmers who didn't want to give aid to Ukraine because they were worried that Ukrainian wheat was gonna like outcompete them. It's like, bro. Yeah, farmers politically sometimes are just actually evil.
who will risk America's prosperity for the sake of a short-term appeal to some special interest group who forget that more than 5 million American jobs are
Could be
directly
soybeans
tied to the
based.
foreign export business, and additional millions are tied to imports. Well, I've never forgotten those jobs, and on trade issues, by and large, we've done well. In certain select cases, like the Japanese semiconductors, we've taken steps to stop unfair practices against American products, but we've still maintained our basic long-term commitment to free trade and economic growth. So, with my meeting with Prime Minister Nakasone and the Venice Economic Summit coming up, it's terribly important not to restrict the president's options in such trade dealings with foreign governments. Unfortunately, some in the Congress are trying to do exactly that. I'll keep you informed on this dangerous legislation because it's just another form of protectionism.
Truth. Okay. Cool. Canadian dairy farmers are all the excuse we need to start USNA. What does USNA say? Farmers are great. Farming as a market sucks because it isn't a market for real. Okay, I think that's what we need on that. United States and North America. Oh, that's based. Then this sounds pretty sane. He should be president. Truth. Dude, there was a funny. We might watch this later on.
The fifth column.
There was a funny moment from Joey. Don't know how the fuck to pronounce his last name. Went on the argument podcast thing. I saw this one clip. I thought it was funny.
These fully
Not to be too woke about it, but
certainly not.
But
Woke is dead.
woke is target people who make the most money. Well, but the
Wait, I'm lying.
quote that Trump
Hold
gave
on.
when someone asked him about children's toys, and he
Mhm.
was like, maybe maybe kids will only have $1 of the 1950s. I will take 1950s trade policy at this point.
Mhm.
And
That's gonna be the poll quote. I will take 1950s trade policy at this point.
but it is also like they don't. It is actually also kind of funny that they have this conflict of like they want to be the industries of the future. They also resent all of the future industries. They want the
Yeah.
industries of the past in the
Yes.
arrangement of the past. And again, by the way, in the like peak era of American manufacturing, we didn't have
Farmers don't
errors.
compete with each other. They compete with who can get bailout faster. Truth. Nuke. It's bad for farmers and consumers. Truth. Right. Well, I'm probably. I think it might be like good for. There might be some limited cases where like farming subsidies are good for consumers just because it reduces prices. Typically, I feel like usually that stuff is, if you care at all about externalities associated with, maybe the suffering of animals on a lot of these farms or whatever, then you get the back around of that being really bad again. But
So if we're trying to like
the argument is 2019 Vice vibes.
return to tradition of the 1950s, I will take 1950s trade policy at this point.
Mhm.
And
So base.
That's gonna be the poll quote. I will take 1950s trade policy at this point.
in the 1950s, it was they didn't change the tariffs every 6 months.
Mhm.
And,
Yeah. There was, by the way, one thing that Trump and Republicans are doing, or did do, I don't know where this ever went, was trying to get rid of some of the state level laws about like, hey, can we at least like make sure that like pigs have enough room to stand up in their fucking crates? Federal government is carrying out a multi-part war on overwhelmingly popular state-level animal welfare laws. These laws include California Prop 12, Massachusetts Question 3, which require egg-laying hens, pigs, and other animals to have enough space to lie down, stand up, extend their limbs, and turn around. In other words, the federal government is trying to outlaw efforts by states to ban locking animals in cages too small to turn around in. Of course, where a person will lock a dog in a crate too small to turn around for its entire life, they'd be unquestionably jailed for animal abuse, but the federal government, under the pay a big agriculture, is trying to mandate that states allow animals to be treated like unfeeling objects and subjected to grotesque cruelty. The multiple prongs to the federal government's assault on state-level animal cruelty laws. Wasn't the 1950s a time of Democrat control in unions? I mean, unions were more powerful in the 50s, but he was just making a point about trade policy. I don't know. I mean, Eisenhower was president the first half of the 50s, right? I don't know. I forget who came right after him. But first, the DOJ has sued California in an attempt to overturn Prop 12, second Congress is moving to sneak in elimination of state-level animal welfare laws into the Farm Bill. Despite 19 previous failed judicial attempts by the pork industry to overturn state-level animal welfare laws, they're still trying, and this time relying on their puppets in Washington, to whom they give millions of dollars. Efforts to sneak in such provisions into the Farm Bill are particularly worrisome. Elimination of state animal welfare laws would never pass on its own, so they're hoping they can sneak it into a popular law without scrutiny. I don't know if it's ever passed. I don't know. Is this the farm bill he's talking about? Initiatives are widely unpopular. Most Americans believe in pigs. Gestation crates are morally unacceptable. They're right. Pigs are better. Proof nuke. Are being trolled by one of your orbiters? As far as I don't know. I don't know who counts as my orbiter. I'm more of a... I more orbit other people than people orbit me, but... Oh yeah, I don't know if this ever went anywhere. Dems controlled SCOTUS in Congress for much of the 20th century. Sure, but SCOTUS technically is supposed to be nonpartisan, but I understand your point, obviously. Obviously, the ideals of the Democratic Party back then are not that similar to the ones today, but regardless. The Save Our Bacon Act. Oh my god. I don't know where the fuck this... There are people who want to exclude the State Republican Act of Food Security and Farm Protection Act from the Farm Bill. Did the Farm Bill ever... It wouldn't have passed, right? The government's been shut down for 2 weeks at this point, or more than 2 weeks at this point? No, more than 2 weeks at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's been shut down since this article was written, right? So I don't actually think they would have passed the Farm Bill without passing any appropriations bill first. Oh, they're going to be retweeting. Yeah, okay, well. Oh, wow, nice one. Wow, look, easy money. They did it. They exposed the flaw. Okay. That's the Snapcode thing done for now. Do you guys want to do slop, or can I do real stuff still? In case I should keep these here in case I need to do slop. What are the real stuff option? Tariffs mostly. I want to read through some stuff. It might be worth reading through this. I don't know if I would do it on stream though. Basically, what you should be maximizing is economic growth. Redistribution is a distant priority. But easy money, you recognize for fruit. No more slop, please. Wait, what do you mean more? There hasn't been slop on this stream yet. But easy money, you recognize like food is probably a case where the trade-off between equity and efficiency could well be worth it. Considering food is very important. I'm tapped out for the month. That's valid. Food is probably relatively important, you know, for survival. And then also the trade-off is probably not that big considering the benefits that SNAP can have to especially children, you know, nutritional outcomes in children, which can increase their long-term outcomes. So, you know, the slop is coming over the border to take your woman. True. Take your shrimp welfare. You know, I care way more about shrimp welfare than woman. So, thanks for making it more personal. Dude, I want to make. Dude, I shouldn't have waited so long. I saw someone on Twitter post their jack-o'-lantern that was a shrimp, and I was like, oh, fuck. I could have done that. Technically, I could still do it, but I don't really want to buy a jack-o'-lantern for like 3 days before Halloween's over. Democratic norms under threat from Trump presidency, but messaging focus on the threat Trump and other Republicans pose to democracy was less persuasive to voters in 2024 than messaging focus on concrete economic policies. Further, polling from the New York Times shows that voters see Democrats as overly focused on democracy at the expense of being insufficiently focused on issues like the cost of living. Just as we did in 2006, Democrats should nominate candidates who break with progressive orthodoxy for competitive 2026 races. They're particularly important in the Senate, where winning a majority requires victories in states where conservative views dominate, such as Iowa, Nebraska, Texas, Kansas, and Alaska. In some deep red states, Democrats should also consider stepping aside to let candidates who are not officially affiliated with the Democratic Party run head-to-head against Republican nominees. I'm surprised. Why is Andy Bashir so high? Oh, relative to expectation. Okay. Yo!
I just
more,
want to hear the Canadian dollar jingle again, FML.
The Canadian dollar jingle again? What the fuck? Well, I first did it $2, Michael. Wait, is there polling of potential 2028 candidates, not just looking at their actual performance? I'm just curious. And where's my jingle? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by jingle? Do you mean the yippee that played? I got scammed? What? By jingle, I thought you meant, you know, the kind of, the just yippee that plays. No, the trumpets. Is that something on YouTube side? I don't know what the fuck that. Or is that only Twitch? Oh, that's for gifting. Oh no, that's for memberships or anything. Hold on, I think I mean I can just play one. Hold on, hold on. I can play one. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Chat. Hold on. No, where is chat? Hold on. Oh my god. Nope. Hold on. That's the wrong button. Hold on. 1 more second. There's the jingle. There we go. Okay. So I think on would recommend this channel to a friend 10 out of 10 based. I can do that for you. You could do it for me, Grassroots Hegemon. Again.
Okay.
On Friday at 5 p.m. EST, if nothing changes, hopefully, I should be talking to this dude from the Jubilee video, Emilio, his name is, and at some to be determined date, I should be talking to Gene. Basically, the two things I said I want to talk about are just the economy and democracy, which are both pretty broad, but you know. Yo, thanks for another gifted membership. I appreciate it, Grassroots Hegemon. Yeah, they had nice trumpets. So we're gonna take some more notes, and then banger for real. There was this paper that came out, well, technically 2 days ago by now, because it's 12:01 a.m. where I am. Just about the short run effect, short run price increases caused by tariffs and the pass through rate, by the people who have the, you know, pricing lab tracker or whatever. That's like the real time data, and I think oops, hold on. They just put out a paper, which I'm assuming the paper goes a little bit deeper, so. Uh-oh, how do I open the thing? There we go. Why wouldn't we, shouldn't we have Snap for clothes then? Why wouldn't you propose that? I mean, just because it doesn't seem like people have, first of all, the long run benefits of clothing would probably be less than that of food, right? Like the sort of, the adequate amount of clothing is probably not going to have as positive long-run effects on children as just the inadequate amount of food is. But secondly, I mean, obviously, you know, first we do, I don't know, we don't have like a clothes specific program, but like I'm pretty sure, like if you're poor in the US, you can get government money that can go towards clothing. That's number two. But thirdly, like obviously people just seem to have more trouble getting access to food than getting access to clothes. So, you know. Resist a left-leaning bias, boo, Snap. I don't know. Are you Alberto? Sorry, what do you think? What do you all think about tariffs this night? Well, I think they're bad, but the rest of the chat can answer too. I'm not Alberto, but this Alberto Cavero guy or whatever, however you pronounce his name, this guy is goated. He has a lot of research on prices, both like the price effects of tariffs and just on tariffs for real, on like how accurate like CPI was, how much it overestimated versus underestimated inflation, based on the sort of rapid changes in a basket of goods that we saw during COVID. I know he has a paper on that. Well, actually, I think it's price discounts and cheap inflation during a post-pandemic inflation. It might be this. But yeah, he does a lot of research with just like scraping online prices, basically. Look at that though. I think we'll take a look at this first. I think. Let's go for real. Be pro-free market. Subsidies are government picking losers. I mean, I will say again, I think a cash benefit would probably be like an equivalently sized cash benefit would be better than SNAP, right? For administrative reasons, and also because we might not have the same concerns about picking winners and losers insofar as we're, I guess, like picking what food is eligible for SNAP. But again, I think one, like, you know, I ain't fucking a Kana boy here, okay? I ain't a socialist. I ain't a Kana boy. Keynesianism is a mostly unhelpful framework. Wow. I'm not. This doesn't really have anything to do with Keynesianism. I think equality is oftentimes instrumentally important, right? Or instrumentally good. So you know, Kana boy would say like, and people egalitarians would say like equality is like intrinsically important or whatever. I just think typically, for example, rich people have a lower marginal utility on their consumption than a poor person. So some amount of redistribution makes sense, all else equal, on like the utilitarian ground. Now there are, as Easy Money would love to mention, you know, there in many cases can be trade-offs between growth and equality, right? Insofar as we redistribute from the rich to the poor, maybe you get less rich people because less people are willing to put in effort to, you know, do innovations, make great technologies, run great businesses that, you know, kind of have that raise our growth and raise living standards overall. With food stamps, one, I don't know how I don't know if there's good studies on how big that effect is, how big that trade-off is, but I would imagine it's pretty small considering we do have evidence that, you know, as I mentioned before, households that have access to food stamps, that have access to SNAP, the children who get adequate nutrition because of food stamps have higher human capital, higher productivity in the long run. They have like lower incarceration rates in the long run. There just seems to be evidence that giving children adequate nutrition has positive long run effects on them. And obviously, secondly, there's some cost to efficiency I'm willing to pay in order for the redistributive benefit, the utility benefit of poor people being able to eat. That seems worth it to me. Believe it or not. Dog, why would you want children to suffer when the rich can easily pay for it with like a small percent? Feed the kids, yo. I'm sick of dumb Americans. Wow, what's up, Alina Khan? Do it. Is this a new PPG account or something? But yeah, for real. Okay. A note on tariffs from the real world. Had an interesting correspondence with CEO of a fairly large retailer in response to the latest Goodfellows. He/she, it will remain anonymous for obvious reasons. It informs a lot of important economic questions, like what percent is it to help the poor. I mean, food stamps. To be fair, food stamps is like a decent part of the U.S. budget. Like food stamps is expensive. I think you could do a cash benefit and lower the administrative costs at the very least. But you know, to incentivize people to not have kids if they cannot support them. Wow, people already have that incentive. But secondly, I can't imagine the elasticity of having kids to welfare programs is very high at all. Certainly, I would bet my life that it's not high enough to justify not giving aid to people who otherwise would have significantly worse nutritional outcomes, which could, in the long run, again, have pretty negative effects on their children. As I hear Sir Niall say that there's been no impact from tariffs, it's all coming. And so tidal wave for American consumers, all tariff pauses just ended on August 8th. We all brought in as much as previously lower tariff goods before that, and most fall merchandise was here in the spring and early summer. So we're still selling goods that didn't have the latest tariff burden, but we are all raising prices slowly and carefully as the tariff inventory gets sold. Remember, accounting wise, we have a cash hit paying tariffs upon receipt, but we also we have a P&L hit when we sell the tariff goods. You will start to see margins hit a little in 3Q, a lot in Q4. I'm assuming, well, Q3 and Q4. I'm assuming. Chip was right. What did Chip say? I have no clue. What the last thing he said was. Do you all want kids? I do not want kids, but I'll definitely help other kids if they want. It's off in this chart. Oh no. You know, I this is true, easy buddy. This is truth nuke. I would not say I want kids, but I would kind of guess that would change as I get older. But I don't see myself having kids, whatever. This is real. Listen, it's all the fucking narrow corridor, bro. I'm telling you. It's real. It's real. Quest for Fawn, drafts are great. We wouldn't have gotten them if they were all given equity ladders to get higher fruit. True. We gotta listen to like if you want to bite like the hardcore social Darwinist bullet, I guess you can, but you know, gotta listen to your lady and make real plans. In my experience, I mean, it makes sense. But we're all trying to hold prices through the key holiday because we all believe that American consumers are going to be smacked by raised prices everywhere. So many are holding back to try to eke out a good holiday, but we all know come January we have massive margin hits. Our sector was already highest tariff at 12%, and now says at about 33%. Consumers slow down, and we have to raise prices roughly 10 to 50% to cover tariffs. And we all know that our elasticity is roughly -1. So there's a major shock to the retail and the economy coming. It's just masked right now because we are selling off older inventory and trying to hold prices for the holiday. The main issue, of course, is why tariffs have not shown up yet. Inflation, the CEO's answer is just wait, it's coming next year. Not fun equals real talk 6-7. What? Okay. Emails revealing on one of the central plots of macroeconomics how sticky prices are and how quickly or slowly rising costs show up in prices and why. I quickly followed up. As an economist, I've always puzzled that companies seem to raise prices only when their inventories change to new inventories at higher prices. Surely we all see higher prices coming and should raise prices now. Apparently not. I presume, well, I'm at 6-7. Life is empty with no kids. It's just living for yourself. Come on, man. I'm 20 years old. I got some stuff to do before we have the nice one, Sasha, before we start having the kids conversation. Does Paul Krugman know about the 6-7 meme? Do we know? We'll assume we see higher price coming, so raise price now. Apparently not. I presume you don't really want to piss off your loyal customers until you really. Yeah, I was going to say. The evidence I've seen suggests that there is a pretty large reputational cost to raising prices. So firms don't want to raise prices because of the reputational cost if they raise prices slowly. Economists have long puzzled the tariffs and exchange rates pass through slowly to prices. To clarify, you have an inventory of widgets which you bought at $1 each. The cost of widgets goes up from 90 cents to $1.50 because of tariffs or an exchange rate. All your competitors face the same cost. Do you raise prices immediately to $1.60 and book a profit on your inventory? That's what economics would suggest. Or do you wait until the 90-cent widgets run out and you have to start selling $1.50 widgets too? In response to my follow-up, America has powerful capacity to control pricing in consumer markets. Evidence I've seen, and again, we'll read a little bit more of the paper, it really does not seem like the price of exports, the pre-tariff price has gone down for many goods, which is what you would expect if it was true that we were just so powerful that it's a powerful demand that the incidence would be on other countries and not U.S. Yeah, fun. Don't piss me off. I'm a loyal customer. Why make a child suffer for 80 years? What are we talking about now? Where does that come from? Okay, in response to my follow-up, we did raise prices before the P&L hit to get a running start at protecting our bottom line. We raised prices in 60% of our items, and of our items, a blended 10%. And we are seeing a worse negative elasticity so far, negative 1.3, which is scary because until volume decline means, unit volume decline means customer decline, which means a negative spiral for next year, starting with few customers to re-engage. This is a business with a lot of loyal customers, including me, so I'm interested that sales fall so much, even though we all know goods are imported, and so are the competitors' goods. Is interesting how the accounting treatment of the bottom line matters. A pure economist would immediately mark up the current inventory to its opportunity cost at $1.50, not its historical cost, book a windfall profit, and then mark any sales below that value as losses. Businesses only raise prices when accounting losses force them to do so. There's, of course, a Calvo fairy stopping these companies from changing prices. A lot of sales are online, so no menu cost either. The general picture of customer markets, especially in goods that people buy year after year or don't piss people off until you have to, rings true. I suspect higher prices make people leave more quickly than lower prices make them come, I would imagine. Then the cost of losing a customer. And now it's a lot of future sales, also strategic complementarity. Clearly, this business and its competitors could all raise prices at the same time, but nobody wants to move first. So how is eggs going? There was a bird flu and ripple effects of the pandemic, I think. What do you mean, how is eggs going? I mean, the price of eggs came down since the COVID spike. I think do you come for lower? Well, I don't like shop much at any big retailers. Like if I'm spending my own money on stuff, it's usually just like, should I buy on eBay or Amazon? And I don't think I have any like sort of reputational commitment there. I think they're still on a downward trend, but I don't know if they've got back down to their pre. No. I mean, they basically looks like it. They're at 348, which is the same as it was roughly in October of last year. You get it all delivered. I mean, I don't get like food delivered, but food is not usually with my own money. The only thing like food wise I usually buy with my own money and not my parents' money, not daddy's money, is like energy drinks. And that have fairly inelastic demand. Well, I have fairly inelastic demand for energy drinks because I'm a caffeine addict, but I do have relatively elastic demand between what product, like whether I buy Celsius or Rogue Energy, exclamation point Rogue in chat if you want 10% off that. If you come for lower prices, 10% off Rogue, or some other caffeine drinks that I have, because I just buy what the cheapest okay tasting caffeine thing is. Consumer market's about 6% of our market, by the way, overall. Take up a 25% ding on one end, will be returned by the other. Do you all know what fruits and vegetables are? Buy a MAGA hat? I have a MAGA flag. Why would I buy a MAGA hat, though? I buy fruits? I buy fruits, too, sometimes. I bought corn today. That's not a fruit, that's a vegetable, right? But Interesting that U.S. retailers selling imported goods in foreign firms behave so differently. I'm shopping for another good which is made in Germany and exported directly to consumers. It's priced in euros and I pay tariffs. Instant pass-through. It did not begin to occur to this company or its competitors to insulate their faithful American consumers from tariffs and exchange rates. They also suffer drops in sales when prices go up. But tough. Updated correspondent writes, my flour bill just came in from a nearby nursery and added 6% tariff charge at the bottom so I could see it. Some businesses are adding tariffs to add on to the price. San Francisco restaurants did that too in response to various state and city mandates, saying we're not taking advantage of you. We have to do it because costs went up. Seems to be effective, and it helps explain why businesses are otherwise reluctant to change prices. Give me 20% off on coffee for real. Corner City CFO played real. Dog, what is going on with the Argentina stuff? I don't know. You think I know? You think I can figure that shit out? I saw Melee's party won the election. And to my knowledge, exchange rate crisis not resolved itself. So seems like, believe it or not, guys, probably some deeper issues with Argentina than just the potential for the left to win the election. Yeah. I don't even know what to, like, Argentina. Exchange rates, or I don't know if there's anything like really new. Best case scenario, Argentina is the modern Louisiana Purchase. That'd be goated. It's like 10 out of 10 corruption, right? Oh, I mean, from my understanding, there are, I think Krugman wrote about this too, actually. Although, like, I think you could argue in abstract, there might be gains to be had from, the U.S. stabilizing the Argentina peso or whatever, especially because I believe the initial $20 billion they are supposed to pay back eventually, but I don't know if that's true for the second $20 billion. But you could argue like it's good to stabilize the Argentina peso from the U.S. or whatever. But certainly my understanding is there are a lot of people Trump is cozy with that, like in private banks that Scott Bessent and Trump know, that are lined up to benefit pretty heavily from the deal. Corruption, I mean, you could argue bad policy, but how's it grow? Well, I just explained, like, my understanding, and I guess we can scroll through this or whatever. Seems like there are people in private banks that are connected to Trump that stand to kind of unfairly benefit. Second, some hedge fund billionaires personally close to Bessent bet big on Milei and Argentine bonds. The bailout package almost certainly won't succeed in turning Argentina's economy around and probably won't rescue Milei politically, but it may buy enough time for Bessent's buddies to get much of their money out before the bottom falls out of the Argentine economy. Yet events may very well overtake Bessent's bailout plans. As I'll explain shortly, Milei's situation appears to be deteriorating fast. Even though the U.S. is currently buying pesos, Argentina is supposed to repay the swap line borrowing with dollars at the current exchange rates. So U.S. taxpayers won't lose from devaluation. But where would the dollars come from? Realistically, taxpayers definitely at risk. Sure, Bessent knows the drill very well. Oh yeah, it is funny that Bessent was fucking with George Soros, making a bunch of bets on people's currencies or other countries' currencies. He began his career working for George Soros and was part of the team that hastened Britain's 1992 devaluation by placing a huge successful bet against their overvalued pound. I hadn't heard that, but fair enough. You can't talk your way out of that amount of leverage. You might have to clarify who's talking their way out of what leverage. Paul Krugman, true. Let's go. New post from Matthew Klein explains to dude, I wish I had access to this, but it's a paid fucking thing. Just consider it the U.S. Belt and Road Initiative. Like, well, I mean, so I'm not against that sort of style of things, Springo, but this seems way more of a like a bailout that there's not a particularly high return to than the sort of IMF style building infrastructure shit. I think USA is now Russia. Oh, do you think midterm elections will go as per normal? I think they'll go mostly normal. There are going to be some things that will like lower voter turnout, but it's going to be, I think, games that Republicans have played for a while with like voter ID and certain this won't necessarily reduce turnout, but certain like gerrymandering things. But I think it would mostly go normal. Why do Republicans have so many groypers? Why do you think? Because they're a right wing party, and they've been like, you know, that's where the groypers see, you know, any of the goals they want to accomplish, like mass deportations, for example. You know, that's where they see shit happening. That's where they see where they could build their own movement within it. Okay, new post by Matthew Klein. Expensive full expensive scam. When outside players like the IMF or now the U.S. Treasury lend money to Argentine government, the money promptly flows right out. Again, as investors, both domestic and foreign, take advantage of attempts to prop up the Argentine peso by engaging in capital flight, pulling their money out of the country. In other words, U.S. taxpayers propping up the peso, allowing hedge funds to sell their Argentine assets as inflated prices. Afterwards, the peso will promptly fall again. One of the people who urged Besant to intervene on Milei's behalf is Besant's old friend and former colleague, Rob Citrone, a hedge fund billionaire who bet on Milei's success and bought more Argentine assets just before Besant's announcement. Moreover, Klein tells us it's also been less to Milei's chainsaw than meets the eye. Milei has crafted a lot of hardship by inflicting big cuts in social spending. A large chunk of deficit reduction comes from severe cuts in public investment. Government capex has plunged 10% of ordinary revenues to 2%. This is another way of borrowing from the future, making it less likely that hedge funds will bet Argentine assets will ever pay off. Not a large chunk of Milei's temporary savings come from reduced interest payments, which come down when investors are in denial and were briefly willing to hold short-term Argentine debt. Oh, okay. The Groypers hate Trump, though. For one, Groypers hate Trump now. You say, yeah, they see him not deporting enough illegals. There were Groypers who had some faith that they could, you know, that Trump would do that. And you're like, insofar as you want to be politically effective at all, you have to work within one of the two parties. And if you're a Groyper and you want to have any actual effect on politics, you're going to go through the Republican Party and try to make the Republican Party more like the Groypers. You have to fight 10 National Guardsmen to place your ballot. Get ready. Oh, I can't wait. You'll buy foreign trade currencies. Why or why not? Well, I don't, because I don't invest much at all. But despite persistent trade surpluses, the Argentine economy is often short of hard currency because Argentinians prefer to hold hundreds of billions of dollars of cash, stocks, and real estate outside the domestic financial system. Argentines are rightly afraid of inflation, devaluation, and expropriation, but the irony is that they hedge the risk so aggressively that they generate precisely the outcome they wish to avoid. Now, for what job do you want to be doing in 10 years? I want to be doing the same job. Well, technically, I also want to be doing the same job I'm doing now, which is streaming. That'd be goated. But considering that's not going to happen, I mean, I would probably still, I don't know if I'll still be streaming in 10 years. We'll see. But, you know, like a hot streamer for life, real. Be cool if streaming ever became my full-time job, even if I only got to do it for a year or two before I had to get a real job again. But Econ should be the one. It'd be goated. I would imagine I would still be streaming as a hobby in 10 years. But that maybe that'll change or whatever. Just because it's something I've always been technically I've already been doing it for 10 years. Like off and on just as a child, making a bunch of fucking stupid Minecraft streams and stuff. I haven't even tried to denaturalize into Port Zorhan, even when the normie Magabates wants it. Well, I like that would be I don't want to say more extreme than mass deportations, because I think that legitimately following through with deporting 20 million or so people would be more extreme. But like that would be, I think, that'd be very legally challenging. Number one, I don't think any court would uphold the administration's right to denaturalize Zorhan and deport him. I think that'd be highly questionable. And I would imagine on net, pretty unpopular. I would imagine. JD Vance is in favor of ignoring courts. Well, I'm aware of that. Being a Minecraft tuber when you were younger explains so much. Everyone my age was a Minecraft tuber when they were younger, bro. That's how it works. I don't even know if I don't even think there's any audio in this video. He who saves his country is not violating any law. True. I mean, well, Trump was the one who tweeted or Truth Social that one, right? But boy, I'm not going to disagree with you there. I don't think there's audio for this one either. There's also no actual footage. It's just my desktop. There's audio in this one, I know. It's very quiet, though. See, 10 years ago, April 4th, 2015.
God, no, please.
And this was the most recent one. What's the oldest? Oh my god, the oldest one was 11 years ago, folks. The 20th of May, 2014. Do y'all get on boards of, chambers of commerce? Well, I'm not anywhere near being able to do that. I feel like I don't know where I would have put this. I think you can and could cook some old turkeys. What? Workers were really disappointed when Trump puts it out on Jan 6th and didn't send the military to President Pence. I don't know what you think I'm disagreeing on or anything, Metro. Back before he knew what the balance of payments was. This is true sauce, Rama. You didn't know anything about the balance of payments. So sad. What do you think KJP's IQ is? KJP? I'm going to recognize it once you spell it out. I love a defense, so I want to call you Chesterton's progressive to complement the rise of RRs, but then you'd be CPs. Bro, I mean, you know what's awesome? The name for the there's two alternative names for the non-fun fandom. Okay, if we want to take the Destiny clone route, bro, we got NGGers, of course, which is totally not controversial at all. And then we got second alternative. These are the only two options. Only two. Is we can call it fondlers or fondlers. And both of those are pretty goated in my opinion. And are the only two options. Damn. Oh wait, sorry. Do you think of Barry West or Weiss? I recognize the name, but off the top of my head, I want to be a non-diddler. Oh, yeah. Isn't she? She's a free press girl? Question mark. Right. Yeah. I'm familiar with her. I don't think about her that often. Non-fondlers? No, it's just fondlers. Why do you gotta put the non there? What do you mean? Totally works. Oh, my liba. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Oh, it's over. I feel like this paper or this blog post or something. This is another Cavello banger, okay. About markups during COVID. Can you believe North called me a libertarian? I mean, that's not particularly surprising. You definitely, like, you are sort of conservative, libertarian aligned, right? I don't know if it's totally fair to holistically call you a libertarian, but that's not surprising at all. Do you think there's a crash coming? It really feels like it, but how? I mean, I'm gonna just take the optimistic path and say no. There might be, like, I think there could be some bubble, quote unquote, with AI stocks and stuff, but I think even if that crashed, I don't know if you would see, I don't know how widespread it would be. I mean, it could be bad, but like I'm in my mind, we're the fucking US motherfucker. Okay, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Like, housing's okay. The stocks are all Mag 7. Like I said, I could see AI stocks crashing. I don't know how widespread the effects would get, but that'd be the thing I would be mainly concerned about. Okay, firms. I think I'm pretty sure Amazon was mentioned. Firms like Amazon face reputational cost for raising prices I'm going to say NBER. I have no clue if it was in the NBER or not. Hold on. This might be it. Patrick Boyle did a vid on AI self-feeding bubble. You don't know. Oh, Metro. I don't know. I'm not going to have strong opinions on her. What was the initial question that you asked about her? What do you think her IQ is? I don't remember her well enough. Well, business reputation can affect its pricing. Prices also affect its reputation. To exploit the effect of price and reputation, we investigate daily data on menu prices and online ratings from a large rating and online, an ordering platform. We find an increase of 1% leads to a decrease of 3 to 5% average rating. Consistent with this, the overall distribution of ratings for cheaper restaurants is similar to the more expensive restaurants. Finally, these effects don't seem to be driven by consumer retaliation against price changes, but by changes in absolute price levels. This is not what I'm looking for. Wait, I think this might be it. There's another Calvelo banger. Online competition, element pricing techniques, transparency. No, wait, fuck. No, never mind. Have you looked into hereditary arguments recently? No. Oh, hold on. I'm in the wrong thing. Have you ever thought about having $1 billion in the bank? I could use like 3 million. I mean, of course, I've thought about having a lot of money, like everyone has, presumably. It's the fucking same thing. You support right to work laws? I would lean towards yeah. Different assumptions, interpretation, different conclusions, writing markups, survey literature critically, argued some. What about lower income taxes? I mean, ideally, so I don't know if I don't think I would support, at least not on the federal level, just like cutting income taxes outright. But if we were to replace income tax with a more efficient tax, then yeah, for sure. Damn it. I'm sure I can find the... So maybe I can ask ChatGPT, honestly. I don't, like, need it or anything, but... I just swear I remember this fucking study. Let me just... Yeah, I am spelling it right. Okay, I'm gonna try. The last thing I'm gonna try is just asking ChatGPT. I was hoping to put more libertarians in office in PA. Oh no. Unfortunately, the NMP is insufficient as a grounding thesis. Good start, but needs heavy revisions to do with reality. Is it even a good start? I don't know. I just don't think so. Do you have any money or economist chats that you follow on Twitch or even Twitter? I don't really think so. I mean, I obviously follow a lot of economists on Twitter and like hobbyist economists as well. There's not any like chats or like groups that I'm in. I don't think. I'm in one that's just Globe Twitter or whatever. But honestly, I don't even think it's that active. What's your Twitter? Well, exclamation point X in the chat. Or I think exclamation point Twitter works as well, but it's just non-font 420. It's actually right there as well. You can see it says non-font 420 with the Twitter thing. What do you think of universal childcare? I'm not like my intuition is pretty heavily against it, and I don't think there's much evidence that, or I don't know if there's any evidence that government provided universal childcare is any better than just like minimum cash transfer for families that are in poverty to get their children basic needs, like potentially childcare. From raising prices to do so. Not for $420 real. Do you think a minimum wage should rise? What about tipping culture? I mean, tipping culture seems very silly to me. Minimum wage, I just think there are better ways to accomplish the stuff that minimum wage seeks to accomplish. I'm not going to be like super hardcore anti minimum wage, but I don't know. If you want slop, I'd love to watch you whinge in grimace at the Rhyme LA talk with Deb about SFO, about schooling. Was it recent? Actually, it does. If you link it, I can check it out. But it is it on Ryan's channel or is it on Deb's? I don't think Deb streams. Not that Ryan is slop. Just don't think you'd love it. I mean, it seems like slop. Okay, hold on. Might be this. Wait, I think it. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's this. Increase not uniform across sellers. We estimate Amazon is stocked out. One of our measures scarcity. New entrant sellers increase price by 178%, whereas continuing sellers limited to 56.7%. This is consistent with the idea that seller reputation limits the extent profitable price gouging. Similar results are obtained for pure hand sanitizer. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for letting me type out my thoughts. Creed from The Office, you rock. Face. Dude, I just started rewatching some of The Office again because I haven't watched it in a while, and I watched the same 5 shows over and over again. And I've worked my way all the way back around to The Office. A lot of up here for by letting students react negatively only when they become convinced the price is unfair. Don't think this is what I'm looking at or looking for. I can probably get Dev to stream with you. I mean, if Dev wanted to, I mean, I don't think it'd be hard for me to reach Dev. We're generally in the same circles, and I am I've spoken to him briefly once. I just don't know I don't know if there'd be anything particularly interesting to talk with him about or whatever. This is not Dev. What? We're gonna talk with some lady named Dev, but would love okay, we're thinking of 2 different Devs. Hold on, it says her name is Deb, not Dev. Okay. I don't know if billing and education is consistent with American values. I mean, it's just going to be...
They're not. It's not real competition. First of all, real competition doesn't involve a third party. Competition...
Oh, no. What are we talking about
free
here?
Free markets don't involve third party. But...
Oh, no. Oh, no, it is. Oh, no. Wait, maybe... Oh, no. Maybe it is slop.
I'm hyper literate in this area. Like, I'm a former teacher, so I can glean a lot from a lot of very vital issue is...
But that... Okay.
I heard Dev LOL hides face. Yeah, no worries.
Okay. Because...
Oh, I meant Dev as in short fat. See, that was the Dev I was talking about. I was talking about the Dev short fat otaku Dev.
This book explains, it just takes each of the arguments for them and basically explains to you why they don't hold any water. They don't make any sense.
So why don't they work?
Okay, first of all, it's not your money. Okay, it's not. It's a subsidy. It's a big subsidy. It's not just a small, little, tiny subsidy. It's a ginormous subsidy. You are operating not on the basis of the true cost of a thing or even the value of a thing. You're operating purely on what was the floor last year that it actually costs. Now, what it really costs to educate kids, leaving doesn't really save us much money. So we got to take some of the money and still. They're not. It's not real competition. First of all, real competition is not saving money. You're actually that we can't give you more or less whatever than somebody else. So we got to get everybody the same amount. And you're not saving money. You're actually exploding the budget. You're going to be spending more on education. You're just distributing it in 2 different places. So it's not going to save money. You're not improving either side of this because they're not competing with each other. They're not. It's not real competition. First of all, real competition doesn't involve a third party. Competition, or first of all, free markets don't involve third party, but real competition doesn't have a third party going, you must spend this much and you must buy these things that we've decided because we made a list. And that's not competition. That's like competition.
Okay, I'm missing something. Are they talking about subsidies for college?
Vouchers, subsidy. That's why everyone needs to read this book. Okay.
American values within the teacher education system. Like you
That's why everyone needs to read
opt out.
But that doesn't give it to you.
Well,
so you see, because again, the vouchers and the ESAs, and that's why everyone needs to read this book.
Okay, I think they're talking about, basically subsidies for college or whatever.
Reason for having the list of subjects be very short, and that is
okay, whatever, don't care. Yeah, I think this part is about vouchers. Yeah, I'm not. Oh fuck. Unless I'm confused here, this is like a. Government-funded accounts that allow parents to pay for a wide range of educational expenses. Oh, I guess maybe I'm not familiar with this then. Okay, whatever. Connor can certainly talk to you if you want. I mean, I'm friends with Connor in Discord. Like, me and Connor have, obviously, I don't think we've ever spoken actually, which is kind of surprising because we're very much in the same spaces. But like, we're mutuals on Twitter. Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure he follows basically everyone back. We're friends on Discord. We're in the same spaces. if I had someone to talk to Connor about, I could reach out to him. But I appreciate you offering, nonetheless. Loyalty and fairness, major research topics in marketing literature. However, research examining how customer loyalty and fairness perceptions affect each other is lacking. The study examines all 2 topics: context retailer increased prices, relative hypothesis, and test hypothesis using experimental design. Okay, loyalty hypothesis. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, this is also not what I'm looking for. We're just curious what this is. Changing is greater in sectors where online retailers are supposedly competitive, such as electronics, and weaker in sectors such as food and non-alcoholic beverages. Evidence suggests that online competition making U.S. retail prices far more sensitive to exchange rates than in the past, the researcher concludes. More generally, the acceleration in the rate at which retail prices react to macroeconomic shocks may affect the dynamics of economy-wide inflation. Wow. You should talk to him. He's a nice guy. I mean, from stuff I've seen, Connor is indeed a nice guy. I just don't know, like, what... Unless he had like some take that like I thought was like truly unhinged or whatever. I don't know if there's anything like in particular I have to talk about him right now. I'm sure one day we'll be on a panel together and we'll either be on the same side or be fighting over some marginal disagreements and or both. Nice one, Metro. With Snap going away, at what point do we short that? Well, it's not going away. Benefits are potentially being suspended in some states. Kick? Oh. Bro, I don't know what the hell happens to Kick there. I know, but I saw that Metro. Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson just collab. Neoliberal politics is over. It truly is. What was I gonna... I feel like maybe... Hold on. Wait, this might be it. Given buyers product-specific information, firms may increase long-run profits by underpricing rather than clearing markets window. I think this was what I was looking for. Okay. Sorry, I got excited. When demand cost rise, demand or cost rise transitorily. To minimize resulting shortage costs, sellers predictably would distinguish among consumer groups, managing any queues of disappointed loyal buyers that materialize, but largely ignoring transitory value queues, and would discourage resale. Unlike other shortage models, short-run excess demand necessarily implies neither buyers who prefer consuming in groups nor waiting costs are negligible. Any sensible unfair price increases would arise endogenously from sellers' failure to appropriately, to value appropriately consumers' otherwise prudent informational investments. Okay, hold on. I think this is what I'm on about. You increase demand for Fuentes by suppressing him on every platform. Well, I was not behind that one. But I don't know how much that's true. It feels like he'd be popular either way. I don't know if he'd be significantly less popular if he wasn't suppressed. Here's the published. Hold on. Yeah, 19. Like, wait, okay. Okay. Now that I spent 20 minutes finding that one thing. Okay, onto the other shit. All right, let's go. Okay. And we'll get back to these two. We're not gonna read this whole thing, obviously. Wait, what the fuck? How many appendixes are there? Oh my god, it's got nice graphs. Oh my god, it got so many. Oh my god, beautiful. Oh, wonderful. Holy shit, based actually. Great, new paper due to track prices. Like I said, Cavello. A lot of cool, epic, awesome research on topics like this, on tariffs and on inflation measures and on online pricing and stuff. So he's goated. Bunch of other people who work to do the tariff tracker shit. New paper yesterday, 2 days ago by now. We use high frequency retail microdata to measure short run impacts of 2025 U.S. tariffs on consumer prices. By matching daily prices from major U.S. retailers to product level tariff rates and countries of origin, we construct price indices that isolate the direct effects of tariff changes across goods and trading partners. Prices began rising immediately after the tariffs were implemented in March and continued to increase gradually over subsequent months, with imported goods rising roughly twice as much as domestic ones. Our estimated retail price pass-through is 20%, with a cumulative contribution of about 0.7 percentage points to the all items consumer price index by September 2025. Our results showed that tariff costs were gradually but steadily transmitted to U.S. consumers, with additional spillovers to domestic goods. Shocking. I posted ironically radicalized Tim O'Connor's chat into putting everyone into jail forever, but Connor's a solid dude, and to the extent his community is evil, it was my bad base. I mean, yeah, a lot of tariffs cured the Great Depression. This is true. Cup of decay. Economists don't know this, but a lot of disagreements I would have with Connor, by the way, would probably be about like kind of like a clash of moral intuitions, and or like sort of very niche like policy issues. Because I just I don't like I don't really believe in free will. Like I would say I'm a determinist, but I don't have like a ton of credence in it because I don't think about philosophy that much. But like it's just very highly unintuitive to me to like hardcore punish people for crimes. But presumably there's going to be some deterrence effect there that matters as well. But what do you think? Government partnership with grocery chains to open food banks? I have no clue. Okay. Might be worth. I don't know if it's worth. Nah, actually, I'll just write down. 20. Oh, nice one. Steel tariff. Pass through or. Percentage point cumulative contribution to CPI by September 2025. easier to hold a super determinist position if you know how differential equations in physics 2 collaborate or greater. I mean, so I think there are, and like I've used arguments with it. You know what's funny? The first debate me and North ever had was a debate about free will, where I used some arguments about physics and stuff. I think technically I'm not like the hardest or like a super determinist or whatever, because there are going to be things that are indeterminate due to quantum randomness or whatever. Now it's very unlikely that those things are ever actually going to bubble up or whatever, because the mechanism for that is that like your neurons, the way your neurons communicate is by releasing neurotransmitters. Neurons get activated once essentially they've been sufficiently excited by the release of neurotransmitters by the other neurons connected to them. And occasionally, because these operate in such a small scale, it is possible for some neurotransmitters to like quantum tunnel through the vesicles or whatever they're called. But they are almost never enough to excite the neuron they're attached to. And then even if they excite the one neuron that they are attached to or whatever that they go to, it's unlikely that that neuron would then excite the next neuron and so on and so forth. So it's like technically in all of human history, I'm sure there has been a case where there has been sufficient enough quantum tunneling in someone's brain such that a decision was affected by quantum randomness. But that's still like, you're still not in control of that, obviously. Yeah, this big pop sign in 2028, 2018, yeah. Learn calculus for fuck's sake, please. Never. It'll never happen. It was my brain Giga Chad based. Bruh. In early 2025, the United States introduced broad new import tariffs applying 10% duty on most goods while raising rates as high as 145% on some imports from China and up to about 50% for several other countries by September. These measures represent one of the most consequential shifts in U.S. trade policy in recent decades, providing a rare opportunity to study how interventions affect consumer prices. Understanding this transmission is essential for assessing the broader inflationary impacts of trade policies, yet quantifying these effects remains challenging. Official consumer price indexes are published with delays and at aggregation that obscures short-run price dynamics and differences across products and trading partners. We address this limitation by constructing new high-frequency retail price indices that isolate the short-run impact of tariff shocks across goods and source countries. Our analysis combined micro-level retail price data with detailed information on product origin and tariff classifications. We link daily prices from 5 major U.S. retailers to a country of origin data sourced by searching UPC codes online or by using generative AI models to identify each product's origin. We then use AI to match these products to 10-digit harmonized system codes and retrieve their corresponding tariff rates from publicly available data provided by the U.S. International Trade Commission and the U.S. Census Bureau. The data covered the period from October 1st, 2024 to September 8th, 2025, roughly 6 months after the first major tariffs were imposed. This integrated data set enables us to trace how retail prices for affected and unaffected goods evolve across product categories and trading partners, capturing the timing and magnitude of tariff pass-throughs at a level of precision not achievable in official price statistics. The world's so beautiful when you see the Fourier analysis picture of it. We use ChatGPT to look up. Well, they're saying they use ChatGPT to, or what I say, generative AI to match the UPC code to the thing or whatever, right? Identify each. To match the UPC code to the country of origin or whatever. Aren't there more? Should be more colors that I have. I need another blue. Find that retail price prices reacted quickly but adjusted gradually to the 125 tariffs. Prices began rising within days of the announcements in early March and continued to increase over the following months. Imported goods rose roughly twice as much as domestic products, indicating both direct and indirect exposure to tariff shocks. If you make it do a Forza analysis inside, I'm not afraid to cry on you, base. Between March and September, the price of imported goods increased by about 5.4 percentage points relative to pre-tariff trends, while domestic goods rose by 3%. These increases, while small relative to some announced statutory tariff rates, are sizable to the applied tariff rates, net of exemptions of about 20% that we estimate for our sample of products. Price responses vary significantly across trading partners and sectors. Goods imported from China, subject to higher or more percent tariff, experience larger and more sustained price increases than those from Canada and Mexico. Hold on, I should, if you make, I hope they met. I bet they do. They probably measure. I hope in the paper that also just have the pass rate not just to consumers but to retailers as well. Because like, if retailers are eating the tariff, that's still bad. That's still America. I don't want Walmart paying a bunch more in taxes because of tariffs. Hold on, it's a new Wordle, guys. Oh shit! What the fuck? I just got 4 fucking yellows. What the hell, dude? I don't even know. Oh my god, 1 letter off, really? I don't even know. Okay, well, got it in 4. Okay, good enough. So there's harmonic number in circles and circles. Circles plus it gives you theory control, which is empowering AF. Wow. Okay, What are goods? Increased 5.4%. Relative to pre-tariff trends. Prices for domestic goods increased % relative to trends. They seem small relative to announced tariff rates, but they are sizable relative to the effective tariff rate after exemptions and delays and deals and every other fucking taco thing. If you're just a natural machine, if I know your impulse, I own you. This is truth. Gotta work in the morning, night. Well, thanks for stopping by, Sasraba. Hey, not fun, it's meanness. I could recognize that by the username, no worries. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, Sasraba. Thanks for, I appreciate it. I'll see you. We'll be streaming tomorrow, so hopefully tomorrow. Okay, experience larger, more sustained price increases and from Canada, Mexico, where exemptions under USMCA reduced effective exposure. Across product categories, the largest effects were concentrated in household furnishing and miscellaneous goods, both heavily reliant on Chinese imports. Well, food and recreational items showed smaller and insignificant deviations from pre-tariff trends. Heterogeneous responses highlight the importance of product composition and sourcing structure in shaping short-run price dynamics. Cool flanner, bro. I didn't know you was styling like that. Did you see my other one, Ness? I went to Walmart and I saw some. And I bought 2. I got several. Both Kaio and Ellie complimented me on this one that I got. I know you wear flannels. I do as of 3 days ago when I went to Walmart, lesbian or something, indeed, and saw them and was like, this matches the fall vibe, okay? Bro, fall is girl vibes. Good to know, I guess. Get bro a pumpkin spice latte. Dude, I can't even have pumpkin spice latte. A pumpkin spice latte now, can I? Horrible. I'm gonna get his ass. I bet you're gonna ask for fucking soy milk. 6 months after the introduction, we estimate retail tariff pass-through rates reaching up to 20%, depending on the specification and measure of tariff exposure. These rates are higher and faster for those observed during the 2018 to 2019 U.S.-China trade war, but remain well below full pass-through, reflecting gradual transmission and continuing uncertainty about policy business. Yo, thanks for the gifted subs again. Grassroots hegemon, let's fucking go. Oh, dude, Sarah got one. That's funny. The Raging Tomato got one. Hey, Dolly got one too. Kiss a cat. Let's go. You can have a soy milk, stupid. Yeah, I figured. BOP? What? Balance of payments? Oh BOP. I need my brain's broken. My bad. Why did Dees say Republicans make up problems and get mad about them like Dees haven't moved too far left? It because they literally who bop. You're saying bop like because of the sound that plays he likes. And I read BOP instead of balance of payments because of the economics term. Metro, again, I feel like we've been, like I've said, basically the same thing multiple times. It is absolutely true that Republicans just do manufacture problems about like transgender people in sports, for example. Like, for whatever like legitimate disagreements you have with the Democrats there, and like it's fine, but like it is absolutely true that Republicans like vastly overstate it. And like run on these culture war issues that are just not meaningfully affecting the average American on the daily. I'm trying to find, I gotta find something real quick. Oh shit, I hit the wrong thing. Oh no, it's embarrassing. Oh no, fuck. There we go. Okay. Raging Tomato is lurking, you lol. I don't even think she's here. I mean, I don't think she's here. I think it's just random, but Sarah comes in occasionally. It's pretty rare that we get a Sarah appearance outside of her rating me. Hey, Tolly, what's up? Tolly's not here, bro. I'd be very surprised if Tolly was actually here. It's just random. Those policies of negative expected value is so fun. What do? How's it made up? We see that because Republicans will literally say insane things about like transgender athletes stealing 200 bajillion medals from the fucking cis athletes or whatever. I'm sure like we can go look up some other like random insane claims. Like it's the same thing as like Trump claimed like Haitians were eating cats and dogs. Like this seems equivalent of you saying like, why did Democrats say Trump makes up stories about Haitians eating cats and dogs when Democrats clearly went too far left in the asylum issue? It's like, okay, these two things are not even incompatible. Why does it matter if it's one matter versus two? Because you asked why do D's say Republicans make up problems, and then now you're saying it doesn't matter if they make up problems. It's still an issue regardless. Okay. My bad. True. Okay, despite incomplete pass-through, the estimated impact on the CPI is significant over after 6 months. Aggregate price deviations from pre-tariff trends across product categories and weighted by official CPI expenditure. So we estimate expenditure share. Sorry, we estimate that the 2025 tariff contributed about 0.7 percentage points to the all items consumer price index in 6 months. This implies the annual inflation rate in the all items CPI, which stood at 2.9% in August, would have been about 2.2 percentage points in the absence of tariffs, a level much closer to the Federal Reserve's inflation target. Oh, what auto might get? Auto might get mad. I don't know. Tefty NGG one can't be misunderstood. Rock solid. What's up, Legate Ladius? Face. Maybe we can't go with the NGG or fandom name, guys. Maybe. Okay, I don't know how I want to. I need more colors. I don't use orange at all. I'll use orange. Okay. She swings by Connor and Stitching Adams, so it wasn't outside of possibility. I mean, you know, Sarah, obviously I know Sarah. We're pals still. She has been here occasionally. She's typed in chat before. She's donated before even. I'll defend you when you get big and those to your left try to cancel you for this stream. But I'm pretty sure those to my left try to quote unquote cancel me for plenty of things I've done outside of this stream, but I appreciate it. Fringo. Our results are consistent with those of Cavallo Gopinath, what the hell? Nyman and Tang 2021, who used a similar approach, combining micro-level retail price data of tariff classifications to study the 2018 to 2019 trade war. Like them, we find that the tariff pass-through to consumer prices is gradual and incomplete, reflecting frictions in transmission from border cost to retail prices. However, our estimated pass-through rates between 14 and 20% after 6 months are higher than those observed during the earlier episode, when comparable estimates remained below 5% after a year. Gay but cool gay? Real. This difference is consistent with the larger and broader tariffs implemented in 2025, which generated stronger and more pervasive cost pressures across supply chains. Estimates are also similar in magnitude to the 16% cost pass-through in 2 quarters reported by Nakamura and Zerman in 2010 for coffee, a commodity with well-measured input cost. Results also align with I have this paper in Weinstein in 2019, and Flandin. I have this paper too, I believe. Hortashu in 1009 2020, who emphasized the role of competitive pricing at retail level in propagating tariff shocks to domestic products, and mechanism which we also observe in categories where domestic and imported goods are close substitutes. At the aggregate level, estimates of roughly 0.7% percentage points to all item CPI is consistent with the recent analysis by Barbero Stein 2025 and Milton's Simol 2025, who also estimate non-trivial inflationary effects from the 2025 tariffs. Of course. Thank you for taking me there. Wow. Question, like the meme earlier, you must get the economists want more people dead thing all the time. Doesn't that make you question when it's thrown at the right all the time? I mean, It depends what you mean. So I would like that. That isn't really the thing that makes me question when that gets quote unquote thrown at the right. So like independently of that being a thing, I recognize like there are plenty of like cringe speeches you can find of like Elizabeth Warren being like, "Oh my God, our opponents want to Medicaid, and this is going to cause people to die," and blah 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 blah. Like, but I think some of that stuff is cringe. I think there are probably better salient criticisms you can make. Like, I think like it's fair to say sort of by result or whatever, or by effect, like in effect, many like Republicans are indifferent oftentimes to people getting food stamps, to people getting Medicaid benefits, and like technically I suppose that might potentially cause some deaths or whatever. But I think it is absolutely true. There are many Republicans who view a lot of welfare recipients as just fundamentally lazy or whatever. They just don't care about them, and they are basically indifferent to their outcomes. It's not like they want people to die and hate everyone or anything, but I do think that is like a decent criticism you can make. I've been told my whole life that I'm evil because I want a system with better incentives, which usually never happens at a government level. Well, to be fair, I mean, you know, the right will also say the left wants to trans the kids and everything, which I'm not doesn't excuse the left's behavior or anything, but I'm just saying like clearly both sides of the political aisle are engaged in this type of behavior. Okay, this amounts to a 0.7 percentage points. To the all-time CPI, 6 months. I wish my sides still have principles. Both sides is sore but true. Real. It is like on both sides as well. Probably just politically effective to your base or whatever. Oh Jesus, what's up?
What is Diddy Blood doing on the calculator? What?
What?
What are you calculating?
What do you mean? What am I calculating? Hello?
You were calculating something, no? Hello?
I was not calculating anything, I don't think. Oh my God.
Oh, I thought you did. Who's this? Oh my God. Shut up. Shut up.
Yo,
the writer of bad articles. The writer of bad articles.
Hey, y'all talking about my article. Hey, that was a great article.
That was a dog shit. Trash. Absolute
That was very good.
That was Cape shit Juco.
I have stuff to do today.
Hananya said that
do some stuff.
neoliberalism made those countries wealthier, and he used an arbitrary period. So I just went before that period, then after that period, and see the rates of growth, and they were lower. So I mean,
but no. I'm saying on multiple things, I gave you strong evidence to think not. You think neoliberalism was good. You just
you didn't give me strong arguments for shit. I wasn't responding.
I gave you two papers, and I showed you the oil dump was not because of
was
oil.
Was one the Washington Consensus Works paper? I know that paper. I'm familiar with that one. Yeah.
Oh, the oil thing. Well, I read Caldor's article on this. I have come to the so there's two periods of inflation. One I think 68 through 70. And then 73 to 82. Now, 73 through 82. Huh?
In the U.S.?
Yeah.
No, it was like 72 to 74 or something, and then 79 to like 80 because of the revolution in Iran.
No. This period of stagflation was like an 8-year period.
Yeah, between 72 or 3 to like 1981 or something.
That's what I just said.
Okay. Either
But
way,
then
listen.
The period
I'm saying that wasn't because of oil. You blamed Israel and oil for it, and that's just not empirically backed up. And I sent you a paper against it, and you were like, I don't know, and then you still published it.
There were 2 periods of inflation, like I just said. One was not because of oil. One was because of oil.
Neither.
Okay, well, you really don't think oil like the like huge spikes of oil are going to cause an increase of commodity prices? Are you retarded?
No. I think all else equal they do. That's just not the cause. The wave of inflation came before the shocks, so that's not the cause.
That's what I'm telling you. We're going over the
but
first.
You said in the article that the inflation was because of a Yom Kippur war because of Israel.
Stagflation was caused by Yom Kippur, but there was a period of inflation before Yom Kippur, which.
And that's why I'm saying no, and also negative GDP growth, or not negative, but slowdown in GDP growth before it.
Yeah, that was because of conflicts between workers and firm owners.
Well, how could it be the cause if the stagflation started way before?
There was rising. No, stagflation was from 1973 to 1982.
I'm saying if you look at the graph I sent, you can see when the oil shock happened, and you can see that the slowdown in GDP growth and the wave of inflation came like a year before that.
I agree, and I'm telling you why that happened.
You agree much that you didn't mention that in the article.
Metro?
Well, there was a bunch of things I didn't mention in the article. It became too long. Didn't feel like it. I was going to talk about because Hananya said some shit about housing, which we know empirically is not true because of that housing supply paper that was released a couple months ago.
That's not, no. We have many other papers that are better. And also that paper doesn't say that like liberating zoning laws is bad.
I didn't say it was bad. Just Hananya said something specific, which was not true, which is that he said that regulating houses is the cause of the housing crisis. And we know that's not true.
Regulating housing is because you mean the other way around?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's true.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong. You know that liberating zoning laws reduces prices by a lot.
How do we know that?
We have good papers on it.
I don't think we do. Well, the most recent evidence we've had disproves this.
What do you think about the Auckland paper?
The what paper?
Okay, that's what I thought. Don't say we don't.
No, you said no. You're muffled. I don't know what you're saying.
The Auckland paper in New Zealand.
Is that the refutation? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what that paper is from New Zealand.
Okay. We do. We have we're good synthetic control. Auckland in New Zealand, the city adopted a way liberalized zoning code, and
we're not talking about New Zealand. We're talking about the U.S. right now.
Well, policy, the rules of economics don't depend on the flag of your country.
Well, no, it doesn't. But if there could be a crisis in one country and not a crisis in another one, in two different.
That's why we use the synthetic. That's why we use the synthetic control instead of dog shit slop, like just comparing the periods. And that's why we could focus on.
Stop getting mad at me. Okay, there was a specific claim that I was refuting in that article. If you want to say the refutation was bad, that's fine. But I was refuting a bad paper, a bad article. Okay. Hananya straight up lied. He just straight up lied. He said there was.
Wait, one second.
He said there was higher growth after Thatcher and after Reagan, and that's not true. That's just completely not true. He said some just stupid shit about Russia.
What he meant is relative to the counterfactual.
I don't give a fuck. Well, he should have made that clear. I can't help he's a stupid. I can't help he was a stupid Palestinian.
Either way, I agree with that. Either way, listen. I'm saying, do you believe that relative to the counterfactual in Poland, the liberalization had bad effects?
The liberalization did have bad effects, yes.
Relative to the counterfactual. So you mean if had they not done it, they would have been better off?
Yeah, probably.
Wrong. Communist detected. Commie detected.
Well, no, that's the biggest. Okay, there's only thing, so the biggest problem with liberalization in Poland is that there was just skyrocketing unemployment, and that didn't even get under control until like the 2010s. And so if you solve that, then liberalization would have been good, because they had
I care about like unemployment is solvable in the long run, but growth is what I care more about. And the growth of the counterfactual, they just had way higher GP had they not. Well, yeah, relative to.
Well, I just don't know, but maybe. I mean, I would hope growth would go up, because they went into a recession that was as bad as the Great Depression in 1933 in America when they had their recession in 1991. So I'd really hope growth would skyrocket from recovering from a recession. That's usually what happens.
No, not just growth. The GDP level would have been way higher. That's the paper I sent you. Did you know?
I don't know. Ringo.
I looked at it.
What I'm saying is this: when you say, "Oh, in Auckland, for example, countries have trends or different factors, like there are less black people in New Zealand or whatever that affects stuff," that is controlled for. That's why the synthetic control method, I like it so much, because it controls for all of that by comparing it to the best counterfactual. So the counterfactual also
I don't know anything
accounts
Metro.
for the level of
What
trends or.
Are they using when you're doing the counterfactual?
What?
How are they? What do you mean by what counterfactual are they comparing it to? Just like if they did not do liberalization?
Yeah, the way the synthetic control method. So the way what we want to know about causal inference is what's the difference between what happened and what would have happened, right? And you don't know what would have happened, so you estimate it. And so we want to know the counterfactual. What would it have looked like had you not done it? And the synthetic control method, what it does is, let's say you have one country that got a treatment like liberalization, and then a bunch of other countries that didn't get it. And then what we do is not just compare it to the average of them. We look at the weighted average that best tracks Poland, and then extend it forward into the future, and we infer that's what Poland would have looked like likely. And then you can do a bunch of robustness tests and placebo tests and all that.
Whatever. That article was good and it got the point across. And guess who liked it? Lord Keynes liked it. So you can stop bitching about it. Don't care about your lesson in statistics. It was a good article. Lord Keynes.
Oh, Lord Keynes. You're right to say Lord Keynes. Yeah, fuck that guy.
That dude's amazing. What's your problem?
I think free trade is good.
Well, I mean, it's just not. Danny Roderick already solved this for us. How about this? You keep mentioning that one paper on tariffs. How about you respond to Roderick?
Danny Roderick is busy posting absolute coal garbage OLS slop regressions and world development papers. Absolute coal.
Hope. No, well, we're on to writing other stuff. It's time to, we debunked neoliberalism with that paper. Now it's time to go to the intellectual foundations of it. So we'll be dropping critiques of Popper, Hayek, and Milton Friedman pretty soon.
I don't care about Popper and Hayek. Milton Friedman was pretty based.
He fucking.
You know what book I just bought? I think you'd like it, by the way. I bought Phil Magnus' new book, Neoliberal Abstract. What?
Whose book?
Phil Magnus.
No, he has to be blocked on Twitter. Why would I like his shitty book?
Yeah.
Fuck him.
No. I'm saying the new book. Well, I mean, you can like people who like you. Either way, his new book is just looking at 100 articles from like sociology or whatever that have the word neoliberal in it in the abstract. Just like reviewing it because that word means nothing.
Metro, it's fucking silly. I agree. Does not seem whatever effect that has on the fertility rate. Probably not worth the cost.
Either way, look.
Liberal society.
I gotta go in 10 minutes. That's terrifying. But I'll close with this. I'm just saying I don't care about the intellectual foundations of neoliberalism or whatever. I think that's largely a fake thing. By the way, you should critique Mises. He was like one of the OGs who be.
Yeah, I'm going to. Praxeology is up next.
Oh, I'm going to critique praxeology on my blog when I start writing. Don't worry about that. I hate Austrian economics. I don't think that's neoliberalism. But I'm saying deregulation, free trade, all these have had good effects. We know that the data I cite is way better than just comparing one decade to a cherry decade.
I'm just telling you that these countries did not become super successful because of free trade because they didn't do free trade.
Poland did become super successful after liberalism.
They didn't do free trade. Well, Poland.
When did Poland join the E EU?
2004. But they still, I mean, they didn't adopt the Eurozone. They still manipulate their currency. I don't know.
I showed you
currency
by the way,
manipulation.
I don't hate the EU. So like I expect it to have good effects on their economy to also join the EU. But I'm saying, well, I have some hate for the EU. But
well, did you not hear what I just said?
You said they manipulated their currency. I don't know what that has to do with GDP growth.
I said they didn't do free. Well, they didn't really do free trade because they're manipulating their currency to devalue their currency because they didn't adopt the euro. They didn't adopt the euro as a.
I don't know enough about that. I don't know if they did or didn't.
I mean, that was the whole point I did with Korea and Japan. They didn't do free trade. I mean, they.
You know what? You have required reading. Okay, you have 2 articles I want you to read.
How about you read more Danny Roderick and Ian Fletcher, and then I'll read your stupid dog shit papers.
I just read a Danny Roderick absolute slop garbage article.
It's a good paper.
What? Are we talking about the same paper?
What paper?
The one in World Development about authors from the third world cannot get published.
He's from Turkey. That's second world.
Maybe. No, what I'm saying is he posted like an absolute garbage paper, I think. Slop regression that everyone was citing. So maybe Fletcher, got absolutely trounced by my boy Phil Magnus. Absolute.
Phil Magnus won't debate me, so I don't agree with you.
Maybe he won't debate you, but like you're more unacceptable to Polish people, But I'm saying Ian Fletcher isn't.
Let me make the larger point, which is that I was right and you're still wrong. I mean, it's whatever. But anyways,
that's a good point. That's a good point. I want
to talk to you about something.
Yeah, go.
So utilitarianism.
Oh boy.
Based.
It's not based. It allows for women to be raped. I don't like women getting raped.
What do you mean it allows for it?
If there's a situation where it maximizes utility for a woman to get raped, the woman should get raped.
Do you think if the world was gonna explode, then that would be permissible? If that was the only way to save let's say 200 people from dying.
No, that still probably wouldn't be permissible.
And if someone thinks it is, are they evil?
That's not virtuous to want to rape someone.
I know you disagree with it morally. Well, I'm not saying it's virtuous or whatever. I'm just saying that's the best outcome.
But the way that you measure the best outcome is,
yeah,
through utility.
But it's like saying
now if you,
100 people.
Well, no, hold on, let me make a point.
Wait. Here's a question. What do you think is the worst, rape or murder?
Oh, murder.
Okay, and is it okay to murder one guy to save 200 people?
Probably not.
Okay, and if someone disagrees with you, are they morally wicked?
You are evil.
I don't think so. And I suspect many people in the audience.
How is murdering someone align with your telos and let you meet eudaimonia? I mean, it makes no sense.
It doesn't. I don't care about that.
I don't. Yeah, those aren't the things that should matter. I don't think.
No, well, that's the only thing that matters. Human flourishment doesn't matter. That's ridiculous. Now, let's say a woman is in a coma.
Wait, hold on. Wait, real quick. Do you think that if medical professional EMTs or whatever should make decisions about?
We already talked about that. Multiple times, right?
Yeah, you were wrong. Still, you said it was okay to rape her.
I don't look. I was agreeing that's unintuitive, but either way, I don't care if someone wants to disagree on the margins. I care about defending utilitarianism in 90% of situations that happen in the real world.
Gave me a reduction that's in the 1% of situations. I can't do that either, and it's a problem. You can do it; it's fine. I do it; it's a problem.
What if it was eudaimonic to rape a bitch?
I did. That's You're retarded. That violates that violates the law of identity, right? That's illogical.
Oh, that's right. It's incoherent. It violates the nap. That's right. I didn't consider that.
Dude, I gotta write a critique of the nap, bro.
Yeah.
Because Rothbard is a natural law theorist, so.
Look, if I start publishing, the 3 topics I'm going to write about are like, 1, common objections to utilitarianism are absolute coal. 2nd, praxeology is garbage, or Austrian economics broadly is garbage. And 3, I don't like economy. And I want to say that.
Are you going to critique his argument for socialism or something, or egalitarianism?
I'm going to suboptimal because you can just very plausibly just make it better by just having a big DBCFC.
A what?
A destination-based cash flow tax.
Oh, a DBCC. Okay.
Yeah. Either way, look. I'll be muted. I'll still hear you guys, but I gotta go. I'll be here.
I want to go back to my stream as well, but just real quick for Seth, maybe there's like there going to be differences you can point out or whatever, but like why is it substantially different? I'm assuming that you would say like, we have rules for triage, right? And like medical people make these decisions all the time with regards to, we show up to an accident and you save the people that you think you have the best chance of saving or whatever. Like, why is that substantially different than pressing a button to kill one person to save 200 or whatever?
Pressing the button's different. Okay, so pressing the button's different. This is when the principle of double effect comes in. So there's nothing intrinsically wrong with pressing a button, obviously, and you're doing it to save 200 people. And then the consequences of pushing that button is that person will be dead. Hold on, someone just texted me. Now, shooting the person, like you murder that person, right? That is intrinsically wrong. But pushing
murder is causing. Murder is about causing. Like murder is not just with guns. I mean, if I push someone off a building, it's fine. Or if I look, let's say I know someone.
Yes, pushing the fat man is different from pulling the lever. Yes, I would.
No, but let's say I fall. Let's say I know someone falls every time they see like a purple tile on the floor, and I make the
your
roof of the
mic.
building.
I can't. It's hard to understand.
Oh boy. Is that better? Hopefully.
Yes.
Should be better. Yeah. So I'm saying, let's say I know someone falls every time they see a purple tile on the floor, and I make the roof of a building, and I intentionally put a purple tile on the floor, and then a year later, that guy goes to the roof, sees the purple tile, falls, and then dies. That's maybe you think it's less bad than murder, but clearly I did something very, very morally wrong.
By putting a towel on the floor?
Tile. Floors have tiles.
Why is that wrong?
I'm saying, let's say someone falls every time they see a purple tile. I know non-fun every time he sees a purple tile on the floor, he falls. And I make the roof of a building and I put a purple tile on there. And then non-fun a year later visits the roof of the house, sees the red tile, the purple tile, and falls and dies. I think I did something wrong, even though I didn't murder him. I killed, or maybe I did murder him, but I didn't shoot him or push him myself. But I did something that intentionally caused him.
Why did you put the towel on the roof?
Because I wanted to. It's my right. It's eudaimonic.
It's not your right. No, it's not your right.
Why is it not my right? Why is it not my right? Why is it not my right? Because
it's his house.
Because,
what if I hire him to? I mean,
let's say it's my house and he visits me a year later.
I don't think anything's been wrong there. If you put a towel in the house and he goes up on the roof to take the towel off and he falls and dies. No, what the fuck? How are you morally culpable?
Okay, maybe that was a dumb analogy. Look, maybe the analogy was too complicated.
The intention. What I'm getting at here is the intention. Okay, so say. Let me draw an analogy that Oderberg does. I think it's Oderberg. It's like you go on your way to work, your car, expresses a bunch of, fumes into the atmosphere. That's bad for the atmosphere. But you even though that's bad for the atmosphere and the environment because you're polluting things, I don't think you're morally culpable for that because, you're just trying to get to work, and going to work and driving your car, not something that's intrinsically immoral. What is intrinsically immoral is shooting someone. So like the intention in the act that's happening when you're pressing a button is different from the intrinsic act that's happening when you're shooting someone. Like I said, in the trolley problem, pulling like I would pull the lever to save 3 people. There's nothing wrong with pulling the lever. Pushing someone, the fat man, off the building, that is different. I'll die on that hill. Yes.
Oh wait, I was muted. Yeah, that's fine. I disagree with that. I'm just saying, people who disagree.
Did he lag out for
Damn.
you too, non-fom?
Yep.
Rape or something. They're just like denying some philosophical principle that isn't strong.
Rape. You came back into you unlagged when you said rape.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh, I came back and I said like rape. That's it.
Yeah, that's all we heard was rape.
Oh, because I'm off the Wi-Fi. Rape, murder.
Thank you,
murder.
BB.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you,
No,
BB.
I'm saying. By the way, Hanania is Christian Palestinian, so not sure you want to attack him ethnically.
He's a stupid retard. I mean, he's retarded.
I might agree with that.
He was doing
Hanania. I'm not interested in defending him.
He was doing the whole like free markets correlates with economic freedom slop posting.
Yeah, I don't love that. I don't love that. I don't love that. I don't defend that. I mean, look, my philosophy is you should use a level of causal inference one above your opponent. Okay? And so whenever I talk to tankies who are like, all of capitalism is colonialism because Marx, then I use the economic freedom correlations, because that's like easy. But, I think Hanania shouldn't. I think his audience is like above that.
The ways to measure the economic freedom suck ass.
It doesn't really matter.
Well, no, because Norway is like more like quote unquote economically free than America. Like,
Even after you adjust for stuff like that. So you should read Tibor Rutar's book. That's someone you should read. You should read Tibor Rutar. He had another post about neoliberalism. 2023.
Okay, there was a paper that came out. I don't know if it was 24 or 25, but the correlation between economic freedom and growth is nonlinear.
Maybe. I'm saying, well, growth. Maybe I don't know. Either way, what I'm saying is that. So Tibor Rutar, what he did in his book. So Ben Burgess wrote an article deriding the indexes, right? And he was like, "Oh, Norway is like too high, and they include inflation that makes no sense, and they have like respecting contracts. I don't know any socialist who says no one should respect contracts, so that should not be included." And Tibor Rutar was like, "Yeah, maybe let's go with everything he said. Let's grant him all of that." And so he just adjusted the index. He reconstructed it by dropping everything Ben critiqued, and still found like. Yeah, basically all the effects are still there, or like not effects, but like all the regressions still have the same result, and like no country really changes any quarter relative to where it was before. Or I think some countries change a quarter, but like none by like more than 2 quarters. Like it wasn't that meaningful of a change.
Was Norway still freer than America?
I don't think he talked specifically about Norway. I don't think Norway is freer than America on the scale.
It is.
Maybe
all the Nordic countries are actually
whatever original thing it is, because I mean they have like citizens reports of like the government's transparency as like a metric in that, right? So like it wouldn't surprise me that Norway's higher.
I agree it's imperfect. Like Ben also cites something like it says Ukraine became less economically free after the fall of the USSR. Maybe I didn't look into that. I couldn't verify that, but
no, that's
maybe it's true.
100% true. And let me tell you why it's true. Is because when Ukraine became independent after the U.S.
Yo, thanks for the gifted sub, Michael. I appreciate it. Let's fucking go. See, now you got your trumpets that you can hear. Now let's go. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'll defend the fuck out of free markets or free minds. Real. Well, I mean, right now they're disputing. There's like I think it's the Heritage Foundation that measures it or whatever. They have like their economic freedom index, and like people just run like rough like correlations and regressions with like growth rates between countries. But the economic freedom index includes like as I said, I think one of the silly things it includes is like citizens' rating of their own government transparency, and like that's not really what people are seeking to measure most of the time when they cite this stuff.
Maybe by saving lives, and then these lives go on.
That's
and
why.
live
That's
good
why I
lives.
said prevented. That's why I said prevented suffering.
Oh, but let's say the lives then go on and experience pleasure. That's also
So
important.
would you agree that Israel's war in Palestine's unjust?
Did I yeah, I've said that for like a year now.
Well, you're a filthy Jew, so I was just wondering.
Oh my God.
More than a year. Either
Would
way,
you agree that October
listen. I don't
7th
appreciate the anti-Semitism. I don't know. Absolutely not. But either way, look, I don't know why we're talking about that. I'm talking about the economic freedom indices. I'm saying you should read people He had a Substack article way better about neoliberalism called something like "Populists on the left and right are wrong about neoliberalism." Great article.
Retro, I'm not asking
Goes
him
into
that.
the
I don't
good
care.
causal inference. Good stuff. Hopefully, there's not too much background noise. And
Are you outside?
And he critiqued Ben Burgess and all the economic freedom arrangements. And that said, I don't love the index. I don't use it that often. I think it can be good. So, for example, the paper I sent you about the Washington. I'll send it to you, but don't worry about that. I will say, I think the economic freedom can be used in a good way to like identify freedom shock. I don't think it's that good for like just slop regressions, but like
because they've talked to each other before. They both know their positions. I'm sure it's happened like 500 times before. And I don't think Seth is like as much as he is anti-Semitic or whatever. Like he's not like super serious about like civil text like literally being a filthy Jew or whatever, right? Like they're buddies for the most part.
But I'm just saying I don't like when people are like, oh look, this decade was better than that decade, therefore it's causal or something.
Well, don't say this decade was better than that decade when the decade in question was not better.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay. But you should support neoliberalism based on the data.
Oh, of course. Well, the data disagree.
Do you think you can call someone a hard R if they're your buddies? What is this, 1984? What the hell? What the hell?
Liberalism, I would just go into like suicide rates and all that other stuff, and then I would get into the econ.
I think suicide is like an issue, but it's like pretty rare. So the rarer something is, the less important it is.
No, but the amount of utility that's decreased by suicide is going to be much, or the amount of suffering that's caused by suicide is going to be much higher than like a 2% slower growth in GDP, right?
By one suicide?
Or just how many suicides are happening?
I mean, maybe I don't know how many suicides there are.
Okay.
2%'s a lot.
I mean, and when we say neoliberalism, are we talking about like
Funko Pops? Well, I look, I gotta mute. We can talk about that later.
Well, no, I'm just gonna say the last thing I'm gonna say is like I'm probably gonna agree with you that Russia having Putin is better than like when it had Stalin. But I don't know if that's like, well, I don't know if you'd call that neoliberal or like.
No,
dang.
I think in Russia their economy got fucked because they didn't go neoliberal enough. They cut their reforms short. That's what caused it.
Oh, that's retarded.
That's not retarded. That's what the evidence shows.
No,
countries that didn't do. That's the second paper. You're not going to read anything that disagrees with you. Oh my God. The second paper goes into that and it shows that countries that didn't have sustained long periods.
I read that. Like the gradualist approach was worse than the shock approach or whatever it called it. No, I saw that. No,
yeah, Russia, it's a good paper.
That's just that. Well, then there's something I need to actually read the methodology. Then that's retarded. Do you even know what caused Russia's rebound?
I don't know what
Poland and Russia went into recession after privatization efforts.
Right. Of course. Well, but that's because the collapse of the Soviet Union. Of course, when an empire you depend on collapses, you're going to go into.
No, but Russia did far worse.
I agree because they didn't liberalize enough.
No, I mean, I'm asking you, do you know what caused like Russia's rebounding?
So I think it was Gilder, or what was the name of the prime minister? And then there was another guy and he just cut it short.
No, I'm asking you what calls Russia's economy to rebound.
I don't know. I don't know what answer you want.
Oh, it was protectionism.
I don't agree.
No, you were wrong.
Either way, look, we can debate that another time. I gotta go.
See ya.
See ya. Nice talking.
See you guys. Yep.
How are you, non-fawn?
Good, I guess.
What are you up to?
Not a ton.
There is not, nor will there ever be,
reading a little bit.
good populist.
Ever.
Populists
right now,
are a
you're gonna like
disease
this
past,
one. It's just
present,
it's that study that
future
came out
in
about
this or any other
the pass-through rate
real or
of
imagined.
tariffs from this trade war.
Who's that study done by?
The Cavero dude or whatever, Alberto Cavallo.
Was it the one I cited?
Cited where? I don't know. I didn't read your blog post.
Didn't we debate?
No. This like just came out, so no, it's not going to be the one you cited at all. No. But the same author is working on a lot of stuff.
Because his last study on the pass-through found that the tariff had like a statistically significant effect, but like when you looked at like if you were like just a consumer and you went and bought something at a store, it was insignificant. Like it was like by like a dime or so.
I mean, I don't know which one that is specifically. But,
2021.
We can talk about this more later. I want to get through. There's stuff I want to get through today, and then we can, if you want to chat about free trade ever, we can probably set that up. But
are you live right now?
Bro, why do you join this stream room and think I'm not live?
I didn't know if this was just the VC.
No, there's a lot of other VCs for when I'm not live or whatever. But yeah, this is the live one.
What did the abstract say of that paper?
The one I'm reading now, it said like it was basically the pass-through rate for retail goods was like 20% to consumers, and it was like a 0.7% cumulative increase to the consumer price index.
That didn't seem that high.
I mean, it's just looking at, that's like to consumers for retail goods or whatever. But like, I mean, it's not like out of line with stuff we've seen previously or whatever. But
does it? You said, for what percent of the tariff causes that though?
What do you mean, what percent?
Well, no, like presume. So you said like 0.7% increase or something at like what percent tariff?
Oh, well, they're looking at overall. So that's they're combining they have a method to look at basically the like actual applied tariff rate. Retro, I know. Shut the fuck up. I recognize. What do you say?
Look at the study in the chat, or can you post it in the side chat for me? I want to look over this.
Yeah. Give me a second.
I really don't like Trump, so if this is a study saying he's doing fuck shit, I'd like to see it.
Well, you don't like Trump for other reasons, right?
I don't like his economic policies either. I don't like his industrial policies pursuing.
What do you think of him in the Venezuela stuff?
I'm against invading Venezuela.
Yippee.
Are you?
Yeah.
I mean, I just think I think it's impossible.
I imagine it would not go well. Like, I would not think it's possible to do it cleanly, but. I don't know, we can talk more later, but I got like, I got shit I want to get through today. So.
I'm gonna mute my mic. Do you mind if I stay in the VC, or would you rather I leave?
Stay in the VC for what?
That's a good question. I'll see you later.
Okay, see you later. Yeah, we can set something up for free trade or whatever. But yeah, okay. Wow. Okay, kick should work. Whatever. Of course, that's not a $20 donation. Okay, I was just in the middle of a conversation, but yeah, I appreciate it. There is not, nor will there ever be, a good populist ever. Populist or disease, past, present, future, in this or any other cosmos, real or imagined. Goddamn. That's a little harsh, okay? Fawn, aren't you anti 2A? I don't know exactly what you mean by that. I don't care about having a constitutionally protected right to firearms, but I don't know if it's net utility increase to like do any type of gun regulation in the US. I don't think I don't think there's like particularly good evidence on it from what I've seen, but of the studies that like are good, from my understanding, it's like, yeah, like a 2-week waiting period or whatever is like probably good. Dude, don't say utility. My bad. We can fix him. It makes you sound like a geek. What do you want? What the fuck? That's just my position. That's just what I believe. I don't know what else you want me to say, but okay. Okay. To measure the price effect of tariffs across different products, we construct custom price indices from the micro level, following the methods in Cabello 2015. Like I said, this dude's got a lot of research on this stuff. I imagine if I argue that it's to protect us from government, you would say U.S. military would dominate, making my argument seem irrelevant, which is something different. Yeah, I don't. I don't think in the modern era, there'd be any like realistic chance of individual gun ownership really preventing any type of full-blown government authoritarianism. There might be like some certain actions or whatever that could be resisted that would be enabled by, would be enabled by individual gun ownership. But yeah, base of Venezuela would be easy peasy, right? No. I mean, like, obviously the U.S. military like would have okay, so obviously the U.S. was a much stronger military force than the Taliban in Afghanistan or even the government forces in Iraq and ISIS as well. It doesn't necessarily mean that the invasion is super easy peasy or anything. There are a lot of other issues, but I mean, ultimately, if we want, Venezuela won't give us their oil, so why not? I don't even know. Is that we impose sanctions on Venezuela? Does Venezuela even refuse to sell us oil? I'm pretty sure we mandate that individuals here don't buy Venezuelan oil with sanctions. Products group multiple ways: country of origin, domestic versus importer status, and whether they are affected by tariffs. This flexible structure allows us to examine price dynamics across country sectors and product types, which is particularly useful given the shifting scope of the 2025 tariff measures. USAA, United States of All Americas, based. We begin by standardizing and cleaning the raw price data. Missing observations are replaced with the most recent available data for up to 30 consecutive days, and extreme price changes are excluded according to the methods in the BLS handbook and methods. For each product, we compute a daily price relative. As a dictatorship, we should replace it with a US-friendly gut. Like, if the hypothetical is just like, we have a button to press that replaces the current Venezuelan government with a better government, yeah, we should press that button the same way if there was a button to press that was replace the Iraqi government, replace Saddam Hussein with a better government, you should press that button. I don't have any issue with doing that intrinsically, but obviously the pragmatic stuff is what matters. So we can exploit their oil reserves for predatory deals. Real. The product can compute a daily price relative, the ratio of its price to previous day's price, and then take the unweighted geometric mean of those relatives across all items within each group. The resulting daily average rate of change is chained over time to produce an index initialized at 1 in the first observation period. This chained matched model index approach captures cumulative price movements while accommodating product entry and exit, following the standard practice in the official CPI construction where identical items are compared across consecutive periods. But what about the net utility of all the humans who would no longer suffer under dictate? I'm obviously taking, that's why I'm saying it would be obviously good to get rid of that, but I don't know if I would lean against it having been a net utility increase to invade Iraq, for example, even though obviously the people in Iraq would stand to benefit from not living under a dictatorship and probably do. I mean, Iraq's not a dictatorship now. I don't think they're particularly democratic. But I mean, the Iraqi government doesn't even control all of Iraq, right? The Kurds control some of it. ISIS still has some amount of, still has some small pockets at least. Want to open up Venezuela oil to replace Russian and Iranian oil. We even tried under Biden. Well, I know Biden tried to make deals with Venezuela. I think there was a deal with Venezuela, to my understanding, didn't adhere to, where he said, "Oh, we're going to remove some of the sanctions on Venezuelan oil if you have democratic elections," and then Venezuela basically they banned the Maduro, whatever, however you pronounce his name, banned the biggest opposition candidate in the elections, so that deal didn't end up going anywhere. But yeah, I recognize all else equal, it would of course be nice to have Venezuelan oil, and it would of course be nice for the Venezuelan people to have a better government. But Fun is down for the invasion, boy. I'm just saying, I'm not intrinsically anti-intervention or anti. I don't believe our government has some principled right to exist, and I don't believe it is in principle wrong to replace a government if it would lead to good outcomes. It's just that pragmatic part of it leading to good outcomes, I'm not convinced of. Maybe we should watch the Ryan Macbeth video on it. It's 2 minutes long, so we can watch it 1.5 times speed and get through it. But okay, we'll get there in a second. Okay. To maintain consistency across categories, we do not explicitly adjust for quality changes or seasonality. This approach ensures comparability across products, sectors, and tariff events, consistent with our focus on short-run price dynamics. Category weights are also omitted, except when estimating the aggregate impact on CPI. In those cases, we construct weighted indices using official expenditure weights at the most disaggregated level available, ensuring that categories with larger share of household consumption are properly represented. Price impact. Okay, it might be worth writing down some of the thing. Take this quiz fun after. Okay. We can do both. I can multitask. Okay. Don't copy strike me, Ryan Macbeth.
Hey guys, we need to talk about Venezuela. This video is going to be a little bit different because, as you can see, I'm getting new floors put in. I kind of had to do that because I had some flooding. So I'll tell you something, man. Us YouTubers, we are famous, not rich.
Oh, wait. I have more info. Okay.
So I figured I would make a salad. I'm making turkey. I've got some rice here, and I have some spinach here in the refrigerator. So I'm going to make a green and grain bowl for dinner tonight, even though I barely have a place to sleep because my bed is piled with stuff from the flooring contractors. But I want to talk about what's going on in Venezuela. A lot of people think that we might be invading Venezuela soon. And if you want more information on that, I strongly suggest that you check out Preston Stewart. He has been covering the situation in Venezuela extensively. He's a fantastic...
What would happen if we did a one-time capital levy on certain ethnic religion? Oh, man. I mean, I don't know. It seems efficient to me. Hold on, I know who Preston Stewart is. I'm just curious what the... Oh my god. None of this is even particularly relevant. I think the American insurgency would make our military very uncomfortable. Two ways correct in any age. I don't, it just, like, in an age of F-35s, I don't know, it doesn't feel like that would, be that meaningful. Also, I think if you make that argument, you could argue that, like, if the right is there to protect against a authoritarian government or whatever, maybe you might have some, like, positive right to like to a gun in that case. Like, maybe, like, you should be able to get a government provided firearm for free to protect your right to defend against a tyrannic regime. Okay, why is my ability to protect myself against a tyranny based on my income level? Huh? What avocado? What people are stuck at is understanding economic warfare is warfare, and nearly every product is an input to another product. You literally can't independently tear for a product. It's not possible. Truth nuke. Swift method. Let's go. Well, don't they? I thought they had a high rate of gun ownership just because everyone had to serve in the military there.
He has been covering the situation in Venezuela extensively. He's a fantastic guy. Take a look at Preston Stewart's channel. I personally don't believe we're going to be doing anything in Venezuela anytime soon. There's a reason for that. Dude, I sound just like freaking, what's that guy's name? Peter Zeiler right now. But basically, here's the deal. We sent a couple of destroyers, a Marine Amphibious Ready Group.
They mandate gun ownership? What the hell? I said, huh, to what would happen if we did a one-time... Oh, that's a reference to a meme in my server about doing a one-time capital levy on the Jews. Which is a tax proposal that someone on my server came up with or whatever.
We destroyed a couple of fast boats that may have been carrying drugs. At least 6 of them, I believe. 6 that we know of. There's 6 where footage has been released of us destroying these fast boats with either drones or Hellfire missiles, most likely. And now the USS Ford is headed over to the Caribbean Sea. Maybe for an invasion, maybe for a...
Dude, hold on. They're trying to trick me, right? Faber's making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet. Faber's tougher laws and regulation to protect the environment, even if raises prices or cost jobs. Thinks abortion should be legal in all cases. That's right. This is going to be a did not vote. This girl didn't vote. That's my guess. So they're trolling me. They're trolling me. They're trolling me. If it's Kamala Harris, I'm going to kill myself. Oh my God. Yes, I don't like it. Yes, I knew it. I knew it. I fucking do it. Okay.
For show of force, because when you're a dictator, nothing is worse.
I think it's got a hard time trusting fat people. Relatable base. Let's go.
Than having an American aircraft carrier off your coast. That is an incentive to do the right thing. Absolutely. So Maduro has been a thorn in the side of President Trump for a very long time. His last election, Maduro's election, was somewhat...
Thinks too many people get easily offended over language that others use. It's gotta be Donald Trump, right? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Contested.
It's like...
and it seemed like he refused to leave. And the results of the election were somewhat questionable. But Trump wants this guy gone. Now, as to whether or not Venezuela is the main conduit for drugs, I don't know. I know that as long as Americans like drugs, there will be an industry of people willing to send drugs or risk their lives willing to get drugs to America just because supply and demand, right? If you have a lot of demand, there will be suppliers who are willing to enter that pipeline. Now, I will say another thing. When you put the full weight of America's intelligence gathering and military capability behind interdicting drug vessels.
Oh my God, I knew it was going to be did not vote. I knew, oh my God, every time I just assumed did not vote. I was like, like all these things are like, you guys probably can't even fucking see it, but it's like all 3 so clearly Kamala Harris. And I was like, there's no way you should be this strongly aligned and didn't vote. But no, of course, I knew it. I should have went with my initial assumption. Goddamn. As a person that owns a house to keep my guns and motorcycles dry, I'll endorse that. Let's go. What website is that? The quiz I'm taking? I can send it in Twitch chat.
That kind of changes the risk.
It's not fun if you'd spend your entire stream sucking off Trump. Your stream would blow up with viewers just like Asmongold. I mean, you would imagine if that were true, then my stream hating on Trump would blow up with like Destiny viewers. Or, I mean, Hasan barely even hates on Trump. He just hates on Israel. But, you know.
Risk calculus. And some cartels may decide, you know what, this is
how much money have you earned to stream? I don't know, Metro.
That smoke, we should get out of the business. We did a little bit of fighting drug cartels back in the 1980s, although that was mainly helping.
Dude, Jessica, white female, doesn't like mass deportations, thinks abortion should be legal in all cases, thinks the government should do more to help needy Americans, even if it means going deeper in debt. Do you love Destiny? Or is he just, I think Destiny's a good debater, and since we're both like centrist, liberal people, like we're going to be aligned in most things, but I like, certainly he doesn't seem like a great person interpersonally, even if I don't think he's like an actual fucking pedophile rapist or whatever, but yeah, okay, I know, Michael, yeah. This is going to be a did not vote again. My gut is saying did not vote, but some of these have got to be Kamala Harris. She's white, she's a white woman. White woman would vote for Kamala Harris. Okay. She's educated, white, woke, liberal. She's voting Kamala Harris. Okay, thank God. Okay.
Local nations with their counter-drug capabilities, giving them equipment, giving them intelligence. I don't think we did any kind of clear and present danger type strikes on these drug cartels back in the 80s, though there may have been one-offs here and there. But I can tell you that the problem with invading Venezuela right now...
I mean, I don't think the PDF, but it kind of strains like commissioning art of a child, even as a joke. I don't even know that commissioning art thing.
One of the reasons I really haven't done any videos on it is that I don't really see that as a possibility. Or I find it unlikely. If I were to use ICD-203, I would call it unlikely.
Wait, is he cooking? He is indeed cooking. He's making whatever fucking turkey bacon stuff he said.
And there's a couple of reasons for that. Reason number one is this guy up here, the one who looks like he should be in a boy band reunion. His name is Elbridge Colby. He's a pretty influential guy, and he's a very competent guy, and he works as the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. And this guy has a raging hatred of China that is even worse than my raging...
Oh my God, I knew it. I knew it was going to be Donald Trump. Let's go. I was like, the fucking... the deportations. Okay. Even though she's Hispanic, I knew it. Let's go.
Hatred of the PLA. And I can tell you that the big fear at the Department of Defense or Department of War, whatever you want to call it, the big fear is that we are going to be going to war with China in 2027 or 2028, because that's when Xi Jinping has said the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, needs to be ready to go to war with China.
When even was that, Eleni? I have no clue.
And if we entered Venezuela, it would consume quite a few resources, quite a few smart weapons, attacking targets inside Venezuela to actually prepare for an invasion. And you might say, well, Ryan, didn't we do something like that in Panama back in 1989 under George H.W. Bush? Yeah, we did. Back then,
oh, fuck. Got my guts to Kamala Harris, too, because he's just like me for real, but... Whenever I see like the culture war thing, I'm like, these people are just gonna vote solely on the fucking vibe culture war shit, aren't they?
Panama's population was about 3 million people, and we had military bases in Panama. So
I don't know. I saw in some drama video. He's kind of weird. Okay, yeah. I don't know. It's credence I put in that. Then whatever.
Essentially, had control over that area. Very short logistical supply lines. Logistics aren't that much of a concern. I mean, if there's one thing America is good at, it is getting stuff.
When we could have warm-ups before the event started. Venezuela, it's just our warm-up war. I don't think that, like, unless the argument, I suppose to some extent you could make the argument that maybe if we go to war with Venezuela, it would force us to develop like more capacity. Then maybe you can make that argument. But I think it's better just to. Probably more realistic to view it as a war with a high opportunity cost of focusing our efforts elsewhere. And I mean, we could probably build out that capacity independent of invading Venezuela if we really want to.
To the other.
Whatever Twitch chatter said is not just as not true. It feels like
this is a much different fight, because if we were to invade, let's say, Venezuela and hit a capital city like Caracas, we also have to worry about the rest of the country. And now what do you have? You have an insurgency. Now, whether or not people would be willing to fight is a different story. Last year there was talk about Venezuela maybe invading Guyana, and I didn't do a video about that either because I didn't think it was going to happen, mainly because the Venezuelan military, they don't have enough calories to actually invade anyone. I spoke with a former Venezuelan officer, and he said, like, people were selling their equipment for food, stuff like that. So if Maduro thinks he has an army that can stand up to the United States, even as an insurgency force, he may be sorely mistaken. But what I don't really see is any kind of full boots on the ground sort of invasion, mainly because that's going to eat up a lot of smart weapons. And an insurgency operation, well, now you're talking, you have to move active duty forces to Venezuela, you activate National Guard, going to Venezuela to perform stabilization operations, and now essentially you have Iraq or Afghanistan all over again. I saw that movie.
People fight against China, but the hype is not there for Venezuela. Dude, I don't even know how many people... I don't think you could get away with a draft for almost any war. But I mean, if we actually fought against China, presumably it would be to protect Taiwan too. It wouldn't just be like to fucking destroy China or whatever. But drone strike and Martro, best option. I don't know. I don't even know what would happen if we like literally just did that. I don't know. Seems unlikely Venezuela would just become a fucking democracy. So, but maybe in the next leader would be more willing to negotiate with the U.S. That's what I mean. People will fight to protect Taiwan. I don't even know. I don't trust my generation. I'd be deported from Venezuela back to the U.S. if I couldn't get a job in a cartel fast enough. Plus, the thing needs to be decommodified. SA, we never did properly back in the 90s.
I saw that in the theater, and like literally in theater. And it didn't work out that
So what's up, Anarch? Welcome back.
well for us. I mean, Iraq was a better case than Afghanistan. But at this point, we shouldn't be worrying about tin pot dictators in Venezuela. We need to be worrying about China. And that's one thing Elbridge Colby and I have in common, other than our incredible good looks. So I think that's kind of the situation with Venezuela. I think that we might do a show of force and try to convince Maduro, you know what? You might as well go to some African country and live out the rest of your life like Bashar al-Assad is in Russia. Just chill out somewhere with your millions and with your family and enjoy being a former dictator of a country. But yeah, I really don't see us actually taking the time and the troops to invade Venezuela.
I mean, Venezuela is functionally a one-party state, right? Again, my understanding, the reason the deal that they signed with Biden for like a democratic election in exchange for oil sanctions relief didn't go through all the way is because they banned the major opposition candidate from running. I'm afraid of China too, but I don't think we should ever offensive war them. I mean, ideally, yeah, I don't think anyone really wants that, except maybe the most extreme boomer Republicans. But
because we have much bigger things to worry about, such as China, and doing so would eat up a heck of a lot of smart munitions that we're going to need for the fight against the PLA when China invades Taiwan in a couple of years. And one little secret to my little my sad salad here. And yes, I am eating.
This did not vote. Oh my god, it was, of course. Oh my god.
Salad. I'm trying to live. I'm not going to give up smoking, but I am trying to eat better ever since my gallbladder kind of exploded a couple of months ago. But I typically do turkey and I do spinach, and I put.
I think Americans don't understand. They can invade now. I mean, what do you mean by could? Like, I don't know. Trump won't do that. That's for sure. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a super big foreign policy guy. But by the way, we are talking to people about that, or I am talking to people about this tomorrow night. Which I'll do a little bit of reading tomorrow off stream before that, but
homemade kind of adobo seasoning on top, and I think it is absolutely delicious. And I'll tell you this, I will eat the hell out of some spinach.
I did not see the Neo robot.
I absolutely love spinach, and this is kind of the result here.
Okay, incredible.
My little homemade cava green and green bowl. So that's the situation in Venezuela. It's one of the reasons why I choose not to really cover the topic. I really don't think it's going to be an issue for the United States. And thank you guys so much for watching.
It's me.
Kind of need to fight before their population ages out. Is manpower really going to be the big constraint either way? Seems like either way they would have enough young people to be able to, I don't want to say overwhelm us, because presumably in many ways we have superior technology, but this is 9 minutes long. I don't want to watch this whole thing. I don't care about a fucking robot.
And today we're launching Neo, our humanoid for the home.
Neo, the
Whoa.
robot.
Let you live with it.
Yeah, no.
grew up reading these beautiful books and watching these beautiful data would shine when she's gone.
They have a window of 15 years at most? I guess I don't see... I don't know. I don't see why manpower would be the biggest constraint, but like I said, I'm not a huge foreign policy guy. It's just not intuitive to me. I need to make a sex bot version. This is truth. I'm sure. I mean, you could put a... It was dancing earlier. I'm sure you could just put a strap-on on it, program it to do some things, and it'd work.
So you can come back to a cleaner and talk to your Neo to get assistance with anything from a hard question to a household task. With Neo's autonomy, you can get access to all of its latest AI features to get help with tasks on demand. And the Neo app lets you interact with your Neo from anywhere. But all you have to do to get started is turn on your Neo and introduce yourself.
I'm real sure it says the smaller window. Or like their economic model.
Hey, I'm Neo. I'm here to help around the house. What's your name?
Harry.
Nice to meet you, Harry. When you have a question or want something done,
AIGF
just
and
let me
then an
know.
organic pussy. Oh boy.
You give your Neo a list of chores, you schedule a time that you want them done, so that you can focus on what matters to you while your Neo...
I'm familiar with Russia, yeah, but they don't have a... Their population is not as big to begin with, right? And Ukraine also has a pretty big population. That's not true of Taiwan.
And then you create a list of chores. Whether it's something more specific, like watering the plants on Tuesdays, or something more general, like tidying the house, your Neo will get it done at the scheduled time. If there are any chores that your Neo hasn't learned how to do autonomously, you can use Expert Mode to have an expert from 1X supervise the session and provide corrective intervention to help Neo complete any task.
Me accidentally turning on expert mode while my Neo's giving me back shots. Dude, why is your attention span? I don't give a fuck about a random ass robot metro. Read it, Anafa? Wait, what am I supposed to be reading? Huh?
They're both made from chili peppers, and you could put cayenne
language and even give you interior design advice. The gestures and the light rings express Neo's intentions. Its audio intelligence can also pick up on whether you are addressing it or someone else in the room. Neo comes with Redwood AI.
Hey Neo, can you take this cup to the sink for me?
And breaking it down into simple steps, such as walking to the person, grabbing the cup,
Are you an
and then
Onk?
walking the cup to the kitchen, and then putting it away. Neo's
Oh, you're
autonomy
talking to
improves
Metro.
diverse data and real-world experience. As Neo does more chores, you'll receive updates to your Redwood model that increase the complexity of tasks that Neo can handle, such as finding your keys and wallet, or doing a full laundry cycle end-to-end.
There is not going to be perfect. And who believe in this as deeply as we do. Now, if this is you,
Wow.
pre-order
$20,000.
your Neo today at 1x.tech.
Worth it. Can we get a $20,000 donation real quick so we can test out the backshot ability? Dude, this is insane, and you're like, ugh. Your brain. I don't give a. What do you mean? I don't give a fuck about a robot. I've never got it. Like, it's cool. Okay, I'll give you that. It's cool, but it's about like the same effect as me like seeing a cool building or something. Like it's like, wow, that's cool. I don't need to watch a 9-minute video on it. I'll make a funny joke about it giving me back shots. If you've been following Boston Dynamics and how that, yeah, I was gonna say actually, like, it doesn't seem like especially like it's smaller, but it doesn't seem like especially more impressive than like the robots Boston Dynamic has that like do backflips and shit. Like Boston Dynamics is super mid compared to this. It's just saying that's a new thing. I mean, it literally looks like they just made a like smaller version of a Boston Dynamics robot, put ChatGPT in it so you can talk to it and have it autonomously do. Although I don't know to what extent the Boston Dynamics shit can do autonomous stuff, and versus like it doing just like program stuff. Like, because I know like it can move boxes around and shit, but I don't know if it can only do that with like the pre-programmed stuff it has. But this is your personal slit arm robot butler. Yeah, butler. Can it stroke your shit? That's the real question. It can. Oh, it could do chores. What? Yes, I skimmed through the video. I saw it watering the plants and doing the dishes. It's just not particularly impressive to me. Also, because I don't think as a robotics expert, as clear by my lack of care in robots, I doubt humanoid robots are going to be like the big solution that like. It seems more likely that like instead of we see these robot vacuums, it presses buttons on a dishwasher. It's like the solution to autonomous vacuum cleaning. It's not a humanoid robot that pushes around a standard vacuum. It's an autonomous vacuum robot. I would imagine the same thing is true of like dishwashers. Like I don't know how beneficial it is to have a humanoid robot do it versus just like a dishwasher with some hydraulic arm attached to it that can automatically put dishes where you want them to be or whatever. But I'm a China watcher. I'm interested in China a lot. Based. Yeah, I don't talk about foreign policy that much, but also the opening door. We already solved the open door things. It's called you ever in a grocery store, you see the automatic doors that open when you get close to them. That's our theater. That's our actual business, the Pacific, not Europe. I mean, Europe's our ally primarily, right? They. Boy, moving to Southcom, not CENTCOM. Unfortunately, maybe we'll see. I do think it's more likely that it is just a I imagine at most we'd do a fucking drone strike against some cartel or whatever. But I kind of imagine it'll just end in a deal that is not a particularly strong, meaningful concession or whatever, but simply a maybe not purely symbolic concession, but something not particularly meaningful that Trump can nevertheless like announce and campaign on as a win or whatever. Military just doesn't want to make the official statements. Sorry, but Europe is supposed to be able to take care of itself unless it's Russia. Yeah. I knew about the 2027 deadline before any official statements. Well, okay. This section of documents have retail prices responded to 2025 tariffs, focusing on direct movements around the time of major announcements. We examine. Oh no, the kick chat break again. There we go. If you read the Pentagon report, they don't want to defend Taiwan. Just as for influence in Americas. Oh, wait, which one? Is that only in recent Pentagon reports there? Bro, I literally don't know what makes kick chat break. Because before I thought it was the fact that I would get notifications on Kick, but I disabled them. And it still just seems to more or less randomly break. But you aren't wrong. Automation is still top dog. Yeah, I We're saying this is funny to find an official statement. Our government as competent. You're missing a is or isn't. Examine price dynamics across several dimensions: domestic versus imported goods, country of origin, and product category to identify systemic patterns in the adjustment process. The analysis highlights the degree to which domestic goods were indirectly affected in their heterogeneity, whatever, of price responses across trading partners and sectors. When Davis had a congressional testimony in 2021 about what? They knew about it, but the politicians didn't care. True. Okay. Figure 2 compares the price indices for goods produced in the U.S. and those imported abroad between October 1st, 2024 and September 8th, 2025. We also plot pre-tariff trends estimated from October 1st and March 4th, 2025. Before tariffs took effect, two patterns are evident. First, prices for imported goods fell temporarily from late November to early January, reflecting typical holiday discounts in categories such as electronics and household items. Second, both domestic and imported goods exhibit a mild deflationary trend during the initial months. This reflects the match model index structure and product composition. Many goods, particularly electronics, are introduced at high prices and discounted gradually over time. Because the index does not attempt to link new and old models to similar goods or apply quality adjustments, these markdowns appear as steady price declines. The pre-tariff trend, therefore, provides a natural benchmark for evaluating subsequent price movements. I don't really care about American politics, based. The vertical lines mark major tariff announcements and policy changes as detailed in Appendix A. Tariffs began to bind on February 4th, not shown, with a 10% rate on Chinese imports and had little immediate effect on retail level. Instead, prices rose sharply after March 4th, first vertical dotted line, when tariffs expanded 25% of imports from Canada and Mexico and increased by 10% on Chinese goods. 4 salient patterns emerged from Figure 2, summarizing the main features of price adjustments. First, retail prices responded almost immediately to major tariff announcements, often within days. After March 4th, imported goods rose by about 2%, while domestic prices increased by roughly half as much. Following the Liberation Day announcement on April 2nd, which introduced a 10% baseline tariff on all imports, imported goods continued to rise, where domestic prices stabilized. The tariff pause in Chinese goods announced on May 12th led to a temporary drop in oil prices, while the letters escalated in July led to renewed pressures. These rapid reactions suggest that retailers were forward-looking, attentive to tariff news, and adjusted prices in anticipation of expected rather than realized import cost. By the way, just for fun, my tariff record so far, 700% of the cost of the project, dude. Based. Wait, on what? Grassroots Hegemon. Second, most of the pass-through is gradual rather than discrete. After the tariffs are implemented, prices followed a new persistent upward trajectory, making a clear break from the pre-tariff trends. This suggests that tariffs are affected retail prices mostly through sustained upward pressure rather than a single discrete jump. Third, domestic goods were also affected, exhibiting milder but sustained increase in prices since March. This highlights the broader reach of tariff policies beyond directly targeted imports. Salary mechanisms may account for this pattern. Producers and sellers of domestic goods may raise prices in response to reduced competition for more goods, particularly in categories where domestic and imported products are close substitutes. Many U.S. products rely on imported inputs such as components, packing, or raw materials from tariff countries. Additional factors could include efforts to distribute cost increases along product lines, maintaining relative price structures, or expectations that high inflation could increase future costs. In the next section, we split domestic goods sample into further distinguish these mechanisms. But what is this? I don't know. U.S. depleted in its dismissals in Ukraine. Israel now wants more fast. Actually, saying current condition might be impossible. I mean, yeah, I'm roughly familiar with issues like this, but I'm not I don't follow closely everything like this. Finally, the magnitude of price increases appears to be modest relative to some of the tariff announcements. Between March and September 2025, imported goods rose by about 4% and domestic goods by 2%. Relative to pre-tariff trends, these increases amount to 5.4% and 3% respectively. Although limited in size, these changes occurred within only 6 months, a short period for retail prices to adjust. They are also non-trivial when compared to the average applied tariff rate of about 20%. We explore this further in Section 4, where we provide more formal estimates of tariff pass-through. I didn't even read the article. I just know, well, me for real. Okay, let me go through and only speak on things you know for certain. I learned that from non-fun based. This is truth. This is true, Nuke. Ah. Okay. Product level. Retail price data is obtained from price stats. Maybe we should read more current articles. Wait, I thought that didn't it just come out and this is pretty recent, October 8th, 2025. Basically just a program machine that makes 1,000 yards of foam at a time. What? Oh, I make slab stock machines. Sorry, I got distracted. $4 million project sold at 42 million. 1,000 yards of foam at a time. Okay, base. Well, I hope you continue having good fortune in your slab stock machine. Oh, this shit. No, okay. Yeah. Yeah, new business, so you can continue giving me the rewards via donations and gifted memberships. Exclamation point TTS in the chat. Use your Prime sub. Make sure to like the stream, smash subscribe. Make sure wherever you're watching to go to the YouTube channel, subscribe there to catch all my videos up on YouTube. And if you're watching on Twitch, Kick, make sure to, or no, if you're watching YouTube, make sure to follow the Twitch and Kick. And also make sure everyone go follow my Twitter where I post banger tweets and my Instagram where I occasionally post banger Instagram posts. I really love non-fun based. Who said trickle down didn't work? True. Ever drive motor circuit breakers taxed at every point of entry? Yep, of course. Daily prices. It's great. Online stores of large multi-channel U.S. retailers. Showcase online prices. Co-move closely with offline prices at large retailers. This month we gave Lockheed Martin $10 million to produce 2,000 pack 3s by the end of the year. Boeing is fixing to seek a bottleneck, and despite it being top secret, we know we have a Munitions Acceleration Council. I'm sure we have that council or whatever, because the fact that we ran through all our munitions showcased the need for that council, but I don't think it's by any means a solved issue yet. Identify how tariffs supposed to you have supplemented regional date, price data, product level information, country origin. Z matching. and the AI generative AI predictions. We have very advanced munitions. If we wanted to stockpile the kinds of munitions China has, we could easily produce them. Over what time span? Okay, we obtain UPCs for each item. Ask them to identify used by large, online only, retailers just go CEO details, and extract the corresponding information about retailer's website. I should have. Visual CEO data for approximately 308,000 products. No, I think I should do, okay. Can only apply to 3 out of 5 years retailers in our data set. Way more than one. Once I have tariffs on motor, eclipse the upfront in a motor, and I buy 60 of them at a time. It might be a little confusing what you're saying. You're just saying that cost of the tariffs exceed the actual cost of the motor itself. Oh no. Oh, total segment genocide. Steve Jobs owned 0% of Apple when he returned to the reins in 1997. Oh, what the hell did I click on? No, what? That did not prevent him from saving. Okay, I think because it's translated, it doesn't like when I highlight it. Or it just is going to do that. Yet, that did not prevent him from saving it from bankruptcy, launching an iPhone, etc. The concentration of shares is not a condition for innovation and productivity. Quite the contrary. At Kroc, what was Steve Jobs' compensation package when he returned to return to lead Apple? Explain in detail how he was compensated for his effort. When Steve Jobs returned to Apple in 1987 as an advisor and interim CEO, his annual salary was $1. As part of Apple's next acquisition, he received 1.5 million Apple shares, representing about 1.2% of the capital at the time. In 2000, he obtained options for 20 million shares, adjusted post-split. In 2001, Apple offered him a Gulfstream V jet, valued at about $90 million as additional compensation. His compensation was primarily based on these stock incentives aligned with the company performance. Oh, no. Oh, no. Doing a plan in New Jersey in 2 weeks. That one will have 400K to replace the 128 systems, you mean? Well, base. I hope that goes well for you. I guess it's file line only. Data. Approximately, no, fuck that, about. But only 3 of the 5 major Most retailers. Method only captures data from 3 of the 5 retailers in the data set. No idea about the time frame, but I assume we're looking at production starting soon. They'll already are already in talks of doubling their range. Okay. All right, searches. Walmart is evil. I'm off to bed night, y'all. Walmart is goated, but I appreciate you stopping by, Michael. Yeah, see you tomorrow, hopefully, when I stream. And I appreciate the $4 I think you gave me. Oh no, $4 plus a membership you gifted. Goated, as always. Okay. Products with known CO data model. Record distinguishes. Okay. Well. Can I hop in chat briefly? When you're in the Discord server? It's in the description or actually Discord in the chat. I guess if you really want to. Give me one second. Hold on. I'll just say stand code. Link to the applicable tariff rate. Both the country and product level. What's up?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I just kind of wanted to like speed run my griping about tariffs, which I realized went on for longer. But yeah. Essentially, my big project is 128 systems. Every system needs a motor, needs a drive. The drives are $2,000 a crack. the motors are usually 5,000. This time around, I went back to the same information I used for our next biggest project, and I came up with a number that was over $500,000.
Yeah.
And it causes like serious driveline shunt downstream, where
I would
customers like people are. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. We can be on stream. That's fine. No problem. Sorry,
Does he not know? Does he not know I was streaming? What? Huh?
No, I know you're streaming. I'm in your chat.
Yeah, that's what I was confused. I don't know what you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But yeah, it literally racks up millions of dollars across 2 or 3 projects, and we do 70 or 80 of them a year. So that's really all that's my main gripe, is that like people don't know how badly the tariff problem is, and it's not. Yeah, it's a multiplicative add.
Yeah, right. I mean, obviously, if you look at, there are a few different estimates for this, but it's like something between 50 and 60% of just all the imports into the U.S. are not like final goods for consumers; they're intermediate goods that businesses use.
True, but that 50 to 60% does not capture the totality of the story.
Well, I agree.
Oh, why am I hearing myself? I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you on stream. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
My bad. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I thought. Yeah. But yeah. No. It stacks up to. Like I said, I think the highest number I ever got was 700%. On being tariffed for every part and component of something that is 400 meters long and take 12 people 17 weeks to put together. When you're getting tariffed on all of that, you can rack up a lot of money. It ain't a joke.
I would imagine.
Even at flat 10%.
Where do you import? Is that stuff like imported from China, or what is it imported from?
No, mostly Germany. Germany and Italy, typically.
Yeah, so it's not even the highest. Yeah. They don't even have the highest tariffs on them.
No, that's a flat. That's a flat. Actually, I think we pay 25% to Germany, and then that changed, and then it's now 10% again. And this is pre the adjustment. So we were paying 25% to Germany and Italy every time on every port of entry. And they do not ship expeditiously is what I'll say. So it was literally millions of dollars just fucking thrown into a goddamn toilet. And there's no way to sugarcoat that. You really can't bullshit your way out of that one. So, yeah, it was like, and also it made hundreds of people's lives harder, to try and do the work to back that up.
Yeah.
And make that work. And it did, but it was, shit. It fucking sucked. it was bad. It was bad for everyone. So, yeah, I guess that's just my griping. But
okay, well, base.
Yeah. Well, love your stream, love what you do, and I'll be around.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, and I'm sure everyone enjoyed. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, later.
See ya. Appreciate it. Microload data. Follow in methods from. God, there's gotta be a fucking plugin that lets me highlight and copy and paste stuff that's been like highlighted. Country of origin, domestic first import status. They're affected by tariffs. I think it also points out how annoying national sales tax would be, even if it was assessed at the end of production. What is the this part of that? I mean, I much prefer national sales tax to the, what's the Hasan and Zorhan slop? Just a video that, like, the Live and Learn people talked about the polling about Zorhan, and whether he's popular or not nationwide, what Democrats can like learn from him. And then I guess there's a Turkey Tom video about Hasan. But tariffs are taxes and they will raise prices. This is true, believe it or not. But what's up, Ethos Slob? Nice to see you back. A national sales tax is better than tariffs? I would say so, yeah. Like, pretty significantly better. At least if it's administered properly. I mean, I guess you could maybe do a national sales tax that's just administered so poorly that you end up taxing a bunch of intermediate goods, and maybe that wouldn't be better then, but... But instead of taxing consumption, I think a progressive revenue taxation. What does that mean? What revenue you're taxing? And you can make a consumption tax progressive if you want to. You can do. There are ways to do a progressive consumption tax. Okay, we compute it daily. Price relative. The ratio was price relative to previous day's price, and then take the unweighted geometric mean of these relatives across all items in the group to result in the average. Chained over time to produce an index initialized at one of the first observation periods. This chained match model index approach captures cumulative price movements while accommodating product entry and exit following the standard practice in CPI construction where identical items are compared to across consecutive periods. Income, corporate profits. You wouldn't be you said revenue tax. There's a difference between taxing profits and taxing revenue. So just tax the rate. Well, revenue, you'd be taxing everyone all the time. Like, revenue is revenue is revenue. You'd be taxing businesses you'd be taxing unprofitable businesses even. They still have revenue. They just don't have net profits. So you'd be taxing the poor. And also the corporate, obviously the corporate income tax, even a corporate profits tax, like the corporate income tax we have now, does not only fall on rich people. In fact, it probably mostly falls on poor people. But the corporate income tax, as implemented as it is now, probably mostly falls between workers through lower wages and consumers through higher prices, rather than like shareholders. Okay, 5 movements. Kanada's product. Who is a better ally, Japan or Israel? I feel like Japan. Just because Japan's relatively chill. And official CBI. Construction. Japan because of hentai. This is true. This is true. I agree. Yes. Yes. What is the benefit of having Israel as our ally? I mean, they give us military intelligence. They obviously have similar enemies in the region to us. So, you know, they strike Iran, and that's presumably better than us having to strike Iran directly. Have you read Mearsheimer? I've not read much of Mearsheimer, but I'm familiar with Mearsheimer. Off topic, what is the right and far left cope on the $11 insulin? Isn't that a straight up go to move for everyone? He's been trying. Everyone's been trying to do forever. I mean, I don't even know if it's COVID. I don't know. Is there just a new insulin price cap? I know Trump was trying to do broader pharmaceutical price caps. I don't know exactly what you're referring to here. Are you talking about California? California nuisance making $11 in January. Okay. I don't know. I mean, obviously the concern, which to some extent I would share, is just that insofar as you reduce future expected pharmaceutical profits, you might see less pharmaceutical innovation. And pharmaceutical innovation is good. We want new companies making a bunch of new drugs because new drugs are very good and help a lot of people. Insulin price caps are stupid. You can produce old insulin very cheaply. Well, the issue, like, isn't the issue, there's only like 3 companies that are kind of allowed to produce insulin in the US, right? Like human grade insulin or whatever. It's like only able to be produced by Eli, or only allowed to be produced, I think, by Eli Lilly, some other big companies. We do tax unprofitable firms, but there are lots of ways to minimize profits, to minimize taxation, despite a company making revenues that far outpace cost. I'm not saying that we have to do it in that way, but we can increase tax receipts by closing some of those legal loopholes. The thing is that you said revenue tax. A revenue tax, straight up, you'd be taxing revenues, which would include obviously unprofitable firms, which would include totally normal returns to investment. Like you would substantially reduce the after-tax return to investment. In any case, that'd be very stupid. You just see a lot less investment. If you're just saying companies essentially find ways to hide their money, I think that's solved by doing a destination-based tax, which is taxes based on where things are consumed. It's destination-based, right? So, you know, then something that people want, they're innovative and do help patients. That's true, but if you say we're going to do a price cap on new innovative stuff, you're probably going to get less new innovative stuff because the amount of profit companies expect to make on new innovative stuff is less. So on the margin, it makes it better for people to invest in other things rather than pharmaceutical stuff that's now price capped and or expected to be price capped. If it's a profit company like Amazon have a lot of revenue, but it's not always accounted for because they have cost. Yes. They have a lot of revenue, but they have a lot of cost because half the shit Amazon does is not even profitable. I feel like insulin being one of the most common necessary drugs makes it a step down in innovation. Worth it? No. Why wouldn't you just subsidize the consumption of insulin though? If you really which to some extent we already do, sort of indirectly, because we have like obviously subsidies for insurance, which cover insulin. That's why I say price cap's stupid. How is universal childcare a good idea? I don't think I ever said it was. Literally everyone with children will flock to NYC, boosting demand plus childcare subject to a mill effect. So you have to tax more every year. And your city's fried. Wow, crazy. Not because it costs only, a lot of it's just accounting. I don't know. I mean, some of it, I'm not going to, there are some companies that will take advantage of certain loopholes or whatever with regards to stationing their company, say, because we have an origin-based tax system, stationing their company somewhere else or hiding money somewhere else. Essentially, you're funneling money through somewhere else. Accounting as revenue is from not the U.S., but other countries that can be taxed at a lower rate or something, but that, again, that's solved by just doing a destination-based tax. Okay. We read through this. Second up retail prices. We examine price dynamics. Yeah, okay. Here's we're gonna combine it for fourth. Okay, utilizing this data to. Why would you have voted for Zorhan? I said, didn't I say? I think I said. I don't have strong opinions either way. Vetra, I literally answered. I don't know why. I've told you this before. I know exactly what you know what I'm gonna say, right? You can probably predict. I want you to predict what I'm gonna say, and I know almost certainly what you're gonna say back. So I don't know. I don't know what the point of this is. It's going to be because he's a Democrat? That is absolutely not what I said. When it's subsidizing the consumption of insulin just bite you in the form of taxes? Well, insofar as you have to fund the subsidization, sure, but just do efficient tax. I would rather just do efficient taxes and subsidize the consumption of insulin so people have access to insulin than do an inefficient price cap that could reduce future medical innovation, because future medical innovation is really good. Because the alternatives are, well, that is very broad, but kind of, yeah. Cuomo wouldn't be worse. I mean, I think obviously interpersonally, Cuomo is just not a good dude. And I don't want, I mean, I think the Democrats could definitely take the wrong lesson from Mondami winning, but I also hope if he did win, they would take some good lessons in the form of don't run weird, old, crazy, sex pest people, run attractive people who message well. But I'm not super familiar with all of Cuomo's policies. Is an ethical transfer of money. You tax the rich to make it. I don't agree that, I don't disagree that there are instrumental benefits to redistribution. I just think that's not always worth the cost of whatever efficiency. Yeah, Metro said the same thing. I understand. Do you think people prefer better health or more money? I mean, it's going to depend. People have different preferences, and this is all in the margin, right? So that's way too broad to answer. Okay, 1, retail prices. Respond within days. 2, major tariff announcements. It's not too broad to answer when you look at what people are spending priorities generally when people have increased income. What spending? I don't know. Oh my god. But Metro, I don't know. I'm not familiar with Cuomo's policy. I don't give a fuck. I don't disagree that increasing the corporate tax would cause some level of capital flight. I'm unaware how big the effects would be on GDP for New York or whatever. I'm voting for whoever has the higher expected value. Okay. Prioritize spending on healthcare when they can afford it. Higher EV equals Cuomo. I'm sure. Like I said, I'm unsure. I don't have a strong opinion. I don't live in New York. I don't care that much. We should have. I need more colors. Goal is single payer healthcare. The winner price. Well, my goal is not single payer healthcare. I think single payer healthcare is bad. Winner price cuts would be the best move now because single payer healthcare would fix it. Single payer healthcare would not fix the innovation problem. Single payer healthcare make the innovation problem worse. What do you mean? What? If you have the government owning, every insurance hospital and/or insurance and/or every hospital, right? Like, presumably they're going to use that authority to negotiate prices down heavily. Expected profits would fall massively under a single payer system. You'd get substantially less medical innovation. That's probably why, to some extent, you do see less medical innovation coming from the European countries as opposed to America. What do you think the Democrats' end goal for healthcare is? Well, I think that I think many Democrats' end goal for healthcare is single payer healthcare. that is an area where I disagree with Democrats. I don't want single payer healthcare. I like would preferably not vote for a Democrat who advocates single payer healthcare. What are you in favor of? I don't know exactly what my optimal healthcare system looks like, but it would probably just look something like essentially consolidating a lot of the kind of overlapping programs we have for trying to get healthcare to elderly people, children, and veterans through, the VA and Medicaid and Medicare. You probably just consolidate that into sort of one system, and you probably have, you probably essentially have the government negotiate some plan, or like have some plan, have some for these people or whatever, and then like private insurance companies would, essentially send their best offers for, who like actually fulfills those plans or whatever. But I don't know exactly what my ideal system would look like. I'd have to think more. I'd have to read more about it. No Biden the GOAT. I mean, I like many of the things Biden did, but I like that Biden did not do single payer healthcare or a public option. Really, all he did was spend money he didn't have, mismanage the border, push $15 minimum wage, increase inflation, agonize company for no reason, etc. Nice one, Metro. Still vote for Harris. That shows how principled I am. Wow, based Metro. I don't go by people still in favor of cut of spending. I think it's great that we can afford so much on health of our citizens. I would reduce cost on poorer people and push preventative care. By spending, do you mean healthcare spending or do you just mean government spending? Non-healthcare, health spending, like access to food, better exercise. Well, does Metro actually think all that? Yeah. Okay, 2. Most round pass through. It's gradual. Better than immediate. Free domestic goods. Also affected. Low. Price increases. Smaller. Wait, this is dude assess Cuomo? Yeah, he's Metro and Kick Chat too. Because taxes reduce output and overall economic activity and don't allow us to reach Pareto efficiency. Whoa, whoa. That's not true. If we had zero taxes, we wouldn't be at Pareto efficiency. Wow, complex takes we're getting here. How am I set? Well, I don't think you're obsessed, Metro, to be clear. To reduced competition. Rising input cost. Or attempts to distribute cost increases across product lines. Have you read Tariffs, Monopolies, and Theft in a Political Economy of Rent-Seeking Society? No, I have not, but welcome to the stream. Or just reading the most obscure tariff paper. This is not an obscure tariff paper. This is a, I mean, this is a new tariff paper, but I don't know what this, the welfare cost is this what you're talking about? It's Tyrus? Oh, what's up? Oh, yeah. This is not obscure. This is, no, it's not obscure. This is from the people who do have that, like, live tariff price tracker thing. Nice, the price increases. Modest compared to announced rates, but non-trivial compared to applied rates. How we doing, folks? What's up, Socializing Sapien? Welcome back. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty sure most other people here are doing pretty good, but I don't know for sure. Okay, to better understand the drivers of price changes across domestic goods, we combine information on the country's origin, HS, and HS code classifications to identify which products are more affected by tariffs. Barring a few exceptions, all imported goods in our sample are subject to at least a baseline 10% tariff. Domestic goods, however, can be differentiated by their degree of indirect exposure. We classify domestic good as affected if it belongs to either an HS category directly targeted by tariffs or falls within a 3-digit COI/COP category in which more than half of the products are imported. The first criterion captures goods such as those made of steel and aluminum, whose imported counterparts face explicit tariff rates at the HS level. The second identifies domestic goods as in import-intensive consumption categories where competition with imports affected by country-level tariffs is expected to be the strongest. Okay, wait, sorry, I don't understand the second one. COI/COP. What is that? But it's just trying to measure the competition with imports, their substitutability with imports or whatever. Figure 3 shows price increase in domestic goods in affected categories rose almost as much as those imported goods in early March and displayed similar behaviors over time. In contrast, price of goods in unaffected categories were far more stable. The modest upward drift in affected categories may reflect higher input costs from imported components or expectations of broader inflation. Retailers may have also raised domestic prices slightly to protect margins and maintain relative pricing across product lines. However, the evidence in Figure 3 suggests short-run price response to domestic goods was driven primarily by the degree of competition with imported products. Wow. Very simple. Okay. Domestic goods are classified as affected by tariffs. If they won, belong to an HS category targeted by tariffs. Or 2. Fall within a 3-digit CYZP category. Before they have to have products. Are imported. Classification of individual consumption according to purpose. Okay. Captures goods. Those made of steel. Imported counterparts. Based explicit tariffs. To capture its domestic goods and import. Okay, we're competition LSA with imports. It's expected to be strongest. Although I think pharmaceutical innovation is like a super critical thing, I just think in the case of insulin, it's fine. I mean, the issue is the expected future profits, right? So like doing any type of price cap, even if on insulin, it's probably going to lower expected future profits of essentially all pharmaceutical innovation. Like all else equal in like a perfectly static environment, I would agree with you because the demand for insulin is like perfectly inelastic, but you know, and there are innovations even within insulin still. Okay. Price of affected domestic goods, affected domestic goods. Well, it's almost as much. So it's imported goods. Displayed similar behavior over time. Price of unaffected domestic goods was far more stable. Oh man, what's up?
Hello.
Hello.
So this paper,
Oh my god.
I'm assuming what it does is it calculates the increase in prices of a bunch of imports, and then it times that by the percentage of GDP that is, or of the CPR basket that is imports, and then you get its contribution to inflation. Is that roughly right?
That's kind of one of the things it does. I mean, yeah, it's tracking online prices essentially, and then they do try to calculate its total contribution to CPI based on that. But yeah.
All right, I'll explain why that's a silly way to do it.
Okay.
What happens is, this is the big disagreement between the monetarists and the post-Keynesians, but they're both correct in a sense. Is that to determine prices, we only need two things. We just need the demand for money, and we need the supply of money. The demand for money is just driven by how much in real balances do people want to hold. And the supply of money is just the supply of money, the amount of dollars out there. And what's going to happen? Let's say there's an economy of just two goods, okay? Imports and just the domestically normal produced goods. Let's say the imported good doubles in price. Now, if you have $100 in real balances, and one of the products in your basket goes down, what's going to happen is you're going to have your cash balances that you hold and whatever for spending, they're going to go down in real terms. But there's no reason why you should want to hold less cash balances now. I mean, there's no reason why a relative price change should induce you to hold more or less cash balances. So you'll just reduce your expenditure until the aggregate of all goods declines enough so that the real balances come back. So I don't think that the tariffs is two scenarios, okay?
I don't think they're claiming that's going to lead to like any type of persistent increase in the rate of price increases. I think they're just saying they're saying absent the tariffs, what CPI would have been essentially, but they're not necessarily saying it's going to actually have like a persistent effect.
No, I agree. I get that. But let's say one price goes up and people now have less real balances. They still won't have the same amount of real balances as before, so they just do a bit less spending, and all the prices together go down a bit until they have as much real balances as they wanted before. Now, under the monetarist framework, the money supply is fixed. So if one price goes up, all the other prices have to go down. But under the post-Keynesian framework, if one goes up, because the money supply is elastic, now people, if they want more money balances, they simply go out and borrow it from the central bank, and the increase in money supply comes through, and all the price increase is accommodated. I think that's roughly what will happen here. But it's not necessarily the case that one going up doesn't mean there won't be other forces at work in a general equilibrium and not a partial equilibrium. Which is why, whenever you look at 1970s inflation, all the post-Keynesians will go, well, the oil supply or the oil price went up and That's what's caused the inflation. And that's because when the oil price goes up, all the central bank allowed, the Federal Reserve allowed the oil price to go up by supplying enough new notes that the oil could actually be purchased. But the monetarist claim was also correct, is if the Federal Reserve didn't expand the money supply during that time, if oil prices were going up, everything else would have to go down. Okay, and there would be no increase in general price level. I saw someone in your stream say we need taxes to support the roads.
Oh no, yeah.
What if I really hate roads, and to me they're a public bad? I really hate roads. Anyways,
I think you should like roads because they destroy natural habitats and therefore reduce the suffering of wild animals.
You know what? Liquid Zulu might be the arch utilitarian environmentalist, because he says the environment is simply means unimproved by humans. Insofar as it's unenvironmental, that means it's been improved by humans. And so he wants, I'm pretty sure, every piece of environment paved over. That would be really nice to all the insects that don't have to go through suffering.
True.
I still disagree with that sentiment, because even if an animal's in a lot of pain, I still don't want to be killed. And I know if I'm in a lot of pain, Sample's going to come along and just unplug me, even if I ask not to, because he assumes I'm suffering negative utility. I would still respect the person's right. So,
well, I think when it comes to I would take this sort of self-reported desireness to live as evidence that your life is not net negative, I guess. If I somehow knew that you were, your life wasn't negative, you're just going to have a lot more suffering than pleasure in it or whatever, I guess it still would be good to unplug you even without your consent. But I don't think it's
I think I would be within my rights to shoot you if you tried that. So
I mean, obviously, I think evolutionarily, we just have, and animals have, a desire to live too, or sort of mostly regardless of whether or not we experience a net positive or net negative life. Although obviously there are extremes where people kill themselves.
200,000 years of evolution over sample text pain minus pleasure equation. Because according to him, human life should have never started. It's like that meme where there's the two guys in the car and they're saying consciousness is a mistake. I don't think it's a mistake.
I don't know if humans are net negative utility wise.
No, I mean all the animal life. It's all suffering. It's all suffering for billions of years until 200,000 years ago. And a few people started getting rich 200 years ago. A handful of kings before that.
I don't know if humans always lived a negative life before that, but obviously the long term is what should matter. So if it was necessary to have how many ever years humans have existed of net suffering to, let's just suppose, the human species last a million years in the future, especially considering our lives seem to be trending upward over times in terms of quality, it would have been worth it.
But that's because Sample's envisioning us investing a lot of resources to make his happy little petri dishes full of people who have blobs that can only experience pleasure.
So based.
I really don't care about that. Okay.
I'm not going to unplug you, actually. I'm going to plug you in to the experience machine where you will only experience the highest possible pleasure that you can
want it.
Have. Irrational. Don't care. Plugging you in anyway.
How many viewers have I lost you?
Probably not that many. Probably lost more just by reading.
I read the tariff, monopolies, and theft thing. It mocks your paper and citations 600 times over.
Wow.
I found
mean, if you link it to me, I can't guarantee I'll read it today or anything, but I'll at least put it in my Zotero to read eventually.
Mm. I'm just DMing it to you. I don't know what section I'm supposed to put it in.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Based. Okay.
Oh, that's a Googled search. What happened to my?
Nice one. Now you're
there we go.
exposed, so I can tell you spelled the wrong in your Google search. Destroyed.
I might have actually told you when I was complaining about rent seeking in my. I went on a rant with you about the medical thing. Luckily, I did very well in that, so I love the rent seeking society. Now that I'm getting the rents.
Well, I guess that's good for you.
It's good for me.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get back to my.
I'm done.
Read it now, but I appreciate it. Nice. Okay, just real quick. Avocadorable, whatever. I don't think it's TOS to say that from my base utilitarian perspective, okay, based truth-filled utilitarian perspective, it would be justified morally if you hypothetically knew that like someone's life was just extremely net negative. And like I don't think this is that unintuitive if you just imagine like truly like an insanely net negative life. Like if like someone being burnt alive at the stake times 10 level of suffering, to just immediately put them out of their suffering and kill them. Like I don't think it's not TOS to say like that'd be a justified thing to do or whatever. At least I don't believe so. Now in the real world, again, because you have to rely on actual evidence as to what people are feeling and stuff, the sort of self-reported feelings of someone is going to be like pretty heavily weighted evidence. Obviously, I can assume, you know, if I see someone with a broken leg and I see their bone like poking through their leg or whatever, and they're screaming and they're crying, whatever, I can assume that they're having a pretty negative experience. But it would also be evidence for someone to tell me whether or not they're having like a positive or negative experience, right? Like that, like, because it is a subjective experience, you to some extent have to rely on the self-reported feelings or whatever. Okay, I think we're gonna skim through a little bit of this. I'll read probably it more thoroughly off stream, but there's are a few other things I want to have to get through or whatever. So tariff pass-through. If you knew you're going to suffer a Holocaust, I would just kill you. Ha 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 ha. I would do the thing that has a positive expected value. If I knew someone was going to have like it again, so I don't think it's unintuitive to say. I'm going to ask you, like, if you had a button like in front of you to just stop someone from suffering like the worst possible misery that they could ever suffer, like again being burnt alive infinitely times 10, like what would you not like press that button? I think it's very intuitive to press that button, and I think the reason it's unintuitive to sort of scale it down a bit is mostly because it's a useful heuristic. It is useful in the real world to listen to people and, you know, respect the right. I don't believe it's an intrinsic right, but right to life, right? Like that's a useful heuristic. That's a utility maximizing norm on the whole. It's just that there are going to be hypotheticals where it breaks down. The utilitarians always try to invoke aesthetics, like they say a million puppies experiencing pain instead of a blob, even though it makes no difference to them. Well, it's just to make it more, like, if we're going off of moral intuition, those examples just make it more intuitive or whatever. But I mean, obviously, to me, yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a blob or if it's a million puppies. I just think people have an intuition that puppies matter more than blobs. Now, I think that intuition is kind of misfiring. Like the error theory for that would be obviously we see puppies in the real world and everything and have an emotional attachment to them, it's hard to think of hard to feel that same way about a hypothetical blob. But obviously, if I'm trying to make things intuitive, I'm going to make it intuitive. Now, what if you knew someone was going to suffer stubbing their toe 1,007 times, but you had a button where they would only stub their toe one time? Do you press that button? I mean, are we... Unless I'm missing something, if we're just assuming like the lives are the same in every other way except for... Oh, not 1,000, 1.007? If we're just assuming the lives are the same in every single way except for the amount of times they stub their toe, I'm going to always do the thing that they stub their toe less. The utilitarian problem with the Holocaust was there wasn't enough Nazis to enjoy the benefits. This is true. This is real. I mean, I think, again, just as a utility promoting norm or whatever, it's good to not be racist, but I feel like puppies are more valuable than protozoa. Well, I don't disagree with you, but that's because protozoa aren't sentient. The point Tyrus is making, or whatever, is just that if we imagine a blob that did have the capacity to suffer, because protozoa don't have the capacity to suffer, for utilitarian, and I like would agree with this or whatever, like it doesn't matter whether the thing suffering is a blob, a hypothetical blob, versus a million hypothetical puppies, if they're just experiencing the same amount of suffering or whatever. But it's sentience, not cuteness, that matters. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Estimate the speed and magnitude of retail tariff pass-through measured as a percentage of the change in import tariffs that are reflected in the final consumer prices. A key advantage of our data is the frequency and granularity, which allows us to measure tariff exposure precisely and control for confounding factors that may affect prices over time. Okay, just so I know the definition. Hold on. Do I have the other things like this? I feel like I don't. Oh shit. Because all of this is fucking, oh my god, kill me. Okay, whatever. I can fix the formatting maybe a bit later. Cuteness, fluffy, and cuddly index is what we reference when making these decisions. True. Sorry, percentage. Change in import tariffs that are reflected in final consumer prices. I should write that down too, because I like I think also obviously the relevant thing is not only final consumer prices, because again, if retailers are eating some of the tariff or whatever, that's just, you're just taxing you're just taxing retailers at that point. That's also not good. Adorable. Such a weird, hard for me to say every time. I mean, he's being ironic or whatever. Like he's, yeah. Obviously, I don't know for sure socializing sapiens position or whatever, but like, I don't think the cuteness matters. We're being ironic. We're doing a little bit of trolling. Study how quickly and gradually prices respond to tariffs. We first implemented a high-frequency event study, exploited the sharp timing of the March 4 tariff announcement. analysis compares daily price dynamics of imported, domestic affected, and domestic unaffected goods with the CY, COP level 1 categories, allows us to isolate tariff-driven movements from broader trends such as seasonality, category-specific shocks, or concurrent policies by treating imported and domestic affected goods as exposed and using domestic unaffected items as a control group. We improve identification and achieve a cleaner contrast between exposed and unexposed products. The short event window minimizes contamination from slower moving mechanisms, providing a focused view of the immediate pass-through effects of tariffs retail prices, formerly we estimate, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Figure 6 presents the results. The pre-treatment coefficients are flat and statistically insignificant, consistent with parallel trends. The series rises shortly after the tariff date and becomes significant within a week. The effects then accumulate smoothly, about 1% by day 10 and 1.5% by day 20, and roughly 2 to 2.5% by days 60 to 90. Taken together, these results show clear evidence gradual persistent path through to retail prices. Prices began to rise within a week in a March 4th tariff announcement, and the effects accumulated steadily over time. The response was rapid and sustained, with cumulative increase of roughly 2.5% within 90 days of implementation. Non-fund 420 will let the UGO survive, lol. If it, like, I mean, assuming, like, the ugliness didn't, for example, like, we can imagine an insane hypothetical where someone was like so ugly that they just present like such an unimaginable amount of disutility for anyone that looks at them that it would be better to let something cute survive instead. But yeah, but if we're just assuming that the Uggo has more utility for whatever reason than the less Uggo person, then yeah, whatever. Like if it was an ugly person versus cute dog, I'm choosing an ugly person, obviously. Unless, again, I guess I could imagine a case where like a dog is so substantially good because it's a medical therapy dog and helps a lot of people, and someone is so substantially ugly that there's I don't even think that could ever happen in the real world. I don't think anyone's substantially ugly enough to have their utility be less than that of a like medical therapy dog or something, which is probably the best type of dog. Or maybe like a police, maybe. Ooh, wait. Maybe there might be a maybe plausibly a police dog and or like a service dog has like saved some lives or whatever. But like in that case, it wouldn't even matter. Probably wouldn't even matter if they were ugly or not, right? Because like I would choose, like if it was a normal person and or a dog expected to save 2 lives, I would probably choose the dog that's expected to save 2 lives because I save, not only do I save 2 lives, but I also have the dog. That's just added bonus there. So one day you will be running for president. Someone was gonna have a clip of this, but dude, I would never. There's no political careers in my future, but they're pulling up the NGGer clips. They're pulling up any of the Gooner clips. Okay, they're pulling up obviously the utilitarian clips. Okay, utilitarian reductio clips. I think those are the big 3. I don't know what else I've said that would get me in trouble. But yeah. Okay. Lab leak of ugly, you never know, Rhea. RFK wins again, not fun for this reason. Against not fun, I'm assuming, yeah. If they regard Trump can be president, anyone can. Well, maybe. I don't know. The issue is I don't think I have the other things Trump has to offset the insane statements Trump's make. Like Trump is just really good at appealing to voters and just being a funny dude or whatever. So, and having a cult of personality and stuff. And I don't think I could replicate that. Okay. Imported, domestic affected, domestic unaffected. Goods had similar price trends. Implementation. Oh, you know what would really get me right now? Actually, there's any of the like clips of me arguing for immigration or saying immigration be good on the basis of the like benefits to the immigrants or whatever, even if it hurt America. Like that's definitely like because obviously just on utilitarian effective altruist grounds or whatever. Like even if there was some like I don't believe it's the case, but even if there was some marginal negative effect to America from immigration or whatever, it's obviously plausible the gains to whoever would immigrate here would just outweigh those. But yeah. I think it's probably best to do this. Oh, he thought it was an IQ test. Yeah, the fucking dementia test or whatever. That, dude, that's shit's great because I'm generally not like a person who tries to take like moments like that and like have like Twitter memes about him being stupid or whatever, or like assume he's stupid based on like Twitter memes of whatever test people found. But like, I genuinely don't see a better explanation than he probably felt, or he probably thought that the dementia test was an IQ test or whatever. Well, overall, immigration helps America. It's why we remain the most prosperous state. Well, I agree. I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure there are clips to be you can find like arguing like you know, even if I assumed some asylum seekers had like negative effects for Americans, like plausibly there are many immigrants who like the benefits of them by being in America outweigh the whatever cost it would have to Americans or whatever. But yeah. So Jesse's never actually Cena has no idea what IQ tests actually look like. Yeah. Which is not particularly surprising, but okay, pass-through regressions. Oh wait, sorry, I don't know if I wrote it. Event study isolates short-term territory movements from broader price trends and seasonal patterns. It also has important limitations. First, Additional trade policy measures were introduced over time, so estimates beyond the first week may reflect subsequent policy changes. Second, greater precision on the magnitude of pass-through can be achieved through using product-level regressions that incorporate the exact tariff rate faced by each item. The next session provides some standard pass-through regressions to address these issues. Regressions. Product level regressions. Based by each item. Okay, to account for change in tariff rates that occur with intermagnitude timing, we now use, estimated product level pass-through using distributed lag specification with monthly observations, including periods where there is no change. This approach is consistent with standard practice in the literature, enabling direct comparison estimates from prior tariff episodes. Formally estimate, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Estimated coefficient implies a 6-month pass-through of 4%, meaning that 20% statutory tariff increased the price of affected import by roughly 0.8% relative to unaffected prices in the same sector. This number is low, but we know from Figure 1 that the applied rates diverge sharply from the tariff rates statutory rates in mid-2025. When calculating pass-through, we use the applied rates. We need to use the applied rates for exemptions to account for exemptions to the late implementations. In general, isn't doing too well mentally and physically. Fortunately, seems like he at least has bad days. I do really wonder if the reason, like he's had like 2 extended breaks from public appearances or whatever. I do really wonder if that was at all because he was like just having some bad days then. Using the change in applied tariff rates as independent variables raises the estimated pass-through rate to 14%, as shown on column 2. This coefficient applies 20% applied tariff increase to the price of unaffected imports by roughly 2.8 percentage points relative to unaffected products in the same sector. Pass-through rate rises to 20% if we change the dependent variable to account for deviations from pre-tariff trends, as shown on column 3. For the specifications, we then use data from January 2024 to March 2025 to estimate these trends at a product level, and then measure the dependent variables as the log change in price minus the predicted trend price. This pass-through coefficient implies that a 20% tariff rate applied to the price of an affected import by roughly 4%. Increase the price of an affected import by roughly 4% relative to unaffected products in the same sector. Finally, in column 4, we report a specification that splits the tariffs into those that are above or below 20%. Our results suggest that a pass-through rate is mostly concentrated on goods that have experienced larger tariff increases above 20%. Suggests that firms experiencing larger cost increases are more likely to pass through them on to consumers, as predicted by state-dependent models of price setting. I might just have to, I don't want to highlight this whole paragraph, but I want the shit here. Trump mentioned advance and Rubio as possible successors. Not surprising, although I would unfortunately expect that Vance would a higher chance than Marco Rubio, but who knows? Does Marco Rubio even want to run for president? Okay. Column 1 estimates a 6-month pass-through rate of 4%. Agenda statutory rates. 2. %, pass-through rate. As compared, that was compared to the trends, right? Oh no. I'm using the applied rate on 3. So it's a 20% pass-through rate. And comparing to tariff trend. Ruber's probably the most competent person in all that admin, but for that reason, they probably all hate him. Yeah, exactly. That's why I imagine there's no way. There's no way. I can't imagine MAGA voters voting in fucking Marco Rubio for president, bro. I can't imagine him winning a Republican primary. Don't even know how you measure incompetency, but a best case scenario, restore American democracy and have Nuremberg type trials to hold people accountable. Days. Have a truth and reconciliation commission to move forward. So based. Concentrated on goods that experience a tariff increase larger than above 20%. The idea that we have just have normal elections after this is mind-boggling to me. I just don't expect that much to happen. Okay, yeah, it's like the literature. Simple over 2%. The cost of passwords observed. Model outside the world. Domestic cost. For typical U.S. consumption goods, distribution, retail, cost represent roughly 40-50% of the final price. Help explain why even a sizable tariff result in modest increases in consumer price indices. Our findings for domestic goods are also in line with Flannan, the study who showed that tariffs on washing machines not only raise the price of imported washing machines, but also those of domestic ones. As firms, local firms capitalize and reduce import competition by increasing prices. I was also aligned with earlier evidence on incomplete tariff and cost pass-through for specific goods. These people, 2010, analyzed monthly retail sales data for coffee between 2000 and 2004, estimated delayed and incomplete pass-through with roughly 16% cost transmitted after 6 months, very close to our estimate. Also find near complete pass-through measured in dollars. Highlighted importance of markups and explaining incomplete pass-through percentages. Some tariffs in Japanese cars. Long run pass-through rates between 40-70%. Or when studies are in New York between 1890 and 1914 finds tariff increases raised consumer price by roughly 40%. Okay. What it's worth, elections in the U.S. have never been like normal or met very good standard for true democracy. I think we re-examined a lot of things around that. For example, elections with only 6% of voter turnout. That's the standard horrible. Yeah, we do have pretty low voter turnout compared to other developed countries. If voting's the right, but a huge action of the public is not exercising it, something's horribly wrong. Yeah. We could just mandate people vote, but I don't know how well that would go over. And I don't know how effective that would be at doing what we actually want. Okay, that's pretty short. Okay. Okay, let's talk about the effect that price increases observed in our daily data implied for our aggregate level old CPI items evolved, taking a few steps. First, we take the price indices in our most disaggregated 3-digit COI, COP sectors using old goods, imported domestic, and compute deviation from pre-tariff trends. Second, we use the official CPI expenditure weights at the 3-digit COI, COP level to create aggregate index for our sample. This gives us a measure of the final deviation versus trend for our own set of goods, weighted by consumption shares and CPI. Finally, we estimate the impact on the CPI by multiplying the result by the total share CPI weights that we cover for a sample equal to 29.7%. The end results provide an estimate of how much deviations from pre-tariff trends that we see in our data could have contributed to all item CPI. Okay. The price. This is from most disaggregated 3-digit COI, COP. On goods compared to their pre-tariff trends, official CPI expenditure weights, is great. An aggregate index for full sample. Estimate is multiplied by total share CPI weights that the sample covers. In this case, 29.7%. Impact on all item CPI over time, depicted in Figure 7, shows a clear increase after March 2025, gradually increasing to a level of 0.7 percentage points by September. This implies the annual inflation rate of CPI in August 2025, later variable, stood at 2.9%. Would have been 2.2% without tariffs. Wow. Oh, there fucking YouTube goes. Level 0.7, or it's not 0.7%, it's 0.7 percentage points. It actually matters here. Percentage points by September 2025. Sorry, papers have estimated the potential impact of 2025 tariffs on aggregate inflation. People use input-output tables to quantify both direct and indirect effects and project that new measures would raise core PC inflation by 0.5 to 0.8 percentage points, essentially larger than the 0.1 to 0.2 contribution they estimate for the 2018 tariffs. Similarly, Milton and these people detect significant pass-through by March 2025 and estimate that tariffs had lifted core good prices by about 0.3 percentage points at the time. Given methodological differences, studies tend to produce higher pass-through rates and higher pass-through rates estimates than we find at the retail level, but their implied aggregate inflation effects are broadly consistent with ours. I think it's important point of powers. I think we should fix our media landscape. I don't know. I mean, it would require constitutional amendments, but we should probably find a way to limit the pardon power. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but it seems overly broad to me. But I don't know, there could be legitimate reasons to pardon your family, but it seems like overwhelmingly the ability to pardon your family would be used for, corruption and or personal reasons as opposed to legitimate reasons. So I don't know. It might look like just banning the ability to pardon anyone in your family and or administration, but there might be a better way to do that. Just 2.9%. Would have been 2.2%. Conclusion. Okay. This paper presents a high-frequency analysis of short-run impact of 2020 tariffs and consumer prices using a novel combination of daily retail prices, detailed country origin information, and tariff classification. By constructing customized price indices, we track how prices evolved across affected and unaffected categories between imported and domestic goods. The results underscore how trade policy changes can lead to immediate but gradual price responses, patterns obscured in aggregate inflation statistics. We found a tariff announcements led to a quick reaction, but gradual impact on retail prices during the first 6 months. Imported goods rose by about 5.4 percentage points relative to their levels predicted by pre-tariff trends. Domestic goods also experienced price increases of around 3 percentage points, primarily in categories competing with imports, suggesting that competitive pricing behavior are important in the short run. These findings highlight the broad reach of trade policy and can influence retail prices for even goods not directly affected by tariffs. There's significant heterogeneity across goods from different origins. Among U.S. trading partners, Chinese goods experienced larger price increases. In contrast, goods from Canada and Mexico, where applied tariff rates are much lower, showed smaller adjustments. Other countries, including Turkey, Poland, the UK, saw even larger price increases at the sector level. The greatest impacts were concentrated in furnishing and household goods, which may include Chinese-made products. Our pass-through estimates reinforced the descriptive evidence using product-level regressions that relate monthly price changes to changes in applied tariff rates. We find that roughly 14 to 20% of tariff-induced cost increases were reflected in retail prices within 6 months. This magnitude is consistent with incomplete but non-trivial transmission, implying that a 20% tariff raised the retail price of affected goods by about 3 to 4% relative to unaffected products in the same category. Pass-through is higher for goods facing larger tariff hikes in sectors with thinner distribution margins, suggesting firms' ability to absorb cost shocks through markups plays a central role in shaping short-run adjustment dynamics. Aggregating these product-level effects using CPI expenditure weights, we estimate the 2025 tariffs at a roughly 0.5 percentage points at all items consumer price index. This implies, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Would have been 2%. Closer to Fed's target. These results indicate even partial gradual transfer at the retail level can have measurable impact on aggregate inflation in a relatively short period. Several factors may have contributed to gradual price responses. These include concern about consumer backlash, the front loading of inventories, trade diversion strategies, exemptions, delays, and implementation, and most notably, heightened uncertainty about the scope and duration of the measures. Many of these mechanisms were already observed during the first U.S.-China trade war, but the current episode appears to involve an even greater degree of policy uncertainty. The uncertainty likely discourage firms from making immediate or full price adjustments, contributing to the gradual and uneven pass-through rates across product categories. In short, we find that the short-run retail tariff pass-throughs was quick, gradual, and incomplete. It was quick to begin with retailers responding rapidly to tariff news. It was gradual to unfold as retailers adjusted prices over time. And it was incomplete after 6 months, with about 20% of tariff changes reflected at consumer level. Given the uncertainty surrounding the tariff announcement, our results suggest pass-through will continue to accumulate gradually over time, putting persistent upward pressure on inflation statistics. Wow. Then I'll probably off stream. I definitely want to go through some of the literature they cited, which is why I highlighted it all in pink. Woohoo! So it's easily color coded. Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful? That might be worth if any of these graphs are especially great. Okay. First, I guess I'll put this here. Consumer records, rows, about 5.4% relative to pre-tariff trends. Domestic goods. Was about 3%. Other pre-tariff trends. And I would be hesitant to immediately raise prices or fears of consumer backlash. Front loading inventories. Trade diversion. Strategies. And uncertainty. Uncertainty about the Scope and length of tariffs. In particular, likely discouraged firms from raising prices. Immediately, and then, yeah, complete after 6 months. Okay, also add the last thing here. Goods from countries with higher tariff rates or for goods subject to higher rates. So the largest price increases. Woohoo. Okay, well that's that. So now I can change this from need to read to annotated. Look at that, folks. Look at that, folks. Incredible. There's got to be, I need to figure out, by the way. I guess I could just duplicate this or whatever, but I need a way to add multiple types to this thing, because some of them go over multiple things, obviously, and I do just have like an overall aggregate category, but I want to save that. I want to save this for like something estimating like the actual like macro effects or like total welfare effects, and not just like something that looks at both jobs and or like employment and prices. Uncommon, but I generally believe authoritarian dictator shit is the general default of large human civilization. We kind of intervene towards it. If we're not actively pushing against it, we're sliding back. Oh, I mean, I can see that. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I fucked up my Notion shit, bro. I don't think the Zotero plugin I'm using really is supposed to work the way I was trying to use it. Because I have multiple like pages like this for different topics, but technically I think it can only handle like one of these at once or whatever. So it was broken for a while, and it still is the same thing. That like if I when I dragged the paper into like my into here about trade or about tariffs, instead of automatically adding it to this list, it would automatically add it to whatever list I was using last. So like either the list of papers I have about healthcare or the list of papers I had about like housing. I'll need to go through and fix that at some point. Oh, so I never even finished this. Okay. Antonio opposes the government offering patients vouchers to send their children to private or religious schools, opposes deporting immigrants, all immigrants who are here legally, thinks the government should do more to help needy Americans, even if he's going into debt, and he's Hispanic. Did not vote. There's no way it's a Harris voter. There's no way they wouldn't have it if it's a Harris voter, bro. It's a did not vote. Oh my god, of course it's Donald Trump. Oh my god, I voted Donald Trump. I'll support Israel in the second amendment. Of course he did. Of course he did. I at least thought it'd be a did not vote, not a vote for Trump. But of course I vote for Trump, dude, of course. Opposed to making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet, favors allowing gay lesbian couples to marry legally, favors supporting illegal immigrants in the country, thinks abortion should be illegal in most cases. Oh man, white male 30. My gut obviously says Donald Trump, but I like it's gonna be he's gonna find some stupid reason to vote for Kamala Harris or whatever. So what site is this, lol? AmericanSurveyCenter.org/quiz. I think I sent the link earlier in Twitch, but I can send it again. Guess the voter. It's seeing if you can guess how these people voted. Someone in my chat sent it to me, or well, Metro. I don't think he's still here, but sent it in my chat earlier and told me to do it. I bet it's Donald Trump over the pro-life shit. Okay, yeah. Well, not over that. He's a career politician, but this man. Country should be run like business. Okay, I got like 40%. Oh, man. Yeah, 43%, guys. Let's go. I think this is yeah, it's the same people every time. Okay. How are you still up? Well, I guess it's almost 5 a.m. I guess it's kind of late for me, but like that's not particularly late for what my sleep schedule is right now. But welcome back, Easy Money. Okay, really, I think it should be there still. Okay, also, basically, mostly new. This is another PCE estimate thing. I think I have the one paper estimating the PCE impact, but it's outdated by now. Since early 2025, tariffs have returned to the center of U.S. Trade policy debates, and the blog post to take a close look at how these developments have started to show up in consumer prices, particularly in the personal consumption expenditure index. The Federal Reserve preferred inflation measure, while headline PCE inflation has increased only modestly in recent months. The categories of goods exposed to international trade tell a different story. In the U.S., prices for durable goods, such as vehicles, electronics, furniture, have increased notably. These price movements align with the timing of tariff hikes earlier this year. The figure below shows that this divergence, plotting the evolution of the headline PCE and durable goods PCE index in present deviations from January 2024 relative to their linear trends estimated using data from 2024. Oh, I can't highlight on St. Louis Fed, really? Are you kidding me? What is the new trend of calling stuff spiritually Israeli? That's not really a new trend, is it? I'm pretty sure that's been going on since the fucking October 7th. But yeah, wow, crazy. To understand the effect to it, extent to which tariffs have been affecting inflation, we combine model-based estimates of price increases to tariffs with using PC data. This approach will allows us to trace how tariff shocks are transmitted to consumers to quantify their contribution to recent price movements across product categories. Model tariff pass-through. In the first step of the analysis, we use a model to estimate the increase in price of final goods. We could expect across product categories based on their exposure to tariffs. Tariffs raise the cost of imported inputs and imported final goods, and part of that increased cost is passed on to consumers. The impact of prices depends on the size of the tariff increase, which vary across both products and trading partners, as well as by how much of the goods value is imported directly or through imported inputs used by domestic producers. Assuming full pass-through, meaning all tariff-related costs are reflected in final consumer prices, we compute the model-based prediction price change for each PC category. The estimates incorporate tariff increases observed in the until the July 2024 data reported next figure. Two forces shape the magnitude of effects. First, tariff rates differ across goods trade partners. Do they use? I'm assuming they gotta have something that's not just assuming full pass-through, right? But regardless, differ across goods trade partners. Second, consumer goods that are imported that rely heavily, or consumer goods that are imported or that rely heavily on imported components will be more affected by tariffs than goods with high domestic content. What? Crazy. The figure shows the effect of tariffs varies widely among goods, categories such as furniture, motor vehicle parts, musical instrument. Yeah, there's all fine, like, theoretical stuff. But this is not. Oh, yeah, measuring tariff pass-through data. Okay. To assess how these predicted price effects due to tariffs are materialized in practice, we estimate the relationship being between observed change in PCE and the tariff exposure implied by our model using an event study or local production regression. We follow a methodology similar to that of a 2025 Fed analysis. Yeah. I have this. But this is like pretty outdated by now. So it's nice to have basically the same thing, but newer. And that I can't highlight, because why would I want to be able to highlight it? I feel like October 7th is really bad for Jews worldwide, and Israel's general PR. But for Israel military, destroyed the entire axis of resistance. I mean, technically, October 7th on its own was probably good for Israel's PR, but the moment a single Israeli bomb dropped on a Palestinian home, okay, that turned around. But yeah, no, I mean, I mostly agree. I don't I don't know how much or like I don't know realistically, like 5 years from now, if the Houthis and Hezbollah are going to pose less of a threat than they did prior to October 7th. Dude, anti-Semitism is really bad right now. I understand that much, yeah. Hamas, I would imagine, is substantially weakened. They're not going to recover to their pre-October 7th position anytime soon. Maybe, probably not ever, depending on how peace talks and stuff goes, but like, I have no idea why I have 3 friends sending me Fuentes reels. Yeah, well, he is a funny dude. But yeah, I understand. I agree. Yeah. Okay. Identification comes from comparing how prices moved across product categories that differ in model-based exposure to tariff shocks, specifically to determine how much PCE price changed month to month after a tariff increase, and whether the categories more exposed to the shock experience larger price responses. The regression recovers a separate coefficient for each month, allowing us to trace how these effects evolve over time. The next 2 figures show the estimated effects of tariffs on headline and core PCE prices, respectively. The solid blue line represents the estimated impact, and the dashed line shows the 95% confidence interval. For headline PCE, the estimates of pass-through remain stable and close to zero in the early sample, begin to rise after the new tariffs take effect in the beginning of 2025, with the increase becoming more pronounced in subsequent months. By August 2025, about 35% of the model predicted effect appears to have materialized in the data. The pattern for core PCE, which exclude food and energy, is similar. I'm just kidding. Okay. Next, we combine the estimated coefficients from the local projection regression with a PCE weighted measure on tariff exposure product categories. This measure aggregates the predicted tariff shocks by using expenditure weights, capturing the overall exposure consumption basket to tariffs over time. By linking the aggregate exposure to our estimated coefficients, we obtain a time series representing the cumulative contribution of tariff to PCE prices. The resulting series provides an economy-wide measure of how much the observed increase in inflation can be attributed to tariffs, as summarized in the table below. Whoa. And 2.90 for core. 2. Okay. There's actually less than the Cavello paper, even though, well, it's PCE to be fair, not CPI, but despite them finding lower pass-through. But the table shows that tariffs account for a meaningful share of recent inflation over the June to August 2025 period. Tariffs explain roughly 0.5 percentage points of headline PCE annualized inflation and around 0.4 percentage points of core PCE annualized inflation. Putting it all together, analysis suggests that tariff measures already exerting measurable upward pressure on consumer prices. The rise in prices beginning in early 2025 coincides closely with tariff developments. And our model-based regressions confirm these effects are statistically and economically significant at the same time. The pass-through remains partial. Only a portion of the model predicted effects materialize so far. This could reflect delays in price adjustments, competitive pricing, limiting firms' ability to raise prices, or expectations that tariffs may prove temporary. As we continue to monitor inflation dynamics in months ahead, understanding the link between trade policy and consumer price will be essential for assessing the persistence of inflation and the broader implications of economic policy. Wow. Well, like if we were really governed by Gen Z, Republicans, and Democrats, we'd probably be sending arms to Palestine. Probably, dude. Okay, wait, what did I okay, yeah. Okay. I feel like I've definitely been able to highlight stuff in a tax foundation before. So, oh, there we go. Wait, can I, if I just refresh, can I highlight stuff here? Oh, okay. It was that easy. It's crazy. You guys really think anti-Semitism is worse than compared to when? I feel like it's the same people are just realizing how bad the same is. No, like compared to if you were to just say like 2010 levels, like pre like hardcore social media streamer shit levels, it's like certainly worse. I would like, yeah. Okay, take that category. Okay. Okay, let me do this. All right. Woohoo. Okay. What do you think would happen to Israel's PR if they just nuke Gaza instead of the whole 2-year campaign? I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm assuming you mean like not literally nuke, but like if you're saying like if they took like if they just did like a much more aggressive, like full on just like carpet bombing campaign or whatever, which is what people claim they do anyway. It's hard to know like whether or not like yeah people just wouldn't care by now or if the the blowback would have been so much harsher during that stage that, you know, we actually would have cut off arms to them or something. But I really don't know. I would honestly assume the blowback would have not been significantly harder to, as to like actually have the US like stop arming them or whatever. So people probably just would have moved on by now, honestly. That's what intuitively I feel like. Doing a survey, this is cringe. What survey, huh? I think 2010 till now is about the same. Leftists hated Israel then. Also design, yeah, but like now you have like normies, relative normies, people who are not even leftists, people who are on the right now. Like the median Gen Z Republican is fucking watching Nick Fuentes, bro. Bro, what are we doing? All right. The firm chooses to absorb some increase in the form of lower profits and investment. What? Why is it linked to pharma drug prices? I'm assuming, I don't know, let's lay out some of the principles there, but whatever. Oh, wait, it's about the pharmaceutical tariffs, isn't it? That makes more sense. Yeah, okay. I thought it was like the pharmaceutical price caps. From consumers, domestically available substitutes, consider the current steel tariffs. In the latest edit of October, so tariffs have raised retail prices for roughly 4.9 relative to retail trends, 6.4 for goods, 4.3 for domestic goods. Several goods have experienced notable large price increases, including apparel. Okay. Tariff directions, first may adopt a wait and see approach before making changes over strategy. This consists of survey evidence from the summer. Another reason for only small price increases. Firms may operate on a contract basis and have already locked in prices for the year. Finally, some firms pre-existing inventory from what they were drawing down, so the retail goods on the market were stocked prior to tariffs taking effect. Okay. Yay. Yippee. Woohoo. The one that we stopped sending arms is when it becomes much worse for Palestinians in 2010. I was debating a third position. I feel like Nick Fuentes online, that hasn't changed. Some guy debate. I mean, I don't know. It just feels like these people are nowhere near as big in 2010, obviously, and it's hard to imagine that there were like truly this many like anti-Semitic people who just like existed, but like just didn't have a fucking stream or two to watch. No, it feels like, you know, they probably curated to some extent or enabled, spread, expanded these perceptions. Okay, real quick. Okay, last thing probably. Revisiting common ownership hypothesis. Okay, several weeks ago, I read about the common owners of hypothesis companies, which I think, to be clear, it was, companies are increasingly owned by institutional investors, which have stakes in many different companies. The concern is that these companies will behave anti-competitively because instead of simply maximizing their own profits, they place a weight on the profits of other other companies. In practice, this might look like raising prices, making products more dissimilar from each other, or investing less in finding new products. It's a very big problem. So we need some way to break it up into manageable chunks. Bankers call in Syncos in 20x. It's by far the best study to tackle the industry level because they build from the ground up to estimate consumer demand for products. This is unlike prior work, like Azar, Schmaltz, and Teku, who simply regress pricing concentrations. This is highly problematic. Both prices and concentrations are simultaneously determined by the same underlying market equilibrium, blah, 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 endogeneity. Yep, I'm aware. So there are no reason to believe it makes any sense. It's also unlike papers, which is event studies. When a stock enters S&P 500, such as in Bowler and Scott Morton, 2020, they find a firm enter an index and thus have many index funds automatically buy it. It raises the returns of competing firms. The trouble is that this is totally agnostic to the mechanism and doesn't actually say anything about what we should do. Stock prices rising is perfectly consistent with increasing anti-competitive behavior and with greater productivity. Heck, it might even be simple as investors having opinions over classes of stocks, and as the price of one company rises, or on the margin they find it more profitable to invest in other similar companies. I mentioned this; these parts make it clear why EC purchases do not work. Once we see how sort of fundamentals of demand for the product, they can solve how companies would rate. Okay, so I'll do Oh, what's up?
You live stream what you're reading so I can do with it.
I guess.
Will that crash?
Why?
Nicholas Decker seems quite sloppy a lot of times. I find this weird because he's saying shareholders, because they own a bunch of stocks, they want to maximize their profits across all their stocks, and therefore, if they can influence things, they'll do anti-competitive behavior.
Well, that's what Nicholas Decker is skeptical of that actually happening, but that's the concern with institutional investors, right? Is that they might weight other firms' profits as well as their own, right? Like, yeah.
I don't see how this would be the case, because there's a manager in between the shareholders and actually running the firm, and the managers are usually paid based on how well their firm performs and not on the performance of other firms.
Well, that's one of the things he mentions in the original blog post. Okay, he literally says here, when the first order is in motive, behaving in competitive ways, then we need to show the incentives faced by firms have actually passed through the incentives faced by managers. I think he goes through and says, hey, it doesn't seem like that happens very often, at the very least. Like,
also,
the evidence of passing through the managerial incentives is there, but weak to the extent it's happening. It is through giving managers fewer incentives to make profits at all.
Also, the other thing is, if one stock gets included in the S&P 500, the performance of other stocks go up. I'm still skeptical. Like, the share price returns of the other firms go up. I'm kind of skeptical of that, because if this was an actual thing that was happening, the market, all the hedge funds would know about it, and they would be taking advantage of it. So it would disappear even if the markups were going up. So it could seem just like a coincidence.
Well, I think well, it's related to the argument Nicholas Decker makes. I mean, I guess like he's saying, it's I don't know if artificial is the right word, but it's not necessarily stock prices are quote unquote like artificially going up because or of similar firms is going up because one is included in S&P 500. It might be just due to it could raise the returns of competing firms. Could just have to do with on the margin, people find it more profitable to invest in similar companies after one is invested in the S&P 500 and its own, whichever firm's invested in S&P 500 or listed on S&P 500, its stock price rises. Like the tech is going to agree with you. He's just saying, he's giving the argument, and then he's saying, this is why I find it unconvincing or whatever.
This is what I said to Hamsters. Everything original that Decker says is just terrible, and everything unoriginal he says is good.
Untrue. Nicholas Decker goated.
It's just, why are they all terrible? There's a Mean Field Zane on Twitter.
I do.
It's kind of obnoxious too. Decker isn't obnoxious. Maybe it's more self-aware that it's completely insane. I don't know. He seems to just not anticipate.
Seems to not what? You cut out after anticipate or whatever.
I know.
Yeah.
I said he doesn't seem to anticipate a lot of very easy rebuttals to a lot of his positions. Or, I mean, you're going to look at this. If you go to the bottom of the list of the S&P 500 companies, the weightings are like 0.01%. Anything in this is so minor, it's going to be unimportant.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the cost of capital for 0.01% of S&P 500 companies is 0.1% higher. And this is a cost purely borne by the shareholders who are supposedly irrationally, because S&P 500 is completely arbitrary. There's no reason why it couldn't be S&P 100 like it was 20 years ago, or the S&P 600 or whatever. But the shareholders bear this cost of just having an arbitrary decision of including 500 companies instead of 505. Yeah. So I don't see why this is always looking for reasons why the government should intervene in things when it's just like the biggest non-issue I've ever seen. No, that's all I've got to say.
Okay. We'll get it now. Okay, based. See ya. Okay, blah, blah, blah. See why it's so important and maybe instructor to look at some of the best work so far, finding the economy-wide impacts, all of which build off the demand system exposited in Pellegrino, I think is how you pronounce that, 2025. Dealing with the possibility in new products is really hard because the space of possibilities is enormous. Most prior work has either assumed that there's a constant elasticity substitution between goods within an industry and then different constant elasticity across industry, or we simply rule out the entry in new goods and compute elasticities between the goods as they exist. As mentioned above, though, the distortion from common ownership is likely to come from changing how products are positioned relative to their competitors. What Pellegrino it does is estimate demand for the characteristics of products. I've never met a single autistic person that was cool to talk to. Thanks. Consumers are taken to be distributed. Autistic people are the coolest people to talk to. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean, bro? Taken to be distributed in space and have preferences decline quadratically as we get away from that, from the ideal point. Now, so long as you have detailed information on the characteristic of goods, and we have that from Hoberg and Phillips 2016, at least for publicly traded companies, you can estimate how consumer demand declines as products get further apart from each other. Okay. Eder and Pellegrino uses approach to estimate the deadweight loss from common ownership and find that it's likely to reduce welfare by 12%. Koki Okumaru 2025 is concerned with the effect on research and development, but is also trying to tackle the economy-wide effects. The paper agrees with theirs and also finds substantial welfare losses. Now, it's all very good work, but even this is not enough. They're unable to take into account the fact that all these firms are using the products of other firms as inputs into their own products, as well as the fact that investors are consumers too, and would not want their goods to be marked up. A vertically integrated company is not going to change the markup to other companies owned by the same firm. Azar and Vive 2025 argue that this completely flips around the welfare implications of common ownership. Whether institutional ownership is going to be wrecking America's economy is a really big deal. It bugs me that we are probably going to be stuck winging it. Any paper which tries to find that true, full effect of common ownership is going to need to consider the entry and exit of firms, the changes in product characteristics, how these firms are linked together, and the covariance of consumption bundles and investment holdings. A paper which does this one is already a good one. All of them are impossible. Real. Okay. Okay. Woohoo. All right. Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll be streaming again tomorrow at I might start a little earlier, but certainly by 8:30 p.m. EST tomorrow, we'll be talking on a Gibbs panel about essentially Trump's foreign policy. It'll be me and non-smoker. I guess they're technically on the same team, although me and him are going to have our own disagreements. I don't know how much we'll be fighting because we're supposed to be on the same team. Me and non-smoker against Tyler, average debate enjoyer, and Grid One Motorsports. And then on Thursday, the day after that, I'll be on a WIC panel talking about Trump in Venezuela. So that'll be that. And then on Friday at 5 p.m. EST, I just mentioned the WIC thing is at, I believe, 6 p.m. EST. It might be 5 p.m. EST. No, 6 p.m. EST. Okay. WIC thing's at 6 p.m. EST on Thursday. On Friday, we'll be talking to Emilio from Jubilee about Trump's performance on the economy and if Trump is a threat to democracy. And then should be talking to one other person from that Jubilee episode, the Boomer Jubilee episode, on sometime next week. I don't know. And then, ideally, on the 3rd, me and Isaac will be at the Unfuck America tour, doing an IRL stream there, watching Destiny debate some people, watching whatever other streamers are there debate some people. I don't know what other streamers will be there. We'll be probably talking to students, either just interviewing them or potentially debating some of them and or following up with some of them after they debate Destiny and or whatever other streamers are there. So yeah, should be fun. Thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate all the support, all the subs, all the donos, all the stuff like that. Oh my god, wait, what the fuck? I didn't even realize who rated, and I didn't even notice. I didn't have the YouTube thing open, and no one like chatted. Wait, I got 40. I didn't even realize. I have 41 viewers right now. I'm assuming it was food shops. But it could have been like tomfoolery or someone too. Wait, does someone want to tell? Is anyone? Does anyone want to tell me real quick so I can thank them? Is anyone? Ooh. I'm just trying to see. Oh, there's no like chat replay fucking stupid thing when I'm still live. That's right. It's bots? It could be, but I feel like someone would have to raid with the bots, and if it was only bots, you wouldn't see the fall off. You can see someone raided at like 4:30 a.m. like 30 minutes ago, jumped to 60, and then we're all the way back down to 40. Wait, it should have shown in chat a little pop-up easy money of who raided or whatever. Regardless, well, thanks for the raid. I guess I'll see if anyone is streaming to send you over to. I don't remember anyone raiding. Yeah, I don't know. I hope that it shows in the replay thing who raided, but whoever rated and or botted me. Thanks, I appreciate it. Sorry I didn't notice at the time when it happened. But yeah, we'll be streaming again tomorrow. So make sure if you're new here, okay, subscribe for that content, okay? So you can check me out tomorrow. Twitch, Kick, Twitter, Instagram, follow on those. Join the Discord if you want to. Head over to, you'll be going to Tomfoolery on YouTube. I don't even know how long he'll be streaming for still, but see you tomorrow. Got some cool content planned, at least for the next 3 days. And on the 3rd, IRL stream at Unfuck America. So love you guys. Love streaming. Really cool day, guys. Let me do this. Let me do cool things like go to Unfuck America and stream. So see you guys tomorrow. Subscribe.